It's Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day, the final day of qualifying at the 2025 Sports Car Club of America National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, live from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day is brought to you by Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA. This is the 62nd running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, and they're brought to you by Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA, Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA, Hagerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and IMSA, a proud partner of the SCCA. Now with today's Hawk Breakthrough Performer qualifying sessions, here are Dan Bullis and Greg Ginsberg.
The sun shining once more over Elkhart Lake, and today the pressure, it's at its peak. It's the second and final day of qualifying at the 62nd SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Every driver in the paddock, the mission is clear. Lay down one perfect lap, secure your place on the grid, and set the stage for championship glory. Road America's 4-mile test doesn't give anything away easily, from the blast into turn one to the lung-bursting run down the moraine sweep, from the precision of the carousel to the commitment of the kink. Every corner can make or break a qualifying effort. The Tire Rack pole is more than just a starting spot. It's a statement of intent, a chance to control the race before the green flag ever waves. With 23 national titles to be decided this weekend, today's timesheets will shape the stories that define this runoffs. Some will rise to the occasion. Others will be forced to dig deep, and a few may see their championship dreams slip away before the first race even begins. This is the final chance. This is Road America, and this is the last day of qualifying at the 62nd SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsberg, and alongside me is Dan Bullis, and it's Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at Road America. Good morning, Dan. How are you doing today?
You know, Greg, I am pumped up. This is going to be a fantastic day. The heat is going to turn up today, not only in weather, but on the track. I think we have a lot of excellent action coming at us.
Yeah, absolutely we do. And as you mentioned, it is just an absolutely glorious day here once again in the Kettle Moraine here at Road America, where it is not so chilly, maybe a little humid. 61 degrees, but we're expecting to see our highest temperatures of the week so far, and may not affect our drivers that are going out first thing this morning, but I think as we get later in the day, I think a lot of drivers are going to be hoping that they put their fastest times and their best times in yesterday. It's going to be a challenge for all of these racers here, though, this weekend.
Yeah, throughout the week, the weather has been fairly consistent, a little overcast, maybe some high clouds. The weather has been cool in the 70s. But today we're going to see the temperature forecast is 88 degrees. Tomorrow's forecast on race day actually has gone up since yesterday. It was supposed to be 84, now showing 89, which will be the hottest weather these drivers have seen all week. So, like I said, the weather will turn up, the temperatures are going to turn up on the track, and we are ready to go with B-Spec this morning.
That's right, B-Spec, and they are going to be our first championship race of the weekend as well. They're scheduled to start tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m. Central Time. That's 9:15 Eastern, but we've got a number of drivers. We have in B-Spec 18 drivers looking to land the Tire Rack Pole Award, and our provisional pole sitter after one day of qualifying, local boy Caleb Patry from Waukesha, Wisconsin, representing the Milwaukee region in his Honda Fit, new to the B-Spec class this year after a number of years running in Super Touring Light. The bogey time that all of our B-Spec racers are looking to improve upon is 2 minutes, 52 seconds, .721. And Rich Roman, our defending national champion, he was awfully close. He was 0.006 of a second off of that time. But right now, Caleb Patry is looking to hold down that inside position going into turn one tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and you can already see the pairs have already lined up on track. Everybody's already come past and they've started their flying laps. The dance partners will be coming to play big time this morning. We saw kind of some pairings and some groups work themselves out yesterday. Today looks to be the same. The weather, or the wind, a little lighter than what it was yesterday. Yesterday we had a pretty good headwind down the main straight here at Road America pretty much all day. Still a bit of a headwind, but not nearly as brisk as it was.
Indeed. And so we've got our final drivers. They are working their way through. We should have some lap times coming in here momentarily as we've got our first group of racers heading out of the kink and making the run down the Canada corner for qualifying. Like yesterday, the timing line is going to be right at station 13. So it's as you come out of Thunder Valley through Bill Mitchell Bend before you get to the final corner. And that is where the timing stripe will be. And it appears as though we've got some of our very first racers heading that way now. And we'll have times rolling in here momentarily.
Yeah, Caleb and Miles will be the first two drivers that will see times this morning. Right behind them is Roman. So the top of the order from yesterday is already set to go.
And we would expect that Dan Conway, that's Rich Roman's dancing partner, will be along with him. The big story is one that our defending champion has moved to a Mazda 2 chassis, and indeed he is linked up right now with Caleb Patry and Miles Gertz, trying to take advantage of maybe of the higher top end speed that those Honda Fits seem to be showing here. A little bit better gearing for the long straights here at Road America, so he's trying to stick right with them. Then a little bit further back, it is what do you call 4 Honda Fits? So you don't have a trio. What's that? A quad? As we've got looks like Rob Pekarchik, I think Blair Deffenbaugh, Eric Yeagle, as well as there was one more Honda Fit with them that we see together trying to draft head down the front straight, and with a couple Mazda 2s looped in for good measure.
Yeah, it's a battle of makes here in B-Spec. The 19 just flashed by, as well as the 38 to 19. A driver that saw himself yesterday by himself quite a bit, Josh Schmidt. He was first car on track yesterday. Looks like he's in the same boat, just a little further back. As that opening trio came by, Conway was the fourth car on track, but he's about 15 car lengths back and all by his lonesome. Holmstrom, who is fifth after day one, is about another 15 cars back, so we'll have to see if the two of them can pair up, because right now, that neither one of them have a drafting partner. Also, the one car we mentioned yesterday, the Yaris, out there running as well.
Joseph Gersh, exactly, and he's also, he's about 15 car lengths back from Josh Schmidt in that Burgundy Chevy Sonic. We'll see if he can actually make up some ground, but he also has had a dearth of luck trying to find a drafting partner this weekend. I guess it's the disadvantage. You basically come out as a one-man show and a one-man team, and just nobody ends up working with you. But we'll continue to watch this as we're early on in this session. These are 21-minute qualifying sessions, and we're already 8.5 minutes in, and we've only got one flying lap in the books for these racers.
Yeah, with the lap speeds that these folks turn, it is about getting it done, because you don't have a lot of options, or a lot of chances at that. So when you're looking at only 5, maybe 6 laps in a session to get a hot lap in, you need to make each one count. So far, top time for today at 2:53.4, set by Miles, but that is, once again, well off where they were yesterday. They're coming through, setting their second fast laps. And Miles right now, Caleb second, a 2:52.5. So we'll have to see where that shakes out. That might be top time already.
Yeah, let's see, a 2:52.567. Indeed, that is your new provisional pole time. Miles Gertz, with his teammate Caleb Patry, our provisional pole sitter after one day of qualifying, about 15 thousandths of a second back from there. Rich Roman now moving up to third. Again, he is right with that team. He is 1/10 off of Gertz's time. So for the top 3 drivers on the leaderboard right now, their fastest times of the week so far coming today on the final day of qualifying here at the runoffs.
And right away, you can see the difference between being in the draft and not, as the top 3, once again, have that 3-car freight train going down the front stretch. Conway, who's by himself, he is a second and a half off the times that they just laid down. So being by your lonesome today is going to cost you.
It's going to be problematic. All right, Dan, real quick, since we are just now halfway through this qualifying session, let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the pack, attention in the paddock. Touring 4 racers, please start heading to the grid for your qualifying session. Touring 4 racers, please head to the grid. And making a run down the pit lane, and a very quick run down the pit lane, that is the silver number 3 Chevy Sonic of JB Swan. I think he may be looking, as he was also really all by himself, he may be looking for a drafting partner, and he's been running with the Rat Sport team a little bit this weekend. And as he comes down the pit lane, he may be in a position to pick up Dan Conway's Mazda 2, possibly. Actually, no, that's the silver 59 car that just of Gail Courtley that was going into turn 1. But I think from the looks of it, Swan may pick up that car at some point.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Swan actually returns. It looks like he may have came to stop down there at the top of the pit lane. He may be waiting actually for the group to kind of come around and trying to catch up to that top set. As right now, it is that 3-car breakaway still running away from everybody with Miles, Caleb, and Richard. Schmidt, by his lonesome, up to 4th, though, on a 252.9. So Josh Schmidt, we saw him a few times yesterday as the car is coming out at the end of the run groups,
right,
with the hardship lap. So he was definitely had some things going on.
Yeah, well, and again, Schmidt had a pretty significant incident on day number 2 of day number 2 of qualifying. The left front of his Chevy Sonic impacting a concrete wall as he got together with a prod car. And good thing that Josh is a fabricator by trade, because he had to work his magic on the front suspension and the left front frame rail of that car to get it straightened out. And the fact that he's got that car now up to 4th in qualifying is, I think, a testament to what Babyface Fabrications can do, as he is still running about 3,300ths off of the provisional pole. And I think there is a pretty significant gap when you look at Gertz, Patry, and Roman, all within 58 one-thousandths of a second of one another, and then another couple tenths back to Schmidt. But look at this. Josh Schmidt goes to the top of the leaderboard, turns in a 252.421 without a draft, without a partner, and he is now almost 1,500ths of a second up on the trio of Gertz, Caleb Patry, and Rich Roman.
Yeah, he just comes by us here in the tower. Once again, the start-finish line for timing at turn 13. So he comes by. There's nobody even near him on the track. No. So the fact that he's doing this by himself, that may put everybody else on alert.
But whatever he may have fixed on Tuesday, that car must be turning in really well for left-hand corners, Dan, because he just absolutely nailed that one. I mean, really put a stamp on it, almost 1,500ths of a second up on the rest of the field.
That lead trio is right now. We talked about yesterday. The Fitz were coming into this weekend kind of being what everybody thought would be the best car in class. The Mazda showed great speed yesterday, maybe a little surprising to some, but it's a Chevy Sonic that is on point right now. The Sonic by itself.
If we go down through the order, and of course, the timing and scoring that you're seeing on the screen at the moment, that is for today's session only. And if you go to SCCA.com/live, you can see our multi-sector live timing as we divide the track into 4 different sectors, as well as providing speed trap information heading down in towards turn 5. But what we're giving you is actually a live merge of the fastest qualifying times from yesterday and the fastest times from today. And again, it is Schmidt, it's Gertz, Patry, Roman, your top 4. Dan Conway is that's Rich Roman's teammate, currently qualified 5th fastest. It's 6/10ths off the provisional pole and almost 4/10ths back from what Roman is running with that lead trio. Then we've got Ricky Holmstrom, who is 4/10ths back from there. I should mention that Conway and Holmstrom, as well as Eric Yeagle in one of the Honda Fits, they all are resting on their fastest lap times from yesterday, as is Blair Deffenbaugh and Rob Bakarczyk. So the top 4 racers their best lap time set this morning, and almost to a man or woman in the case of a few drivers that we have out, like Stephanie Anderson, who's currently running 12th. They've all set their fastest lap times during yesterday's initial qualifying session.
And making a call to pit lane right now is Richard Roman. So that 252.6, he was the third car in that freight train, and he was starting to tail off the Fitz maybe just a little bit. So he's going to come in, check some pressures. Once again, we are only 5 minutes remaining, and what are we, 4 laps in, I believe? So like I says, not a lot of opportunities for these guys to set fast laps.
Attention and the paddock, attention the paddock. Touring 4 racers, please head to the grid. Touring 4 racers, this is your second call to the grid. Yeah, and so as Rich Roman pulls alongside the Goodyear tent on the pit lane, Goodyear, the provider of the spec tire that all of our B-Spec racers, regardless of chassis, are on, and they're checking tire pressures right now as get a nice little wave from Nicole Stout. Actually, she was waving to Josh Schmidt on the pit lane there. She doesn't care about us, Dan. But Josh Schmidt now, our provisional pole sitter with 4.5 minutes remaining, pulls onto the pit lane. They're checking the pressures on his number 19 Chevy Sonic. Miles Gertz, Caleb Patry, Roman, currently qualified second, third, and fourth. That would be your first 2 rows. Dan Conway, Ricky Holmstrom, Eric Yeagle, Stuart Black, Blair Deffenbaugh, and Rob Pekarchik rounding out the top 10.
And looking at the side of Schmidt's car, the left front fender and the driver's side door. Once again, leading the way, a 252.2, so he even found more time out there that last lap. So Schmidt coming in, and right now with a big time advantage, a little over 3.5 tenths over Miles, Caleb, and Roman. Conway back to fifth, and the difference, Conway, a 254.1 today, so he is over a second off what he set yesterday. So that's being out there by himself. And the Sonic just showing it's got a lot of power, as it looks like Schmidt heading back to the paddock. We got some in-car of Kent Carter now as he works his way down through the kink and heading towards Canada Corner.
Yeah, and Carter currently in today's session, Kent Carter is your, where is he? He is 12th fastest today, but currently 11th fastest overall when you take both qualifying sessions into account. He's looking to move up, but he is currently 95 1/1000ths, almost a tenth back from Rob Pekarchik in the number 99 Honda Fit.
You can definitely see with the in-car camera how beautiful of a morning it is here at Elkhart Lake. The sun coming up, the clouds are gone from the sky. It is an absolutely gorgeous morning so far as we get ready for T4 next, but B-Spec bringing the action and bringing the speed. Schmidt leading the way over Gertz, Patry, and Roman right now here in B-Spec action.
And you see they're coming down the Road America straight past us, heading down into turn 1 is Kent. And again, another one of those drivers that just does not have the benefit of the draft. I believe he may have, I thought he had his teammate right back behind him. Chris Taylor, but yeah, he's got the Ambrose, 62 of Ambrose directly behind.
Yeah, the two of them have been paired up most of the session. You mentioned J.B. Swan earlier had come down pit lane, and he did, in fact, pull out right behind Mr. Miles and Mr. Caleb. So
right.
He did hook up to that. Yeah,
so he took the place of Rich Roman to try to pick up some time. It has not really helped the silver number 3, as he's been mired in this session in 18th position, and he came into today sitting back actually in 18th. So I think he's moved up a couple of spots possibly overall, but it's been a tough slog there for JB.
Yeah, hoping to hook up and get some speed. Conway making a call to pit lane, doing some tire pressures as well, so it looks like that session is going to be over for him as we are only a minute left. So once again, only 4 or 5 laps in, and we're going to be seeing the checkered here shortly on B-Spec qualifying, as once again they will be our first race, kicking off a fantastic weekend of competition here at Road America. They'll be at 8:15 tomorrow morning.
Well, I tried to switch over to Chris Taylor's in-car video, but he's got some cell coverage issues there, and
seems to be through the carousel. I think he was coming back up as soon as they get through the carousel.
Well, let's there he is. All right. Yeah, indeed, as he's coming up to the kink now. And Chris Taylor in a Mazda 2 as well, much like Kent Carter, his teammate from Chris Taylor Racing Services.
So we talked about the fits and we talked about the twos, but once again, it is a Chevy Sonic that is leading the way. Not a lot of Sonics left running here in B-Spec. Their numbers have kind of dwindled a bit, along with the Mini Coopers that kind of ran the class for a couple of years. So I think we only have one Mini out this year for Thomas Pendergrass, and he's currently back in 15th. So the Minis have kind of gone away. The fits have been the kind of car to go, as we have wipers going for Chris Taylor. So that is some quick hand movements, I'm sure. Checkered flag out on the session, so last flying laps, as they will be seeing the checkered when they come up to 13 next time by.
And it is Josh Schmidt's pole to lose. He has now over 3, as he continued to get faster, a 252, 211, 35 hundredths of a second, over 3/10 faster than Miles Gertz and Caleb Patry. And again, all without the benefit of a draft ban. I mean, absolutely stunning lap time there. And I want to go and check our B-Spec track record. It was set by Rob Pekarchik here at the runoffs last year, a 251, 889. So still about 3/10 off of that. But again, to be able to put those times in without the draft, absolutely amazing. All right, so if we go and take a look, let's run it down. We'll give you the top 10, and this is the top 10 going into our championship race for B-Spec, which starts at 8:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. That's 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Please don't ask me to do Mountain or Pacific.
6:15 out where I'm from.
If you're on the West Coast, just set your alarm clock nice and early and join us. But Josh Schmidt, scheduled to be your pole sitter. Yes, and just a reminder, all of this is unofficial. You can't believe a word we say. Well, you can believe the times that we're giving you, but who knows? If the stewards had issues, it may make changes before tomorrow's race. So we'll just caveat it with that. But Josh Schmidt, a 252, 211 is your provisional pole sitter. Miles Gertz should be starting on the outside of the front row, a 252, 567 in his Honda Fit. Then we got Caleb Patry in the number 8 Honda Fit on the inside of row number 2. Our defending national champion Rich Roman in a Mazda 2 should be starting 4th in the Rat Sport RP Performance Machine. Then we got Dan Conway in the Empire Pizza Brondon Foot and Ankle Mazda 2 starting 5th. Eric Yeagle in the BFF Indy G-Lock machine. He is scheduled to start 6th. Ricky Holmstrom 7th. Stuart Black 8th. And then rounding out the top 10 in row number 5, Blair Deffenbaugh and Rob Pekarchik, both in Honda Fits.
So great action. Like I says, this is only the first of many qualifying groups for us today. It's going to be a busy day coming from us. Like I said, each session only 21 minutes. So yesterday the day flew by. Today's going to be the exact same. As T4 will be coming up next, it looks like all the cars have taken the checkered flag. So that will wrap up B-Spec qualifying here on day 2 at the SCCA Runoffs.
Attention in the paddock, final call for Touring 4. Touring 4 racers, this is your final call to the grid. And with that, we'll take that quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Road America. It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
The International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
It's Sunoco 260 Thursday here at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. The driver in each of our 23 championship classes whose best qualifying time today comes closest to 260 thousandths of a second will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their car. Sunoco, official fuel of the SCCA and presenting sponsor of the runoffs, also keeps the event running by fueling all of our volunteers and event staff with lunch today at Road America.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour, and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on scca.com and live in person here at Road America.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Mazza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Wines and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
Welcome back to Road America, the National Park of Speed. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bullis, and next up is Touring 4 as they head out on track. And Dan, in Touring 4, some not surprising big surprises yesterday for the first day of qualifying.
I mean, it is going to be a story of Mustangs versus Mazdas. So, and right now the Mustang seemed to have the pace as of yesterday, sitting down some great times, a 2:32.9, the pole for Matt. So, like I said, will the Mazdas have anything to catch up to them?
That's right. So coming into our second day of qualifying, your provisional pole sitter, Matt Spicuzzi in the Huffmaster Racing Blue Force Health Ford Mustang, V6 Ford Mustang, with a time of 2:32.956. His teammate and defending national champion, Alex Lozano, in the Huffmaster Racing Hoosier AMJ Racing V6 Ford Mustang at 2:33.003. So what is that? If I do the math, 7/1000 of a second separating the two teammates. And the big surprise is that Lozano and Spicuzzi, having raced Mazda RX-8s last year and having been so strong, show up with these new Ford Mustang builds, and they have just been absolutely the class of the class, as they were over 2.5 seconds faster than every other car on track during qualifying yesterday. Now, Spicuzzi, not a big surprise that he's the provisional pole sitter. He was your tire rack pole day winner last year, going into the 2024 National Championship race. Unfortunately for him, broke with, I think, 2.5 laps remaining, and Alex Lozano, his teammate, taking the win. Ethan Barker today, your third fastest driver in the Sabre Supplements Mazda RX-8, and Mark Cefalo in the Planet Miata RX-8, and they're in the mid to high 2-minute 36-second range going into today's session. So again, big gap there between 1, 2, and 3, 4. Scotty B. White, fifth fastest in the Night Transport Ford Mustang, also in the high 2:36 range. And I think probably one of the biggest surprises that we had is, and looking to see if he's gone out, I have not seen a time for him yet. Chip Herr, who we'll see a little bit later today, in his STU entry, he's your two-time defending STU champion, also brought a Toyota 86 to this gunfight, and I don't have a time for him from yesterday, and we'll see if he's got that car out on track right now.
He did just flash by us here. He is already coming up the hill, turning in his 6th, so not sure why he didn't make an appearance yesterday. But we'll have to see if that is kind of bringing a knife to the gunfight today, as he is the lone Toyota we're going to see out there. Everybody else, like it says, a couple of Mustangs, everybody else in the Mazdas. So,
all right, and we've got a special guest with us here today. I want to welcome him to the party here, John Weisberg, STU driver extraordinaire, and meant to be racing this weekend. Unfortunately, doesn't look like we're going to see the green flag. But John, welcome to the booth.
Well, thank you. Good to be up here with you guys. And unfortunately, the only thing I'm driving today is the truck. So, but just going back to Chip, I was speaking to him yesterday afternoon, and they had a wheel bearing problem on the car, and I think that's why he didn't make the qualifying session yesterday. So,
and he's had some axle issues with that car. Once he brought it out in the spring, purchased the car, and I know he's had some mechanical issues. But I've seen him in some regional races. Saw him at the Summit Point Majors, and he's run very, very strong. But I'm still not seeing. There we go. Now we've got a time in the books for Chip. Turns in a 2:39.237. Which is good for 5th overall, but we will we'll continue to track him here.
Yeah, I would never count Chip out.
No,
because regardless of what he's in, he's going to go fast. So,
yeah, that's third fast. Like they're going to be working up through the pace today. Chip is by his lonesome, as well as the 00 of Cephalo and Scotty B. The rest, we do kind of have a 4-car freight train together. Everybody else kind of on their lonesome. So the draft not going to be not going to be a help to a couple of the boys.
And so one of the drivers to watch currently, 7th fastest between the 2 days, qualified 7th fastest yesterday. Kevin Fryer, now out of Durham, North Carolina, in the Evosin and Corsa Lubricants Carbotech Mazda MX-5. He was your June Sprints winner this year. And again, a little surprising there to see the chassis there, but as you look through where our qualifying results were from yesterday, all the NCMX5s, they're sitting right down at the bottom of the order. They're all grouped and running pretty similar lap times, and I think that kind of goes to show what some of the RX-8 drivers found last year, where Mark Cephalo, for example, brought both an MX-5 and an RX-8 here, and found the RX-8 maybe because of the aero, maybe because of the ability to rev a couple of thousand extra RPMs. I don't know. Found it to be a faster car here than the MX-5.
Yeah, the MX-5 is definitely, well, we have a little bit of horses for courses here.
Right.
And the RX-8 and the Mustang have both proven to be great straight line handling well in the straights, as we say. Really getting away. I mean, if we were at Lime Rock or something, the MX-5s would be
exactly
far ahead. But I think the long straights of Road America really benefit the Mustang tremendously.
Certainly.
And the RX-8 over the
MX-5. Yeah, obviously the RX-8, the challenge there is keeping the revs up and keeping it in the power band. And as long as you can carry a reasonable amount of speed through some of these 90-degree corners, you're in good shape, and the MX-5 just doesn't have the legs.
Yeah, the long sweeping corners, like 14, and going through the carousel, the wheelbase, the extra wheelbase of the
Also
RX-8 helps that car be real stable. It's probably the RX-8. It's probably in the middle between the extremes of the MX-5 and the Mustang. But speaking to a couple of Mustang guys last night, and they said the car really gets up and goes once you get out of, fifth and sixth gear. So,
one thing we haven't mentioned yet this morning is it looks like our top 2 qualifiers have actually not come out for qualifying. I'm missing 2 Mustangs on course. Both Matt and Alex looks like they have not come out. Scotty B right now the fastest for today. He's found about a second and a half over where he was yesterday and has been able to jump around Cephalo into 3rd. And Ethan Baker making a jump up. Baker now around Cephalo as well into P4. So no sign of our our front row Mustangs right now. I think they're probably still safe from what it looks like. Still over 2 seconds clear of Scotty B, but Baker and Cephalo now back to 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and I spoke to Lozano and Spicuzzi's crew chief, John Lucados, last night, and that was the plan, was to just keep the cars in, rest them today. They felt very confident in their pace yesterday. I mean, again, it played out, when you look at what they did on track to track about 2.5 seconds faster than the rest of the field. And they feel that there is maybe some more pace in the car as well. So they're gonna let the folks behind battle it out. And right now we're seeing where Scotty B. White, the fastest driver today, is still only getting into the 235s. So he's still about 2.3 seconds off of where the two other Mustangs ran yesterday. So that's going to move now Scotty B. White up to 3rd fastest overall provisionally to the inside of row number 3. He leapfrogs both Ethan Barker and Mark Cephalo, who had the 3rd and 4th fastest times yesterday. So it is, and Barker has improved a bit on where he was yesterday. He has now turned in a 2:35 8:31. Whereas yesterday he was at a 2:36.4, so he's knocked about 0.6 of a second off of his lap times, but again, just not in the same zip code as Spicuzzi and Lozano.
Yeah, Cephalo, the one unable to match his time so far, kind of pretty close to where he was yesterday. Scotty, the only finding a good grip of time. Like I said, Baker taking off a little bit. Scotty taking off about 1.6 seconds. Chip is kind of stationary right now in that 6th spot there in the Toyota. A 2:38.2 right now. So his first lap, I believe, was at 2:39. So found a little bit of speed since then. But we will see. This will be our first race on Sunday. So 8:15 Sunday morning. This will be our first race kicking off day 2 here at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs.
All right, let's quickly make a call to the grid for our next group, Dan. Attention in the paddock, GT3U and STU racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. GT3U and STU racers, you're up next. Please start heading to the grid. And hopefully, John, you'll join us for the STU race, as I know you've got a lot invested in an STU BMW.
Unfortunately,
and more
probably won't
coming.
be here for Sunday, but welcome to happy to be here now and give my insight if there is any.
Very good. All right, so we are currently 13 minutes, lucky 13, into this 21-minute qualifying session, and things are looking somewhat quiet on track. We'll take a look this month. We've got the 0 and the 00. We've got Scotty B. White, and we've got Mark Cefalo coming out of Canada Corner now, heading up through Bill Mitchell. We'll see if they improve on their previous lap times.
Yeah, Scotty just made a quick call to pit lane to check some tire pressures, maybe make a slight adjustment, and went back out. The interesting thing now will be to see if Mark can actually get a draft. He's not too far off the back of the Mustang. That Mustang punching probably the largest hole of all the cars here in T4. So,
although as they come by us on the front straight, they're probably a good 15 car lengths separating them. And interesting, Mark Cefalo prescribing to the Spec Miata school of driving the front straight, the Road America straight here, trying to get the side draft off the concrete wall. And
that's the first time I've seen that. Really, I didn't.
The Spec Miatas and the SMX cars, they'll all do it.
Okay.
But he certainly wasn't going to get a draft off of Scotty B. White. One, he was about 15 car lengths back, but Scotty B. White was on the traditional left-hand edge of the track, while Mark was all the way over on the right-hand side. So,
and I think the speed differential between the two cars, the Mustang's just going to pull away and break that draft unfortunately.
Anyhow.
So.
All right, working together now, we've got Kevin Fryer, and was that Richard Mooney him as well? So Fryer is the lead car, Mooney trailing right behind. And as they came across the stripe, still Mooney with the faster lap time, and it looked like Mooney actually managed to pull up and pick up a couple tenths that last time on Kevin Fryer and drafted up right behind him. So we'll see what happens as they work together.
the one car I have not seen for a bit, and I may have missed him coming in, is I have not seen Chip come by, and I'm not seeing him out there on course. So he actually may have already gone back to paddock, and we missed that. So.
Well, Chip is in the next group also,
right.
So I imagine he probably got
called an early session.
Over yeah.
Got his lap in and then called it. So
I would think he's probably thinking that's just about as fast as it's going to go.
Exactly.
He'd rather concentrate a little bit more on the STU car.
Yeah, Chip running 3 laps only. So already session flying by, Greg, as we're already under 5 minutes to go. So.
Right here, and as we were seeing the 0 car, Scotty B. White now coming in the Canada corner, looks like he's gapped Mark Cefalo by about, I don't know, a lot more than the 15 car lengths that we saw before. Is Cefalo now coming up through Thunder Valley. We'll check their lap times here in just a moment. Scotty B. White turning in now with an overall best in Sector 3, drops his lap time down to a 2:35.314. So that is the fastest in today's session. Still only good enough for third overall, with Spicuzzi and Lozano still over 2.3 seconds faster than the driver of the number 0 machine.
Yeah, and Scotty's track speed up there at about 128. So definitely has the legs for every car that's out there for the moment. So. Still a couple of our Mazdas paired up. Well, it says Fryer and Mooney still nose to tail as they come through, turning some green laps. I believe that was Mooney that just may have picked up some time. 239.8 now as the two of them work in that draft as best they can.
Tension in the pack, tension in the paddock. GT3U and STU drivers, please head to the grid. GT3U and STU drivers, hold while we take that call. Please start heading to the grid. John, check. Maybe they want to be on air with us.
Somebody from Rochester, New York, but
okay.
Somebody from home calling, but maybe they're listening online.
Honey, I hear you.
That's right. I always say it might be Dina.
No, that one would definitely come up as Dina.
Okay. All right. So now, just about 3 minutes remaining in today's qualifying session. On track, Scotty B. White, Ethan Barker in his Mazda RX-8, Mark Cefalo in a Mazda RX-8, and then Chip Herr, your top four in the session. But the story is the two drivers that did not come to our second day of qualifying. Matt Spicuzzi, yesterday's fastest driver, last year's pole sitter in the class, looks as though he is on track to once again win the Tire Rack Pole Award and start on the inside of the front row for Sunday's championship race. His teammate Alex Lozano, our defending national champion, to start right alongside.
I do have to have a bit of a feel for the turn workers because both those Mustangs are identical. And you're looking at a number 1 and a number 11. When they came into pit lane, if those two cars are going by you at the same time, it's not easy to tell which one's which. So
we should be talking to the folks over in timing and scoring that have been discussing it since Monday morning. Actually, since Sunday night as they got rolled off the trailer. All right, 2 minutes remaining in the session now. And so for our remaining cars on track, we've got Scotty B. White and Mark Cefalo, and looks like Cefalo, they should be coming up to us. Well, they're coming up to us, but they're coming up to us on the pit lane. That's the closest they've been in 3 laps. But looks like Cefalo and Scotty B have now called it a session. We've got the 98 of Fryer and the 2 of Richard Mooney, 2 Mazda MX-5s, coming up the hill and into the final corner, into turn 14. Now we'll see if they make a break for the pit lane or if they stay out on track looking to complete another lap, as they would likely be working their final lap here at Road America.
Yep, I believe they're going to be flashing by here in front of us, and indeed they are. The draft now separated by about 6 car lengths or so, as it is Mooney back behind Fryer. Mooney setting his fast lap today. Fryer still sitting on day 1 qualifying time. So him and Cefalo kind of, for me, the surprise today, unable to find any time from where he was yesterday.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little warm. It's a little warmer than we saw yesterday, about 5 degrees, and definitely a lot more humid than we saw yesterday. I don't know if that translates into track, issues. The track temperature, I would assume, is probably very close. Fryer did just set a personal best on the run from Canada Corner up to the front straight. We'll see if he can, once he goes down to the speed zone, heading towards turn 5, whether or not he can turn that into another personal best. He does not. And carrying a decent trap speed, but it's interesting to note that, and this is where we were talking about the differences in trap speeds between the RX-8s and the MX-5. Cefalo was almost 4 miles an hour faster in the traps than the MX-5 of Fryer. So the checkered flag is now being displayed over by Station 13 as they come out of Bill Mitchell Bend. And we'll see. So, again, on flyers right now, Richard Mooney, Kevin Fryer, and I believe the 129 of Connor Thomas was about 20 to 25 car lengths back behind the pair of Fryer and Mooney. We'll see if either of those 3 drivers can improve upon their times.
Brad Childs, the last car in the lineup, sitting in P10. He's already made the call to pit lane, so his qualifying session is over. Looks like pretty much all the MX-5s, other than Mooney, standing on day one qualifying times. The wind today, like yesterday, we had that strong headwind coming down the front stretch. The flags out in front of us are not moving much at all, if at all. So the wind definitely changing up from what it was yesterday. So weather conditions, like I said, today look to be the hottest day that these drivers have seen all week, as we're going to be in the upper 80s, close to 90 degrees. So.
All right, so Richard Mooney takes the checkered flag. He does not improve upon his prior lap time, nor does Kevin Fryer. All right, so with now Connor Thomas crossing the line and also not improving on his final lap in this session, Scotty B. White in his Ford Mustang in the night transport Goodyear Ford Mustang, your fastest driver with a time of 2:35.314. Ethan Barker in his Sabre Supplements Mazda RX-8, second fastest. Mark Cephalo in the Planet Miata RX-8, third fastest. But again, the story is what drivers and cars did not come out for the session. Matt Spicuzzi, scheduled to be your tire rack pole sitter for Sunday's championship race with a qualifying time of 2:32.956 in the Huffmaster Ford Mustang. His teammate Alex Lozano, 47 one-thousandths of a second back from there in his Huffmaster Racing Hoosier Ford Mustang. Scotty B. White to sit on the inside of row number 2 in the night transport Goodyear Ford Mustang with Ethan Barker in that Sabre Supplements Mazda RX-8, scheduled to start fourth. Mark Cephalo in the Planet Miata Mazda RX-8, say that 6 times real fast, scheduled to start fifth, with Chip Herr in the Warwick Auto Parts Hoosier Toyota 86, pardon me, had a little brain fart there for a moment, scheduled to start sixth. Richard Mooney and Kevin Fryer will make up row number 4, with Connor Thomas and Brad Childs rounding out the 10-car field. So, John, thank you for sitting in with us for T4. I assume you're going to stay with us for
absolutely
for
and,
STU and GT3U.
If I have something to wipe the tears away, but
we brought towels.
It's frustrating, but it's what racing is.
And almost as importantly, we brought chocolate and candy too. So. All right. Well, I want to thank John for sitting in. We'll see him in just a few more minutes. But first, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to make a call to the grid, and then more qualifying action here from the runoffs. Attention in the paddock, GT3U and STU, please head to the grid. This is your final call. GT3U and STU racers, please head to the grid. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco at Road America, is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Hagerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Hagerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Hagerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Hagerty Drivers Club. Join at hagerty.com.
Welcome back to Road America and the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. It is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the Runoffs. I am Greg Ginsberg along with Dan Bullis, and we've got special guest John Weisberg, STU driver, here along with us for our GT3U and STU qualifying session, our second qualifying session. Before we jump too far in, guys, let me just recap where we were from yesterday, and I'm going to also make a small change here for us, if we can. Let's see. There we go. That should work. In GT3U, Tony Ave, your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:24.807, with Jeff Jernell, 2:36.329 in his Roswell Outback Racing Mazda RX-7. Michael Lewis in the Goodyear Mazda RX-7, third fastest at 2:27.297, with Rob Warkaki in the TRO Motorsports Hoosier Mazda RX-7, fourth fastest. Over in STU, Petey Cunningham in the Baird Summersberger Group Hoosier Honda Civic TCR, qualifying time at 2:23.083. That's underneath the existing track record. He is your provisional pole sitter coming into day number 2. Chip Herr, the defending national champion in STU, in the number 1 Warwick Auto Park Hoosier Carbotech Audi RS3 LMS TCR, a qualifying time at 8:31, almost 0.8 of a second off of Cunningham's times. Richard Estacio and Anthony Garacci, the two Krug Speed Lotus Exige racers, 2:25.583 and 2:25.752, respectively. And so we're going to, let's see here, I'm going to try, if I can, to sort this by class. Oops, let's do that and go there. All right, and so we are now looking as our drivers are getting underway with their very first flying lap. And gentlemen, I guess, John, I guess we'll go to you first. I think these two classes are likely to be combined in 2026. And there have been some changes, obviously, in GT3. to put them on our compound tires, street tires, and also much narrower than what they were allowed previously. Also, some additional weight to each one of these chassis, but they're for the most part tube frame silhouette body cars versus what are essentially unibody cars for the STU class, right?
Yeah, the tub cars are definitely at a disadvantage in terms of actual racing components on the car.
Right.
So I think that's a big difference between the two at this point. The aero on the GT3U cars quite a bit more effective than basically a street car with a wing and a splitter on it. So,
although there's, I think maybe more than a street car with a splitter and a wing, big changes in STU this year with, I guess the TCR cars that had been running in GT3 in previous years now are over in STU.
Right, and it's interesting that the TCR cars never really made much of a splash in GT3 when they were there, and now that they've got an extreme distinct advantage in STU, they're coming out of the woodwork now. So,
yeah, apparently so.
So the committee and the CRB have a lot of work to do to get them equaled out. I'm part of that process, and it's difficult just because just getting the data.
Right. I mean, we had
the year
we had for the most part Taz Harvey, who I think came in early-ish in the season, running his Civic, but there weren't many places to cull data from.
Right. Most of the adjustments were made using that data. Unfortunately, PD attended enough races to get here, but the only one that we were able to get data from his car was at the June Sprints. So, and I believe the car could have gone quite a bit faster. Well, obviously, he's 3 seconds a lap faster
than he was. Yeah, so, exactly.
So, and it's great that contrast to the Mustangs in T4, where you have two teammates going only as fast as they need to go.
Right.
We have PD and Chip in.
They don't have
similar cars.
They don't have a second gear.
There's no teammate agreement there. So they're gonna fight it out. I think we're gonna see deep into the 22s in this session.
Yeah.
And Chip and PD really going at it.
It sounds like.
I believe that should be Whitford Gregg having an issue out there in the Mazda his MX-5.
Yeah, the STU Mazda MX-5. Some challenges over coming out of the kink?
Coming out of the kink, yeah.
So what have been the real changes for those TCR cars when they were in GT3 last year and in previous years? Because we saw Petey Cunningham at the sprints last year running his TCR car as a GT3 car.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what power level they were running at in GT3. So that's a big change. Now they're running at 90%.
Okay.
Which is still about 290 to 300 horsepower, depending on what chassis it is.
Okay.
Obviously, the tires running on DOT tires now instead of the slicks that they were running. And I mean, the potential of the car is great. I mean, in other race series, they're running 16s and 17s here on full power on slicks with the current TCR cars. So, I think personally, there's quite a bit of potential in the car, and I feel like maybe PD is doing what he needs to do.
Yeah.
His car is a later generation TCR car as opposed to Chip's car, which is a dual clutch transmission instead of the sequential transmission like in Taz's and
Ryland Hazelton was the other one.
And Ryan. So.
All right, well, let's take a quick look here in GT3U. Tony Ave and Michael Lewis have improved upon their lap times from yesterday. And so Tony Ave in the Christensen Racing Hoosier Honda Civic now resets provisional pole time to 2:35. Michael Lewis at a 2:25.394, so over 2 seconds off of the Avetine. Jeff Durnell at a 2:25.398. Durnell, your defending national champion, with Tony Rivera in that absolutely gorgeous Mazda RX-3, a 2:26.307. All of those drivers have bettered their times from yesterday. In STU, Petey Cunningham and Chip Herr have not improved upon their times from yesterday. Again, they had a pretty good margin, a pretty good buffer on the rest of the field, but they are at a 2:23.083 and a 2:23.831, both from yesterday. And the pair of Estacio and Garachi also no change, and that is because they have not gone out for qualifying.
Estacio did pass by. He went down pit lane, and I think he is still sitting there. He is.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just getting ready to roll off. We'll see if he actually comes out on track.
Yeah, we'll see. He's just now leaving his pit box. Now, remember,
Garachi
had the incident yesterday.
Had the off, yeah, and damaged that right rear, the hatch popping up, and then losing also most of his wing in whatever incident that was.
Saw the car in the paddock yesterday afternoon, and pretty much the entire rear of the car was taken off. Right. So I imagine they're probably still working on that one, getting that put back together.
Yeah, and again, when you qualify on the second row, assuming nobody else gets faster, it's not a horrible loss there to be in that position.
Durnell having a good run this morning. He shaved off another bunch of time, as now he is sitting. Well, Ave now dropped down to a 2:23, so that gap up over 2 seconds now between him and Durnell, who's at a 2:25. So the top three, and Lewis now drops to a low 2:25 as well. So the gap's still about a second and a half between Tony, Lewis, and Durnell. Durnell out there running by his lonesome, and pretty much the entire GT3 class setting their fast laps today, except for George. So GT3 definitely picking up time here early on in the session.
All right, it looks like Whitfield Greg, who had those problems a little bit earlier, he's pulled his car off right at the exit of the pit lane. And so we had for a moment a local caution over here at the start-finish stand. They feel that car is far enough off to the side, and they've withdrawn that local caution. As we've got both of our provisional pole sitters, Tony Ave, on the pit lane, and just now coming down the pit lane and having his team look over the car, Petey Cunningham in his TCR Honda Civic. Jose Osiris Pena, who came into the day fifth fastest in his Honda CRX, representing the Puerto Rico region out of Miami, Florida. He came in with a 2:25.939. He has now improved to a 2:25.664, and now moving up to third fastest today, a 2:25.544 for another one of our TCR cars. That is Taz Harvey, and he qualified yesterday with a 2:26.867, sixth fastest in TCR. He now moves up to third overall in TCR with that 2:25.544. Still 2.4 seconds off of Cunningham's provisional pole.
Yeah, and right now, looking at today's times compared to yesterday, Cunningham only at a 2:26 today, Chip at a 2:24. So both of them actually, to this point, running well off of where they were yesterday. Again, the wind minimal down the front stretch, nothing like it was yesterday. Cunningham still sitting on pit lane, Chip out there still circulating the track. So
it's surprising to see that they're not improving. I was pretty convinced that they would. I did speak to Jose last night briefly, and he seems to think that there's a low 25 in the car.
Wow.
So really, that's an amazing thing for that little Honda.
Chip actually just set his fast time now, so a 2:23.3 puts him just 0.3 off of the pole now. So Cunningham at that 23.0, Chip at a 23.368.
Attention in the paddock, E-Production Racers, please start heading to the grid. E-Production Racers, please head to the grid.
Harvey, another one that set his fast lap today. Harvey had a 2:24.7, so that's good for Taz to show that he is at least closing in on that top two. It was a top two breakaway by a good margin after yesterday's qualifying time, but Taz showing some speed in the Honda. So.
And I think, somebody has had a little bit of time with the car out on the West Coast, has had, admittedly, some talking to his crew, not necessarily setup issues, but maybe driver issues, adapting to this TCR car. Rylan Hazelton, who for years has been driving a Honda S2000, moves over to this TCR Honda, and he's having a little trouble correlating what he feels in his head with what his right foot is doing, and that whole front-wheel drive, mash the throttle thing is escaping him at times here this weekend.
Yeah, it's a huge difference in driving style. Going from that rear-wheel drive Honda S2000 that he's been racing for years, and the TCR car. And the TCR cars are relatively difficult to drive because you're asking the front wheels to do everything.
Right.
It'll be interesting in the race. Just thinking about the difference between the TCR cars and how they will manage their tires, their front tires, as opposed to the Lotus, which is so well balanced.
Much lighter car as well.
Could be overall maybe over the much more consistent over the length of the race, where the TCR car might take off in the beginning, burn up some tires, and and slow down towards the tail end of the race.
Exactly.
So, interesting to see.
Yeah, and we've seen in qualifying where these are 20-minute qualifying sessions, the majority of the TCR drivers are not using the entire 20 minutes there, but they're going to have a race that is, twice as long.
Yeah.
And it's something that they're certainly, tire management is going to be a question, I think, in the closing laps.
And with the time that I had in the Audi, I've driven one, and one of the hardest things is getting heat in the rear tires.
Right.
It'd be interesting on the out laps or the first couple laps of the race to see where the TCR cars end up. I think they'll be overall. I think they'll probably be a little bit slower than the Lotus. Right off the bat, but then they'll come in. So,
all right, as we now have about 4.5 minutes remaining. Rylan Hazelton bringing his Honda Civic TCR down the pit lane for his crew to take a look at things. And over in GT3U, our second fastest driver today, Michael Lewis, out of Poway, California, multi-time national champion, brings the 32 Mazda RX-7 over for the folks over at Goodyear to check tire pressures.
John, I got a question for you, since I haven't even found out this week. Since we have some classes that are going to be running duals, are we going to be running a split start for the classes?
I don't know. I heard that that GT3U and STU would potentially have a split start. I hope they do, just because we do. They are two separate classes, and we have some cars that are very close. In there, and I'd hate to see the a race develop between two different classes.
Yeah, because now 3 of our GT3 cars are kind of mixed in. Ave would be sitting 3rd overall. Lewis would be 5th overall, with Durnell 6th overall, with the STU cars making up the rest. So.
Yeah, and the fact that the GT3U cars really make their speed in a lot different way than the entirety of the STU field.
Right.
It would probably not make for a great race.
Now I'm wondering, as those GT3U cars have moved over to our compound or street DOT tires, I think that's a better way for us to put it. I'm wondering if the way they make speed may have been equalized a little bit more with the STU cars.
Speaking with some of them, I'm very good friends with Tony Rivera, and Tony seems to think that there isn't that much of a difference between the DOT tire and the slicks that they have been running traditionally.
Which probably says a lot about the quality of the DOT tires that the manufacturers are putting out.
It also says a lot about Tony. Tony's kind of guy you could put him in a wagon out there and he would go fast. So.
Well, he's also driving a race car from 1973.
Yes.
So that might have a little bit to do with it. Chip Herr now on the pit lane as well. Crew taking a look at a car as well. That's from the STU class. And we've got George Chihone out of Caledonia, Illinois, in his Mazda RX-7 over at the Goodyear 10th, number 78 GT3 U machine of Rob Arkaki. Also now coming down the pit lane, as it looks as though most of our racers have, it looks like most of our racers now retired to the pit lane, as we've got now just 2 minutes remaining. Let me make another call to the grid here. Attention in the paddock. Second call for E-Production. Please head to the grid. E-Production racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Looking at Chip sitting across from us, I'm just wondering, looking at the roof line, he likes to get on top of the car if he wins and celebrate. So we'll have to find out if the top of the car is as solid on this new one as it was on the old one. So.
Well, those Audis do have an escape hatch on the top.
Yes,
yeah,
he made the drop right back into the car.
That's kind of what I was worried about, was the escape hatch. So.
Does he come from the inside up, or does he come from the outside back in?
Yeah, right. Unfortunately, I hope we don't find out. I know Chip's probably going to be a little disappointed with that 23.3 time. He was really, when I spoke to him yesterday, he was really amped up about trying to beat Petey. But I think the generation difference between those cars, Chip's car is the first generation Audi, and it actually doesn't even have some of the later electronics that were introduced the second and third year for the car. So I think he's getting that sorted out though now. Hopefully he'll have it for Sunday.
Okay.
But
I know he's going to be a little disappointed in that.
Some other fun cars we haven't even talked about today, especially in STU, when you have the second-gen Supra out there.
Yes.
With car number 20, with Peter Fedlin out there.
And he's been racing that car for a number of years, and currently sitting 13th in today's session. But yeah, nice little throwback machine there, the 80s Supra.
And also David Ferrelli is not out this morning. I know
right,
he had
in his Ford Mustang.
Brake issues yesterday.
Okay.
Some brake caliper issues. I know they were overnighting calipers, and they sent him 2 lefts.
Oh,
unfortunately,
that does not work.
So I imagine maybe the right did not show up this morning.
Yeah. But it's not only bad for dancing to have 2 left feet, but apparently bad for racing as well.
I know he went out yesterday with the old calipers on the car, and just to get in the show.
Right.
So I think he should be. That car is super fast down the back straight.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
And with the bigger tire now on the car, also using a 275.
It'll be able to dig out of some of these corners
I
pretty
think
well.
he'll be one to watch also on Sunday morning.
So then you add in. So you mentioned the Mustang. We have the Nissan 300 for James. That beautiful classic livery on that.
Jim Selecta. Yeah, absolutely.
So S2000, even a Dodge Neon. I didn't see the Neon. I saw him come out with the.
Orban in the Neon. That is the ex-Mark Liller car.
Correct.
And also it's got very good straight line handling. just as long as you don't have to turn left or right, it's a great car. But I look back, Liller almost came home with a national championship back in 23, and unfortunate circumstances.
It's a shame. He really has. I mean, if anybody has worse luck than me, it's probably Liller.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that he's come so close that just slipped away from him.
Yeah, exactly. And now he sold the car, and probably not Alex Orban, Alan Orban, out of Hazelwood, Missouri, now campaigning that car. He was 12th fastest in STU today. All right, so as we wrap things up here, let's take a quick look, at least at the top couple of rows for both GT3U and STU. Your tire rack pole winner for GTU, Tony Ave, with a qualifying time at 2:23.436, 38 hundredths of a second up on Michael Lewis, who turned in a 2:25.105. Ave in a Honda Civic, Lewis in a Mazda RX-7. Jeff Durnell, your defending national champion, with a 2:25.198, so less than a tenth back from Michael Lewis. Then Tony Rivera should be on the outside of row number 2 in his Mazda RX-3, qualifying time 2:26.091. If we move over now to STU, PD Cunningham, your tire rack pole winner, a qualifying time of 2:23.083. That's 28 hundredths of a second up on defending national champion Chip Herr in his Audi RS3 LMS TCR. Taz Harvey in a Civic TCR, scheduled to start on the inside of row number 2 with Richard Estacio in his Lotus Exige starting in 4th. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next qualifying group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. E-Production Racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. E-Production Racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action from the runoffs here at the National Park of Speed, Road America. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
Congratulations from Tire Rack to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships and 62 years of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Without the dedicated members, volunteers, and region leaders, these events, and the thousands of other events SCCA members host each year, wouldn't be possible.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com or shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
Bravo trailers are well represented within SCCA paddocks as they are the trailer supplier for both SCCA road racing and solo programs. Bravo has also been the choice of Mazda Motorsports, Honda Performance, as well as many professional race teams and SCCA racers alike. If you are in need of a new race trailer, check out bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Welcome back to Road America and the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I am Greg Ginsberg. He is Dan Bullock. We've also got John Weisberg joining us here today for a number of sessions, including E-Production, our next group on track, next class on track, looking to set the tire rack pole, for their race. By the way, I don't think we mentioned it. GT3 and STU, they are scheduled to race Sunday morning at 9:15 a.m. Central Time. That's 10:15 Eastern Time. And E-Production on track now for their final qualifying session, scheduled to start tomorrow morning, 9:15 a.m. And that is, of course, 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time. Dan, let's take a look at where things ended up yesterday with John Bracke driving his 1999 BMW Z3 as your provisional pole sitter. Qualifying time at 2:27.293. John Hainsworth in the Turf Trade Hoosier Carbotech Max Attack Mazda RX-7. That's a mouthful. 2:28.749. His qualifying time. He's out of Vineland, New Jersey. Tyler Ladd, your defending national champion out of Clearwater, Kansas, in the Jesse Prather Motorsports Carbotech Jet Hunt Hoosier BMW Z3, a qualifying time of 2:28.862. Chris Haldeman in the X Factor Racing Sunoco G-Lock Mazda Miata. That's the X-Matt Reynolds car. Chris Haldeman, fourth fastest. And then Peter Norton in the Wilson Motor Company Goodyear Caterham 7 America, a 2:30.058. Austin Bradshaw out of Dundee, Oregon in the Sunoco Goodyear Mazda Cobalt Mazda RX-7, sixth fastest. And we had 20 drivers set qualifying times yesterday.
Yeah, and everybody has gone out from what it looks like. We had a full field head out there. Everybody knows the tail right now. Nobody actually did the pull out and park and wait for some clean track, which kind of surprised me. Typically, we always have at least one or two that are kind of looking for some open air, but everybody together.
Interesting to see Peter Norton in the Caterham out there. It's,
yeah.
Definitely, we talked before about the horses for courses, and it is definitely not the Road America car.
No, and I think Eric Pearl proved that for years in F-Production. Just these being by far the least aerodynamically tuned car. Those big front bicycle fenders in the front. It just, for the long straights here, it may have the power, it may have the handling, it just doesn't have the legs.
And Peter and his knowledge and experience really makes up for a lot of that.
Yes.
So he's definitely one to watch. The other one that is interesting is Balcom in the Fiat.
Yes.
Which
that car's been a rocket ship
and that car I think has been in that family. I think his father raced that car also. So that car it was racing in E-Production when I was racing in E-Production.
I just remember the finish at Daytona. Was it 2015, I think, at Daytona. I'm trying to remember the year. I think it was 2015. It was like three wide. The cars were flying everywhere, coming across the finish line, backwards, forwards, whatever. But that car is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. And so we'll definitely don't count him out. He was 13th fastest in qualifying, and I expected a little bit more. That is a Fiat 124 Spider.
Correct. Yeah, it's tough to especially at Road America. The torque is what wins races here, coming up the hill out of 14.
Yeah.
And that six-cylinder in the BMW is just, it's a tractor. And it's really, that's the horse for this course.
Yeah, I mean, and it showed with obviously Tyler Ladd last year, and Ladd having stepped, again, the car that he won in with the Prather machine, what was the Jesse Prather Z3 that I think had won three or four in a row. Yeah, exactly. And he stepped in after having driven in Spec Miata for a couple of years, and pretty much the first time out wins a national championship in the car. I know there's as you would expect, a new motor in the car. He had some issues earlier in the season. But also John Bracke in a similar machine to be right up there. I think the one driver to watch, and and he was quite a bit off of Bracky's times yesterday, John Hainsworth, who had a pretty good chance at winning a national championship last year until he had mechanical issues and had to pull off at turn 8. So we'll watch that, and I guess very much like we were talking about the RX-8s and how good some of the rotary motors are here. That RX-7, same story.
Yeah, Hainsworth and that the 13B RX-7 there is it's a rocket ship.
Yes,
and that's actually that's what I was racing when I was in E-Production.
Yeah,
but a coupe, not the convertible. In fact, that car was owned by Dave Lemon.
Right.
From Mazda Tricks, and it's the same car and that I raced against. So that car's been on track for 25 years also. So
it looks like we're going full course yellow. The 9 of Don Tucker, his Mazda Miata, coming to rest down in turn 8. So coming down the hurry downs, having some sort of mechanical issue. He has pulled off driver's right, so they're going to send one of the safety trucks across to check on him. But we are going to go full course yellow right now. So we'll deploy all 3 of our Mazda Pace vehicles. Big thanks again to Mazda for all their help and support throughout the years, as 3 CX-90s out there will get the fields under control before we go back to green. So we don't think this should be a long yellow flag, though, Greg.
Yeah, and there's a spot to pull that car off just past turn 8, drivers off before you go into the carousel. So hopefully it won't take very long and to get them hooked up and get them pulled out. As things stand right now, again, you are seeing on screen our live timing for this qualifying session. And if you go to scca.com/live, you can see our multi-sector live timing. Dan and I are going to be giving you essentially the best lap times from yesterday's and today's qualifying session. At the front of the field, actually the top 11 drivers have not improved upon their times from yesterday. So it is still Bracky, Hainsworth, Ladd, Haldeman, Norton, Bradshaw, your top 6. Cameron Walgren in his BMW 328 IS out of Denver, 7th fastest. Tim Schreier in another BMW, that's I think the E30, the pizza delivery car that Tim has had since high school. 8th fastest, Anthony Parker in his Triumph GT6, and then Bryce McGuire in BMW Z3, and I think that Z3 out of Cary, North Carolina used to masquerade as an ITR car in improved touring before being converted over to E-Production. Bryce, I think out of South Africa, having been in the States for a number of years now, and I think this is his 2nd or 3rd year racing, first year at the national level.
So far, only one driver able to improve on his time off of day 1, and that was John Bauckham in the Caterham. So he able to drop down to a 236.9, or sorry, in the Fiat, 236.9, able to put him in 12th. I was able to talk to Bradshaw last night a little bit. We had mentioned that he was trying to make some changes. The car still, the changes didn't really help much. Still feeling kind of uneasy in the big sweepers, especially through carousel. And
imagine a first-gen RX-7 with the rear end feeling like it's walking around through the carousel. I'm totally shocked.
That never happened.
No, never.
I was also looking at Doug Piner, who has been kind of wavering back and forth between what tire to use.
Okay.
I know he's been experimenting with the DOT tire and the slick. So I'm a little disappointed to see him back there in 11th, but I think the car and Doug have a lot more potential than that.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see how what tire he picks for the race and how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where with the weight of that car, like a Hoosier A compound DOT tire, the autocross tire might be.
It could be an advantage.
It could be. I mean, it'll light up a lot faster than even the radial slicks, or certainly than the R compounds. And I think that if we're sitting at 65, 70 degrees when they race tomorrow, because again they're going to be on. They're going to race starting at 9:15, right about this time tomorrow. It is certainly, I think, a tire that could go the distance. We'll have to see.
Absolutely, and
All right, so we are under full course caution here. And you can see
Pace
on
vehicles,
our Flextronics maps there.
Pace vehicles are pulling off now, so we have one of the three of them clear. The other two will clear over at turn 5 when they get there. So everybody else kind of get into their spots now. The 0, one of our Star Wars cars coming into pit lane across from us.
The RX Wing.
RX Wing.
Is called Tom Burt. And apparently not
there
the Tom Burt that is in FE2 with Spec
there
Racer
are two
Ford.
different Tom Burts here. So.
Yes, this one's out of Fort Myers, Florida, and he is now on the pit lane. He's got the team taking a look at the tires.
I was going to say, kind of funny, the two Tom Burts we have are one's in Florida, one's in Washington State. So we have gone opposite ends of the country for Tom Burts.
All right, real quick, Dan, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, GT1 and Touring 1 racers, please head to the grid. GT1 and Touring 1 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
We mentioned spacing, and Cameron out there in that BMW, that first lap, outlap, really dropped back to make sure he had clean air by himself, and he's working extremely hard to keep that clean air. He's out there by his lonesome, really paced off everybody else, so he is now just coming onto the front stretch. Everybody else kind of capped up together, especially with the yellow flag coming out, but Cameron will be the only car on track that is all by his lonesome as he comes by and takes the green flag here in front of us.
There we go. So all the yellow flags have been withdrawn. We are back to green flag qualifying here. Good portion of the field just now coming into the hurry downs over at turn 8. And no, unfortunately, I don't know what car number 11416 is, but we'll know here in a few moments when it crosses the start-finish line. But we should now, with a little over 7 minutes remaining on the clock, racers should be able to get in 3, possibly. I think 4 flying laps might be a challenge, but at least 3 flying laps.
It's going to take a good lap and a half to get the tires back up, back up to race temperature. So, I think 3 laps at the end, maybe.
The advantage they had is they took the green flag going through turn 5, which means they have at least half the track before they start their flying lap over on turn 13. So our timing and scoring loop out there at 13, well, they'll see the checkered flag coming up, but having at least a good half the track, if not a good even more so, to get the tires up to 10 before they actually start their flyers. So,
all right, interesting. Directly across from us is we've got racers starting the flying laps now. As we were looking at that number 0 Mazda RX-8 of Thomas Burt, crew taking a look underneath. It looks like underneath the dashboard, over on the left-hand side of that car, and we'll see. So I think they're going to be trying to get that car back out on track. Burt, right now, your 13th fastest driver in the session. Currently, looking at the qualifying times combined between both days, 14th fastest, as we did have John Bauckham leapfrog Burt as well as Joe Carr.
He's got the computer hooked up to the car, so it looks like maybe an engine code popping up, trying to do some checking to see what's going on.
Maybe a running issue or something like that.
Yeah, misfire.
I was thinking maybe he was down there working on looking at pedals or something like that.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, he's got the crewman has a laptop and they're plugged in. So
it's a sign of the times that they put their wrenches down and pick up a laptop instead.
Your pole sitter has pulled off in turn 5. So John Brocky now being reporting he has pulled off driver's right coming into turn 5. They do have he does have ability to exit the track there. They prefer them not unless it is some sort of mechanical or some sort of issue with the car. But your current pole sitter has exited the track.
Yeah, exactly. And so today, Brackey only managing the 4th fastest time in the session at 2:32.583. However, he is still your provisional pole sitter, qualifying time at 2:27.293.
Hainsworth and Ladd both putting in purple sectors now. So we'll have to see if that equivalates to any quicker times than they ran yesterday.
Yeah, Hainsworth going purple in the first what I would call the first sector, coming out of Canada Corner, past the start-finish line, up the Road America straight to the start-finish bridge, then a personal best from the start-finish stand all the way around towards going down towards turn 5, and then personal bests again in Sector 2 and Sector 3. He turns in a 2:27.632. And so that's still not enough to best Bracky's times from yesterday, 0.3 of a second back. So Hainsworth, he's got to find a lot more time if he wants to take pole, but right now still scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Tyler Ladd also improves. He now puts in a 2:28.776. That is 1.4 seconds off the pole and 1.1 seconds off of third. And we are going to a black flag condition, going to be bringing all of our racers down the pit lane. We'll try and pick up what driver may be having an issue, but we have gone to a black flag condition, and that, I think, Dan, is likely going to wrap up this qualifying session.
Unfortunately, it is the gentleman I was looking to comment on, one of my Northwest guys, Whitfield Gregg, that has come to rest just past the kink in his Mazda MX-5. So they have decided to black flag all and actually checker the session. So that will conclude qualifying here. But Whitfield Gregg from Secret of My Success fame is come to rest, and they have emergency responding to him. So
I knew you were going to try to fit that in today. All right, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, GT1 and T1, GT1 and Touring 1, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. GT1 and T1 to the grid, please. All right, so let's take a look because, again, we think that even with a couple minutes remaining on the clock, this qualifying session is effectively over. Your Tire Rack Pole Award winner for 2025 in E-Production, John Brackey, with John Hainsworth starting on the outside of the front row. Brackey with a qualifying time at 2:27.293. Brackey at 2:27.632. Row number 2, your defending national champion Tyler Ladd, scheduled to start third with a qualifying time at 2:28.776. Chris Haldeman in the X Factor Racing Sunoco Mazda will start fourth. Peter Norton will start fifth with Austin Bradshaw sixth. Tim Schreier seventh with Cameron Walgren eighth, both of them driving BMWs. Then we got Anthony Parker and Bryce McGuire rounding out your top 10.
And, Greg, it sounds like that Whitfield did have wall contact coming through, so maybe carrying a little too much speed through the kink. They did put a little extra out there on the outside of the kink, but it sounds like it may bit him there.
Yeah, there's a little extra there, and I used a little bit of it on Wednesday, testing it out. And
the grass creek.
It's still got some grip out there, but it just makes you think that you can go even faster.
Now. and I knew that this was going to be a challenge. So after last year, they put down the grasscrete, allowing grass to grow through the concrete, and the primary reason was to cut down on the huge dust clouds that come up out of the kink. There's not much they can do to reprofile the corner, open it up. There are railroad tracks right on the other side of the wall there. But as we see in most racetracks, you give somebody some extra concrete or extra curbing or extra anything that isn't just dirt or grass, they're going to use.
We saw it at VIR with the exit of NASCAR. Turn 3, the exit of South Bend.
Yeah. So they widen the track.
Racers are going to use it.
Exactly.
So. It's more racetrack.
All right, so that's going to wrap things up. John, are you going to stick around with us? Are you going to, or we've got GT1 and T1 up next. You want to hang around?
I think actually I'm probably gonna hit the road and start heading back to New York. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys, and look forward to watching tomorrow morning, hopefully from my own bed, and Sunday morning as well. So good luck to all the racers for tomorrow and Sunday, and hope everything goes well.
Excellent. We'll give our best to your wife Dina, and hopefully we'll see you both on track real soon. John Weisberg, STU BMW driver, and thanks so much for joining us, John. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more qualifying in just a few moments from the National Park Speed Road America. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Hagerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Hagerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Hagerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire X Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Road America for the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bullis. Next up, Dan, it is Touring 1 and GT1 as they're going out for a combined qualifying session. And this group, they are going to be on track for their national championship race tomorrow morning. 10:15 a.m. So just right about now.
You know, that's still early for us West Coast folks.
Yes, it is.
But better than 6:15 that we'll be starting out with B-Spec. So
that's right. Well, you know, I'm from the East Coast, so I'm almost asleep already. So heading out right now, as we mentioned, T1 and GT1. Let's start with T1 first because we only had 5 qualifiers in the class, so it'll make it easier for me to run things down. Starting on provisional pole after one day of qualifying in the Hoosier Hawk Penske Chevrolet Corvette out of Boca Raton, Florida. James Candelaria with a qualifying time at 2:20.677. That is the time that the other drivers in the class are hoping to beat. Second fastest yesterday in his BMW E46 M3 from Milford, Connecticut, Hugh Stewart, a 2:22.3. Drew Delmonico in the Cameron Racing San Francisco BMW M4 is your third fastest driver at 2:23.964. And then Michael Pettiford in the Go For It Racing School's Hoosier Hawk Chevy Corvette, fourth fastest. Ron Lombardo out of Tuxedo Park, New York, representing the New England region, fifth fastest. And I should mention that we should have some in-car video from both James Candelaria as well as Drew Delmonico this morning. Let's do this. Since we weren't able to pull it up yesterday, let me see if we can bring up the in-car video from James Candelaria for these opening laps while I go through and give a quick rundown of where we were in GT1 yesterday, where Tony Ave in his Ave Motorsports Hoosier PME Chevy Camaro was underneath the track record in qualifying, Dan. Turned in a 2:01.754. The Rulo Racing Machine, and I think an Ave Motorsports prepared Chevy Camaro, was Dave Rulo, second fastest at a 2:04.334. Dave Pinterick out of Canfield, Ohio, in his Kreider Racing Goodyear Ford Mustang at 2:05.231. And then the first of the FIA GT3 machines belong to Michael McAleen out of Tacoma, Washington, in the Smith Ailing PS Low Group Racing Lamborghini Huracan. He had a 2:07.034. I think I saw him last night at the block party, Dan, doing a rain dance. And he's probably going to be doing that rain dance for, I don't know, the next 24 hours or so as well, because that might be the best chance that Michael McAleen has for a race win in that Huracan.
Well, cold tires have already bit one of our drivers as Jason Fiorito, one of our PNW guys, coming out of turn 3, decided to spin off and get close to the wall. Doesn't sound like he made contact. He has since regained and back on track. You may have saw that on the in-car with Candelaria, him coming back onto the track.
Yes.
So good view of Candelaria's car.
All right, and as you can tell, we tried switching over to Drew Delmonico's in-car video. I'm going to do that now because I think he's gotten out of his cellular dead zone. So let's check in with Drew Delmonico in the number 43 T1 BMW. And again, we have these two in-cars. We're trying to supplement and augment the little marching ants that we have for you on the screen. Remember, on the left-hand side of your screen, we are showing the lap times from the current session. But you can also go to scca.com/live to get the breakdown by sector here on track. And Dan and I will give you the merge, basically the fastest lap times from either yesterday or today.
Yeah, Delmonico looks like we lose the in-car. Always having trouble with the in-car cameras coming through the sweeper back there.
Yeah.
So Tony Ave lead the way. Yeah. Driver that we did not see yesterday was Michael Lewis in the Jaguar. He is out, just actually passing us here on the front stretch. So Lewis will be one that we would expect to climb the standings rather quickly. He'll be looking to jump into that, hopefully, top 5 or so. Ave still leading the way, though, once again. Going to take a little while for cars to come up to speed. David Lewis and Dominic all sitting their fast times already, though. Cars that were maybe a little off the pace on day 1. Of course, today we will be looking for the Hawk Breakthrough Performer. So drivers that can improve the most their starting position from day one. Big thanks to Hawk brake pads and all they do. So, like I said, it's going to be looking for some drivers to pick out throughout the day with that.
Yeah, and by the way, I have some information here, Dan, as well. Yesterday, of course, was Sunoco 260 Thursday, and the drivers that got closest to having .260 in their qualifying times yesterday won 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for their race cars here at the runoffs. And to give me just a few moments here, I'm going to pull up those winning drivers, because I meant to actually bring up the ones, because I'm slacking and I'm a horrible announcer. Wanted to bring up the ones as we got to their qualifying sessions. In B-Spec, our first session of the day, winning the Sunoco 260 Thursday award, J.B. Swan out of the New England region. His qualifying time ended with a .37. In our next qualifying session, which was Touring 4, winning there, let's see, was Kevin Fryer out of the Washington, D.C. region with .284 in his qualifying time. Then in GT3U, it was Michael Lewis out of the San Diego region with .297 in his qualifying time. And in Super Touring Under STU, it was Peter St. Pierre in his Honda Civic out of the Atlanta region with a .226. In E-Production, our Sunoco 260 Thursday winner, Cameron Walgren in his BMW out of the Colorado region, a .235 as part of his qualifying time. And then in GT1, let me find GT1 in my list here.
I'm going to guess it was Pinteric.
Wouldn't that be a surprise there? And I'm looking, and I still don't see GT1. There it is. You're right. David Pinteric out of the Mahoning Valley region, a .231 in his qualifying time, closest to .260. And then in Touring 1,
Candelaria.
James Candelaria. No. Actually, Hugh Stewart out of the New England region with a .318. So that brings us up to the current times, and we will continue to give you those winners as time goes on. All right, so we got a couple laps in the books, and already we are seeing drivers that are putting in faster lap times than yesterday, and perhaps Dan, most disconcerting to our GT1 drivers is that Tony Ave is getting faster.
Yeah.
Ave drops his fast lap time to a 2:01.273. That is almost half a second faster than he ran yesterday. So he is now improved upon the gap back to Dave Rouleau. It is now 2.5 seconds back to Dave Rouleau in his Rouleau Racing Chevy Camaro. Rouleau also getting faster, a 2:03.802, his fastest lap time. Dave Pinteric, who is now 2.8 seconds off a provisional pole, also improves to 2:04.145.
I got to say, I am a tad, maybe bit surprised. I mean, already on their third laps, and most of our top 10, all but one driver has set their fast laps here on day 2. So not sure if day 1, if everybody was just off a little bit, but so far, everybody except for Michael in the Lamborghini setting their fast laps here on day 2 and early on in the session. So.
All right, I'm going to bring up James Candelaria's Chevy Corvette again as we talk about Touring 1, because currently your fastest driver on track, still your provisional pole sitter in Touring 1 is James Candelaria. He is not the fastest Touring 1 driver on track. That is Hugh Stewart in his BMW E46. He's turned in a 2:20.794. But that is still only good for second fastest over the 2 days in Touring 1. Drew Delmonico he improved so much that we lost his in-car video altogether, Dan. He's just too fast for video now, and he turns in a 2:23.881, so that improves upon its times from yesterday. Ron Lombardo also improving, as we've got the 31 of Dave Rouleau now coming down the pit lane.
Stewart, though, only a little over a tenth off that pole time of Candelaria, though. So that really tightens the gap up between first and second in T1. So what looked like it was going to be maybe a bit of a runaway with Candelaria, Stewart has come to play here on day 2, and that gap only a tenth.
Yeah, and there you go. We can see it on the screen there. 1.117 seconds separating them here, as we've got a few more folks. Jason Fiorito in his Dodge Challenger coming down the pit lane. And now another GT1 car that we haven't talked about, Taz Harvey, in his Acura NSX GT3 Evo out of Danville, California. Comes down the pit lane, and he's got the teams taking a look at the car, checking some tire pressures right now. He's managed a fast lap of 2:11.582, and that's still not quite as fast as what he ran yesterday.
And we are below halfway already in the session, so it is probably time for call to grid.
Attention in the paddock. Formula Continental and Formula F drivers, please head to the grid. Formula Continental and Formula F racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Looking at 3 cars down in front of us, the 31 of, I believe, that is Rouleau. So Rouleau, Lewis, and
Taz Harvey.
That Acura, very different looking from the other 2 around it, but absolutely gorgeous Acura down there, as they are doing some tire pressures.
Yeah, and we should note that with Michael Lewis coming out for qualifying yesterday, he did not set a qualifying time, did not bring the Jaguar XKR out, exclusively ran the GT3U and F-Prod Mazda RX-7. And so with him now moving up, putting in a qualifying time of 2:08.939, that moves him up to 5th fastest over the 2 days here in qualifying in GT1. We also now have the number 44 GT1 machine of Tony Ave coming onto the pit lane crew, taking a look at the tire pressures on that car. And, with less than 7 minutes remaining, that may be the end of the session. Actually, with about 6 minutes remaining, that may be it for Tony Ave.
And it sounds like we have a car that has come to a stop down at pit exit. Believe it may have been the 70 of Daniel Spear. So one of the Ford Mustangs coming to rest. Loss of power down at the tail, just coming on pit out. So.
Yeah, and Spear had some problems with that Ford Mustang yesterday, Dan. Only managed a 2:45 in qualifying, almost 30 seconds off the next fastest car in the class. So still trying to get that car up to speed. I think Dominic Martinovich also had issues in his Almond Asphalt Blood Enterprise Chevy Corvette. He had gone out on the outlap, never completed a lap, and so we have had no times in the books for him yesterday. Today he puts in a 2:19.912. That's good for 13th fastest, but is still almost 5 seconds off the rest of the GT1 field.
Yeah, Martinolo's one that typically it takes him quite a few laps to get up to speed.
Okay.
Seeing him up in the Pacific Northwest on a consistent basis, it's a beautiful, bright orange Chevrolet Corvette. But his car is always slow to come up to speed. It only takes him about 3 to 4 laps. He's finally up to speed now, so I expect to see that time continue to drop a little bit, now putting in a 2:17. But also the 05 coming to a stop in pit lane across from us. That's David Freshstand in that another one of our Chevrolet Corvettes. McManus out there in a C7. He is currently 8th in probably an absolutely gorgeous orange and black Chevrolet Vet.
All right, so with 4.5 minutes remaining, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Formula Continental and Formula F racers, please head to the grid. Formula Continental and Formula F racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
So Fiorito, the gentleman that went off on our second lap, he has been in and out of pit lane multiple times now. I'm not sure if he has gone back to paddock. I'm trying to see if I see him still out on track. But that's a new car for Jason this year. Has been running a Camaro, a GT or a TA2 car. Camaro for the last couple years, stepping up and changing to the GT1 car and moving over to the Dodge platform and that Challenger SRT. So a new car for him. Has had some growing pains with the car. Likes it, thinks the ceiling is a little bit higher with that car. So Candelaria's in-car camera we still have planned. Great to see him working the wheel with the in-car as well, being able to see kind of the hand movements. As long as as he comes through 5 and heads up the hill under the Corvette bridge. Ave still leading the way with that 2:01 at 2:73, 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the GT1 field. And it looks like it is Candelaria still on top by that 10th. No change in T1.
Yeah, and Hugh Stewart now making a run down the pit lane in his BMW M3. And so it looks as though Hugh Stewart consigning himself to starting on the outside of the front row for that T1 start when these folks race. And again, they will be racing 10:15 a.m. tomorrow. Then again, with only 5 racers in T1, you know, regardless whether he starts on the first or second row, I don't think that it probably wouldn't make much of a difference. And Candelaria and Stewart have raced so many times and raced so close together. They had a wonderful race down at Homestead this year for the Homestead Majors to kick off the U.S. Majors Tour season in January, and always very close, considerate racing between the two of them. As we now have heading over to the Goodyear tent, it is our 2017 GT1 champion David Pinterick in his Ford Mustang, and he's got the 73 machine of Martinulich pulling in right behind him.
Yeah, both cars doing some quick tests as Candelaria coming up underneath the bridge in front of us one more time. There's a couple of our hardships. Only a minute left to go in the session, so like I says, not only a small handful of drivers unable to set a better time today, one of those being the Lamborghini of Michael McAllen, and he's still sitting in 4th. Lewis just behind him, but still standing on day 1 times. I saw him roll down pit lane here about 2 minutes ago, so he is calling the session as well.
Yeah,
but,
and except for in GT1, he's one of the few racers that hasn't improved today, and probably, you know, again, he'll be starting on the second row, and I think his challenge is going to be to stay as close as possible to these traditional GT1 cars. He should have less of a problem getting heat the tires to get things started, and certainly the traction control early on is going to help while these bigger, higher horsepower cars are still trying to light up their tires. But it's gonna be a tough row for him.
You mentioned high horsepower. Top trap speed for the session, 180 miles per hour.
Yes.
Coming down into 5. That is.
Yeah, it's well, we'll just say smoking fast. And to put things in perspective, for McAleenan, about 20 miles an hour less. I think we saw today, I think 162. Yesterday, I think we saw 164. So big difference there. All right, checkered flag now in the air over at turn 13. So as we stay on board with James Candelaria as he comes out of the carousel, goes under the Mission Bridge into the kink. Next time he comes out of Canada Corner and up through Thunder Valley, he's going to see the checkered flag on his left. He is, I believe, one of the last racers to see the checkered flag.
And to put it into perspective, the
first and last.
Yeah, the other one of the BMWs, the trap speed coming down into 5 was 160. So when you have the GT1, the big muscle cars coming by you at 20 miles per hour faster,
There you go. And there's the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is out.
As Candelaria passes by. Now, Drew Delmonico is still on course, heading now down towards turn 5. And again, Delmonico, who is currently sitting third fastest, he did improve today. He turns in a 2:21.841, but he is from the pace that he's on currently. He does have a personal best in Sector 1. He was, though, almost a half second off of Candelaria's best Sector 1 time.
Looking at T1, everybody except for Candelaria was able to find time today.
Yeah.
So Candelaria, the only driver, and being that he ran a full session too, that may have been more of a race prep session for him to see kind of
trying to see what the car will do on the long run. Maybe get final setups to see, set the car up for the end of the race if necessary. So we are waiting on Drew Delmonico, who's coming through the kink now and heading down towards Canada Corner.
Do we have his in-car still?
I don't have the in-car.
Okay.
He hasn't been broadcasting for about 10 minutes now. So he is finishing up the lap, coming through Canada Corner over in the top right-hand side of your screen. And he now comes to the checkered flag. And with the checkered flag, he turns in a 2:27.108. So almost 6 seconds off his previous best time in the session. So let's go. We'll break things down here by class. And your Tire Rack Pole Award winner in GT1 should be, and again, all things provisional, should be Tony Ave out of Maiden, North Carolina in the Ave Motorsports Chevy Camaro, a 2:01.273 the time. 2.5 seconds back from there, Dave Rulo in the Rulo Racing Chevy Camaro, a best time, 2:03.802. David Pinterick out of Canfield, Ohio in his Kreider Racing Goodyear Ford Mustang, turns in a 2:04.145. Michael McAleenan in the Smith Ailing PS Lamborghini Huracan, a 2:07.034. He's got to find almost 3 seconds. That's going to be rough. Michael Lewis with his Goodyear Jaguar XKR, a 2:08.939, and then Ryan McManus in his McManus Agency Chevy Corvette out of Seville, Ohio, a 2:09.475. That's your top 3 rows in GT1. Then you got David Jans and Tony Peterson, Taz Harvey, and David Furstand rounding out your top 10. In T1, in Touring 1, it's James Candelaria, based on his qualifying times from yesterday, will be your Tire Rack Pole Award winner with a qualifying time of 2:20.677. That's 0.11 of a second up on Hugh Stewart in his BMW E46 M3. The Milford, Connecticut driver will start on the outside of row number 1. Then we've got Drew Delmonico out of San Francisco, California in the Cameron Racing BMW M4 GT4. He will start third, qualifying time 2:21.841. Michael Pettiford in his Go For It Racing Schools Hoosier Chevy Corvette will start in fourth position, qualifying time 2:24.655. And then Ron Lombardo and Daniel Spear will start 5th and 6th. All right.
I was going to say, it looks like the West Coast Spec Miata guys have finally woke up. Still early out there on the
morning,
West Coast
guys.
for all our guys. So Dan and Dave shining on, climbing in the chat. All the West Coast folks, welcome. I know you're just waking up here at 7:30 your time, 8:30 your time, so welcome. But Lysis, we are already, 4 sessions in? And we still got a bunch more. It's going to be a great day here on Hawk Performance.
Love it. Mr. Sales Dude, did my employer call the SCCA complaining how unproductive I was watching Friday qualifying last year? Very nice. Last year, the last day of qualifying was on Thursday, so if you were unproductive on Friday, it's because you were watching racing. Anyway, that's going to wrap things up for GT1 and T1. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Formula Continental and Formula F, please head to the grid. This is your final call. FC and FF racers. This is your final call to the grid. So, Dan, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more qualifying action here from the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco in just a moment. Stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
The International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on scca.com and live in person here at Road America.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Mazza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Wines and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America driven by Tire Rack can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
Welcome back to Road America and the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Next up on track is Formula Continental and Formula F, and we have with us His Eminence, Larry Lefty McLeod. Thank you for joining us, and of course, Lefty will be with us will be not with us necessarily, but I'll be with all of them.
He'll be above us.
Yes, I'll be on the grid. You'll be here calling races this weekend for the national championships. Real quick, Larry, before we get underway, before we let you talk too much, let's take a look at how we wrapped up qualifying yesterday, and then please feel free to step in. In Formula Continental, your provisional pole sitter after one day, Brandon Dixon out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in his citation. That qualifying time, a 2:12.332. That is the time that all of our Continental drivers are going to be looking to beat. Michael Versens in a Van Diemen RF10, the Speed Sport Engineering Pepperball machine, with a 2:12.447, so just about a tenth off of Dixon. Tim Minor in a citation. He turned in a 2:14.386. Then Brendan Cronin in the LTD Motorsports Heart and Soil Van Diemen RF03, a 2:14.862. Moving over to Formula F, our provisional pole sitter after one day out of Atlantic Beach, Florida, representing the Buccaneer region of the SCCA in his Swift DB6 Ford-powered machine, Jonathan Kotek with a 2:24.905. Nathan Down out of Thornton, Colorado, in the Downforce Get'em GD Racing Swift DB6. This is a Honda-powered machine, 2:27.367. So, 2.3 seconds off the provisional pole. Demetrius Constantinitis out of Chicago, Illinois, in the Constant Racing Van Diemen RF00, the Honda-powered machine, a 2:27.504. And then another Honda-powered Van Diemen, the RF99 chassis of Andrew Moran, fifth fastest, and the first driver in a Piper out of Fitchburg, Wisconsin, Teddy Bear Burns, in his Honda-powered DF05 at 2:27.656.
Yeah, some great action yesterday. Who got our Sunoco Fast 260?
As a matter of fact, we do. It figures you would ask that question of me, and now I have to go find it. So let's start with the Formula Continental, where our winner of 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel as part of Sunoco 260 Thursday, Hayden Eade out of the Colorado region. His qualifying time yesterday ended in a .296. And then in Formula F from the West Texas region, Jay Messenger, he was very close, 0.252 seconds. Again, the driver closest to .260 in their Thursday qualifying times wins 15 gallons of race fuel from Sunoco.
Yeah, and today, of course, we'll be looking for the biggest movers, the Hawk Breakthrough Performance in each class. Who can improve the most? I think last session we saw in GT1, I'm going to guess it may be going to Mr. Michael Lewis.
Well, he didn't have time at all yesterday.
And went all the way up to fifth, so I believe he'll probably clap that. But Formula Continental out there on track, Formula Ford as well. Two fantastic finishes. Lefty, last year, two amazing races. We're going to expect the same thing here in 2025.
100%. We get to see them both at the same time this year with these two races running concurrently. But yeah, let me start by the FF race last year. It was just an incredible race. 8 cars were in it halfway through. In the last 2 laps, there were 5 that were just dicing it out. There ended up being some contact down around 2 laps to go, get down to 1 lap. There was some other contact. Things went on. But the racing was just amazing to watch the chess match play out between all these different cars and chassis. You had the old Swift with the Ford in it last year, and a bunch of the Pipers with the Hondas in it. We're going to see a lot of that same thing this year, and it's going to really come down to the end of the race. Who can be second through the kink on the last lap, can take the pass into Canada is really where it's at. That's where everybody wants to be. I think you could still lead the last lap through the kink and win. It's going to be tough. But watching these guys, it is so exciting. It'll be 2 wide, 3 wide. 3 wide, certainly you'll see down through 5. Probably at 2 wides through 8. You'll have 3 wides coming up the front straight. And that's just how FFs are every single race, wherever this crowd goes. And it's exciting. The numbers are up again a little bit for this class, which is really exciting to see. And I'm super stoked for the FF portion of the race. FC, very similar case. Tight racing last year. And from the big picture of SCCA and the history of it, seeing Michael Versens to get that win last year was just amazing.
All right, so we've got a local caution over at turn 3, and I believe it's Michael Versens that is over there right now, the driver of the number 65 Van Diemen RF10 out of Burlington, Wisconsin. And, definitely his as he completed what we're calling the first sector, and hasn't completed the second sector, which is from start-finish line all the way down towards turn number 5. And it appears as though he is now back underway after having spun off track there.
So last year, being these classes ran their independent races. With the action, especially at the top, if it's another 8-car freight train, when the significantly faster Formula Continental car come to make their lapping done, that could play a big role in this year's race that we did not see last year.
Yeah, and it could come to that. We'll have to kind of wait and see. As you look at the pace between them, obviously with what these guys are in the FCs are doing down around 211s, 212s, and then the FFs being, about 12 to 15 seconds back from there. Back there, what are we? Jonathan Kotick at a 25. It's 14 seconds back there. You start adding that up, you go, maybe they'll overlap near the end of
depending on the split start, because I'm going to guess it's probably going to be a split start
likely.
race, which normally is going to put probably at least 20 seconds in between the gap to begin with. So
the one thing I'll say, though, about the FFs is they can be extremely fast, even fighting 3 wide and 2 wide in some of the corners, because they'll start doing the leapfrogging on the straightaway, so they can make that up.
All right, Larry, we do have a car off coming out of Canada corner, and apparently not in a great position for the emergency teams to go pick it up. So we are going to a black flag condition, bringing all of our cars not behind the safety car, going to bring them onto the pit lane, and that will give our emergency services teams as much space that they need to attend to the car at that part of the track. Let's take a look here and see where we stand at the moment in our classes. Let's start off with Formula Continental, where Brandon Dixon, he came into the day as your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:12.332. He has improved upon that, knocked over a second off of that time here early this morning, drops the bogey time down to 2:11.259. Michael Verison's next fastest. Again, we had that. Verison's had that issue at turn 3. He hasn't been able to improve upon his best time from yesterday, so he is now 1.1 seconds off of provisional pole. Brendan Cronin, who came into the day 4th fastest in Formula Continental. He has leapfrogged Timothy Minor, and he is now just 0.4 seconds, 3.7 seconds back from Michael Verison's. He's now 3rd fastest. Tim Minor, 4th fastest. Bill Johnson, 5th fastest. Again, of those top 5, the only one who hasn't improved is Michael Verison's. If we move over to Formula F, Jonathan Kotick has not improved upon his best lap time. And as I look through here, Kotick, is he on track? Indeed, he is. He just hasn't improved. Kotick with still a 2:24.905 is his fastest lap time. Then we've got Parker Gill, who is your 2nd fastest runner in the class. And Parker Gill, he was 6th fastest yesterday, gentlemen. Yesterday, he turned in a 2:28 flat in his BGR Piper Race Cars Honda-powered Piper DL7, and he turned a 2:25.472 in the day, so he finds 2.5 seconds from yesterday, and is your new outside pole sitter provisionally. Robert Dietz, who yesterday was your 10th fastest Formula F driver in his Honda-powered RF00 Van Diemen, he now shoots up, and he is your 3rd fastest driver in Formula F with a time of 2:26 flat. He is about a half second back now from Kotick. And then we've got Ted Theodore Burns, Teddy Bear Burns, who was 5th fastest. He now finds himself 4th fastest, a qualifying time of 2:26.442. Then we've got Eric Poulsen. And besides Eric Poulsen, then Tazio Stefanelli. So they are 5th and 6th. Andrew Moran, Nathan Down, 7th and 8th. Demetrius Constantinitis and Michael Dowden will round out the top 10 currently in Formula F. And that is based on the 2 days of qualifying.
So it sounds like it is the 42 of Bill Johnson that had the issue coming up the hill towards 13. Maybe got out on the rumble strips. The car got a little light and unfortunately has made contact with the wall, so we will have a bit of a cleanup there. Everybody else has made their way to pit lane. Everyone doing some tire checks. Looks like maybe some changes going on to one of our Formula F cars. I see drivers up underneath the rear cowling, I guess. And I can't see a number on the car. It is our Zebra car, though.
And that is, if it's the Zebra, I think that is Jonathan Kotek's machine. That it's red in the middle and kind of zebra on the front and on the cowling in the rear.
Yeah, it's that Swift.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So again, we are under black flag conditions. Let's do this, if you don't mind, gentlemen. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, as we only have about 6 minutes remaining on the clock. Attention in the paddock. SMX drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. SMX drivers, please head to the grid.
So yeah, just going under 6 minutes to go. I am probably going to say it's going to be doubtful that we may see the green flag come back out on the session. And if it does, it's not going to leave much time. These guys need to get heat in their tires, especially in former Continental lefty. Will that be enough time?
It is going to be a little bit difficult. I think maybe there's time. Depends on how long this takes. I think they might give an opportunity, especially with only the 2 qualifying days. And this group really only got a lap or 2 before the session got cut short. So I'm hoping, at least hopeful, that they're going to be able to get at least another 2 flyers out of this before we have to pack them in.
What kind of power difference are we talking between these 2 classes?
It's not too significant. So, of course, you've got the 2-liter motors in the FCs and the 1600 Fords or 1500 Honda Fit motors in the FFs. But they're straight line speeds. So it's really the cornering speeds with the aero difference on the FC cars that gives them the advantage, that really boosts them in that maybe 15-second per lap difference between them. I think you were mentioning here before we went to the All Black how maybe the front of the FCs might be catching even the front of the FFs before the end of the race. That is a possibility with a split start. So you've got a straightaway between them at the start, cuts down the number of laps it takes for them to catch. The good thing is these cars have been running together in Super Tours and other races all along, so they're kind of used to how they play. And I think they'll be all right when they get there. It depends on the size of the pack of both the FCs and the FFs if they do come to it and have to interlap.
All right, we have just gotten word from race control that they will be adding some additional time to the session to give these racers a few additional laps. We haven't gotten the information as far as how much time, but that will be relayed to us soon enough, Larry. So that is good news.
That is very good news. It's good news for a lot of the drivers that were hoping to get their lap in this morning. It's also good in particular for, I'll give him a shout out, Brandon Lavender, who yesterday didn't get a complete lap in.
Yeah, he had issues right on the outlap.
Yeah, and had to do some repairs to the car. Last night I was talking to him here in paddock. He was working hard late in the hours to get the Van Diemen FF back together. Looks like he did. I saw him out there for a hardship lap this morning, and he's already in the session, has at least 1 lap in the books. But I'm sure, having his own personal reasons and mistakes there for causing him his time on track yesterday, he'd love to get the full session in today and see where he can put himself. He's run a couple of times at the runoffs in FF. He actually is also, I believe it's a 3-time solo nationals in the autocross side of the world, champion in a Formula Ford at the time. So he's very familiar with these cars, been running these things for, 15 years now.
15 years now, yeah.
Yeah, so great to see him out here doing that crossover between coming out of the solo world, turning into the club racing, and getting it done here. So it'd be great to see if he can get a good lap and work and put him into the pack for tomorrow.
All right, real quick, Larry, because I need to rest my gorgeous pipes here. Let's tell everybody real quick about the Tire Rack Pole Awards that are being given out today.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
All right. Well, with that out of the way, I thought I'd have more than 15 seconds. So Put those headsets back on, Larry.
Well, it sounds like that we're going to be adding about 10 minutes onto the session. So
Great.
Just getting word from control. So 10 minutes being added on, which because right now looks like we would have been just about going to checker in about 2 minutes. So.
Right. So what we are getting from them right now is it means that it'll basically when they go out, there'll be about 10 minutes remaining in the session itself.
Which will be good. That will at least give them a lap or two to get some heat back in the tires. Like I said, right now, quite a few of our drivers setting their fast laps here on day number 2. So definitely some time to be found. We'll see these racers on Sunday. They will be the last race before lunch on Sunday,
Yes.
taking the green flag right about 11:15, so a little later than what we are at right now. Sunday... be interesting to see where the temperature at. The wind that we have talked about a little bit today, still almost non-existent, just a light breeze, nothing like it has been. But the heat coming into play here this weekend, especially with the afternoon sessions, as today and tomorrow will be the 2 hottest days these racers have seen all week long. So you had mentioned the humidity coming up a little bit this morning, too, compared to what it has been. So a lot of different things the drivers have not experienced up until this point. We've seen pretty much against all of our fields that today has been a little quicker, at least in the morning. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out this afternoon when we get to our afternoon sessions. So sounds like we are about 1 minute to go before we release cars off pit lane.
Yeah, it's so unusually warm for this time of year.
Yes.
This is, third time I've been back here for the runoffs, and of course 2020 last year and this year.
Much cooler the last couple
goodness. Yeah, I mean, even earlier in the week, you get out to the track, it'd be high 50s. You got a sweatshirt on. You take the sweatshirt off. Maybe even needs like a long sleeve light thing or something. Maybe in the middle of the day. Today, you're gonna want shorts. You're gonna want sunscreen. You're gonna want a hat. It's just gonna be baking. Almost looks hazy out there as you look off. To the west.
And today with a little bit of haze that we have here, this is probably the most cloud cover that we've had all week.
Hate to call it cloud cover, but it's just a haze.
Yeah, there was nothing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But again, the temperatures were probably around 10 degrees cooler at the time than it is right now.
Cloud cover. You clearly never been in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, I think I've spent too much time at Portland International Raceway, where it looks a beautiful day and it's just humidity in the air. It's the most uncomfortable thing ever for this. But
it's a cold humidity. So
that's right, exactly.
The best thing from the Super Tour event that I know you were broadcasting stuff.
Yeah.
Was the geese walking by the cameras coming through 7.
My favorite, and the geese in Portland will actually challenge you to come hit them.
I've been on track.
I see them. They
come at me, bro.
They prop themselves up on their tails. They get one leg up in the air and they're like this, like waving, "Come get me."
Yeah, when you come through 7 and there's geese literally on the track staring you down, going, "You ain't doing nothing."
Well,
you start dodging them.
Well, that's better than going to NOLA where there are the alligators waiting for you when you run wide.
Or the armadillo. The armadillo in the front straight that we had this year.
That's right.
As Brian Valansky and I were calling that one on Sunday. And you got the camera just looking at the starter stand off on the side. And at one point, we saw the armadillo run out to the track and then back to the wall. And then I think it was just at the end of the lunch break, we saw somebody in the starter stand go down, hop the wall to kind of shoot the thing
it
back
away.
up there. I can't imagine hitting an armadillo at 130 on the front straight at NOLA.
No.
That would be a little sketch.
Those shells are kind of hard. That's the whole point.
Look, I played enough Mario Kart to know what a shell does when you're trying to race. It's just, it's not good.
It's not good at all. All right, cars are back on course. They are coming around Canada Corner, heading up through the Bill Mitchell Bend to start a flying lap here. Again, our start-finish line for qualifying is at corner station 13 on the left-hand, I can't even tell left and right, on the right-hand side of your screen. You thought I was bad at math. Apparently I'm bad at directions too, Larry.
The 4 laps already going side by side down the front stretch. The draft
quick way.
already going to be in play. Three wide.
Three wide going down the front straight past the start-finish line, going into one.
And then a couple more of them, the FF's trying to get a draft off the back of an FC down the front straight.
That's what I was going to say. You've got the other class right behind them trying to use that.
Good strategy on a restart like this.
Yeah.
The FC car.
For one of them, the other three not so much.
I'm not sure who it was, the tail end of that, the Formula Continental car that looked up and saw three wide in front of him going, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want part of this.
Yeah. All right, Jonathan Kotek coming down the pit lane, not choosing to go out for a flyer at the moment, or perhaps choosing looking for a little bit of room on track here. So we'll see if he goes back out and leaves the pit lane. If he does, he's going to have a decent gap, although already some of the Continentals are just now heading down to turn one.
No, it looks like he made the right and headed back to paddock. So.
Okay. All right, so Jonathan Kotek, who is your provisional pole sitter in Formula F, decides to call it a day. He does not improve on his times from yesterday, so the provisional pole time in Formula F stays at a 224.905. Parker Gill about a half second off of those times at the moment. Over in Formula Continental, it is Brandon Dixon with a qualifying time of 2:11.259. That is your new provisional pole time in the class set today. Michael Verison's 1.1 seconds back from there.
The black flag may be most important for Verison's, as he had that off down in 3.
Yeah.
Everybody else picking up time, so he did not actually get a flyer, so the additional time may be best
great
for
opportunity for him.
Free chance, if nothing else, to kind of reset yourself, but also to maybe just take a glance at the car. Just kind of look around,
Quick
make sure
look
nothing.
over,
Well, I mean, he pulled it on the pits. Now, the crew couldn't do anything to the car under black flag conditions. But at least they could get a visual check.
But they can look at it, exactly.
Exactly.
He doesn't carry the biggest crew with him. I don't know if he's got his daughter with him crewing for him this weekend, but he normally doesn't exactly have the big team around. He's kind of a one-man operation. And, so if he checked it, it would have been kind of a self-check.
And with what we mentioned with the 3 cars, 3 wide coming down the front stretch, Kotek may have seen exactly how aggressive guys were being on the backside. And goes, you know what, this ain't worth it. I got a good time in. I'm comfortable. Let's just call it and be safe.
6 of them just went the front straight, still at it.
Yeah.
Attention in the paddock. SMX racers, please head to the grid. SMX racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so I think one of the things that we want to look at here, gentlemen, is who's going to end up on the front row next to Jonathan Kotek for that Formula F start. Nathan Down now within 0.05 of a second of Parker Gill. And Down, looking to start on the at the moment on the inside of row number 2, may find himself in a good position in row number 1. Now the question is, Larry, on a start here in a Formula F machine, how much does the draft play going down into turn 1? Would Gill be in a better position starting behind Jonathan Kotek?
Well, just going back to last year's race, it was actually the inside of row 2 that took the lead into 1 because of that exact thing. Had the double draft in front of him, was able to get the move, and confidently went through turn 1. Of course, by the time they got out of 3, it didn't matter anymore, as they had all changed positions again. Right. That's the thing about FF is it's really just about staying in it and making sure corner to corner you have a place to turn in. And that's really what we'll be watching for. But certainly you'd like to be in the front 2 rows. That's obviously usually your best chance in a draft class like that.
All right. Sitting at the top of the leaderboard now in Formula Continental, and I'm going to get this wrong eventually. It's either Brendan or Brandon. Which one is it? It is Brandon Dixon with a time of 2:11.259. That is over a second faster than he ran yesterday. With Brendan Cronin.
Cronin's on a flyer, though.
Okay, so we'll watch Cronin, who is at a 2:12.076 at the moment, about 0.8 off of Dixon's times, and then Verison's still hasn't improved. So Cronin leapfrogging Michael Verison's for the moment in the combined lap times from yesterday and today.
And it looks like 2 issues we had on course. Robert Gross and car number 62 had a quick spin and continued down in 5. And we have another car that has come to a stop. That is going to be car number 20, Russ.
Russ Rudicelli.
Having an issue coming out of 8.
Yep, add another R from Rochester, Michigan.
So it looks like they are dropping the checkered flag. So a couple of issues in this session, but checkered flag is out. That will conclude qualifying here in Formula Continental and Formula F.
All right, so we have a number of cars coming down towards Canada Corner now. Again, likely their times impacted by that car off by turn 8 at the Hurry Downs. So a couple cars left to come across. Let's take a look as we have these times set. And Larry, I think owing to that incident at turn 8, Brendan Cronin did not improve even on his personal bests in Sector 2 or Sector 3.
Yeah, he had to back out there, which unfortunately is probably going to cost him a chance at that pole position. But we'll see if anybody else, as now everything is going to have that yellow in that corner anyway, so I don't expect anybody to go faster on this final lap. So perhaps the pole times may be locked in.
Yeah, I think that's what we may be looking at. I know Bill Johnson had set a personal best in Sector 2. But, well, actually, it doesn't matter because he only ran 2 laps.
He was the one that we had the incident
Exactly,
first,
the early incident, exactly.
Big thing, if somebody does set a fast lap, though, right now, keep in mind, the yellow flags, you must show considerable slowdown. If people are setting fast laps now, that lap will probably get looked at. So,
well, at least in that sector where that local caution is, and they over in race control, they can track that with the Flagtronic systems as our last racers are making their way around. So let's take a look and see where we stand here going into the National Championship race for Formula Continental and Formula F. They are going to be racing on Sunday morning, our last race before lunch, 11:15 a.m. Central Time. That's 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. And actually, before we run down the order, let me make a final call for our next group, and then we'll go and see where things stand. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for SMX racers, Spec MX5 racers. This is your final call to the grid. SMX, please head to the grid. All right, so after 2 days of qualifying, your tire rack pole award winner, Brandon Dixon out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, in his Hoosier Citation Engineering US 2000 with a qualifying time of 2:11.259. Brandon Cronin out of Harvard de Grace, Maryland, in the LTD Motorsports Van Diemen RF03 is scheduled to start on the outside of row number 1 with a fast time at 2:12.076. That's 0.8 off of the pole time. Michael Verison scheduled to start on the inside of row number 2. He's out of Burlington, Wisconsin, in his Van Diemen RF10. That's the Speed Sport Engineering machine. He'll start alongside Tim Miner out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, in his Citation. Then we got Bill Johnson scheduled to start, assuming that car can be resurrected. He's scheduled to start in 5th position inside of row number 3 alongside John Jansen. Then we got Hayden Eade and Carter Sheets, Rockford Beaucamp, and Bill Walschlager. If we move over now to Formula F, scheduled to start on the front row, and your tire rack pole award winner with a time of 2:24.905 out of Atlantic Beach, Florida, Jonathan Kotick. Parker Gill in the BGR Piper Racing machine from Ajax, Ontario, Canada. That's a Piper DL7. He will start on the outside of the front row, 0.56 seconds off of Kotek's pole time. Nathan Down, only 49 one-thousandths back from there, will start on the inside of row number 2 in the Downforce GD Racing machine. That's a Swift DB6. He's going to start alongside Andrew Moran, another 47 one-thousandths of a second back. The Cincinnati, Ohio driver is driving a Van Diemen RF99. Starting on the inside of row number 3, Robert Dietz with a qualifying time of 2:26 flat. And then Demetrius Constantinitis will start 6th. Tasio Stefanelli 7th, with Teddy Bear Burns starting in 8th. Eric Polson and Jay Messenger will round out the top 10 in Formula F. All right, so let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from the runoffs. It's the always popular Spec MX5 next. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
Congratulations from Tire Rack to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships and 62 years of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Without the dedicated members, volunteers, and region leaders, these events, and the thousands of other events SCCA members host each year, wouldn't be possible.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com or shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
Bravo trailers are well represented within SCCA paddocks as they are the trailer supplier for both SCCA road racing and solo programs. Bravo has also been the choice of Mazda Motorsports, Honda Performance, as well as many professional race teams and SCCA racers alike. If you are in need of a new race trailer, check out bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Welcome back to Road America and the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bowles. I want to thank Larry Lefty McLeod for sitting in with us for our Formula Car action and qualifying. We'll have him back a little bit later today, I'm sure, for more qualifying action. Dan, next up, it's SMX and heading on track after one day of qualifying. Our provisional pole sitter in the Grid Motorcars Lizardos Engineers Mazda with a qualifying time of 2:36.477. It's East Meadow, New York's Michael Tinnis. The Planet Miata RP Performance machine of Camden Gruber has a 236.484. So we're talking about 7/1000ths of a second separating our two fastest SMX drivers. Cam Eben from Appleton, Wisconsin, in the Ready Set Sim entry, a 236.531. With Matt Novak in the Advanced Autosports entry, the number 11 car, 236.583. And then we've got the Ethans, who finished first and second last year. They are currently fifth and sixth. We've got Ethan Jacobs in the 199 JDH Racing Jacob Design Homes entry, a 236.588. And then our defending national champion, Ethan Lampy, in the number 95 machine out of Hollister, California, representing the San Francisco region, a 236.610.
Two very distinct groups we have heading out there. The first group of about 10, 12 cars, and the second group of about 8. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how the draft works out. Everybody finding, again, dancing partners going to be coming into play in this group as they have in some others. The Sunoco 260 roller was handed out. I'm going to take a wild stab. I know you have it in front of you.
Okay.
I'm going to take a stab and say I believe it was Weston Duchek.
I think you got it right. Central Florida region driver had a .0293 as part of his fastest qualifying time yesterday. Congratulations, Wes. You win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for your race car. All right, and we've got a couple onboard camera views here today for SMX. We've got Joey Andrews, and we'll be taking a look at Joey every once in a while here as he is working to get in position with a drafting partner going down in the Canada corner.
We seem to have a traffic jam going into Canada as everybody coming up to the green flag. They're still under yellow at this point.
All right,
and,
we've got Ryan Gutile, who is in that traffic jam, and well, there he goes coming up the hill, and looks like he's got some cell service issues going down in the Canada corner, so we'll watch that. And then we also have with us today Vinny Miskelis in his SMX machine, and so we'll be keeping track of these racers as they head out for qualifying, and they are now working their first flying laps.
Yeah, Gutile out there already making a move coming up the front stretch. Looks like all three of the cars may be in that same lead group. Once again, about 12, 15 cars in that first group. That second group may actually have caught the tail end. We'll have to kind of see where things shake out. But will be interesting to watch. Once again, everybody trying to find their drafting partners. You'll see the steering wheel getting side quite a bit coming through turn one with all that extra runoff they have.
And so, Dan, one of the, I think, big, I don't want to call it a big story, but one of the things that we're going to see this year in SMX during during the regular season on the Hoosier Super Tour and the Major Series, over the course of a weekend, these machines, they are limited to one set of tires from the very first qualifying session through their race, assuming it stays dry. They can that tire limiting rule goes out the window if it's declared a wet session. But here over the course of the week, from the two qualifying sessions and then race day, our SMX drivers, they can come out with a set of sticker tires for every single session if they wish, that they are not limited in any way. And that, I think, can change how some of these, maybe not during qualifying, but certainly how these racers will race. You typically on a Super Tour weekend, you have one or two qualifying sessions. You have typically a short 25-minute sprint race and then a much longer feature race. And so you know that you have to adjust your driving style to make sure that you have tires available to you by the end of that feature race. And that's kind of thrown out the window here this weekend.
Yeah, being able to actually run all out, typically some guys may definitely adjust their qualifying schedule as well. Maybe not run as many laps as they normally would to try and conserve. But this weekend with the Unlimited, it is going to be all go all the time. As watching our go or our in-car cameras a little off course for Andrews coming through the carousel, picking up dust. These cars not reacting well when you get off course.
Right, and it's interesting because a lot of these drivers, they've come from racing Spec Miata prior to getting into SMX, and the spec tires that are used in Spec Miata, maybe with a little bit more ultimate grip. than what the drivers have here in the SMX cars. The SMX cars, they've got more power than a Spec Miata and a little bit less grip. And so you do see drivers maybe tossing them around a little bit more than what you have in Spec Miata. As we see there, as Ryan Gutile goes past, we've got
Andrews.
a slower car on the front
Andrews.
straight. Yeah.
So Andrews pulling to the left, coming down the front straight. I'm not sure if he has an issue or maybe trying to drop back in the pack to maybe get some drafting help. He was second car coming across the line last time by, but definitely off pace coming down the front stretch.
All right, and so so as you mentioned, Joey Andrews there in the number 111 car, the Mazda V-Box Motorsports McQueen machine. He qualified 10th yesterday, and so we'll see if he can find some time. Already, Ryan Gutile, who we've got on screen right now, the only driver so far to improve upon a time from yesterday in the top 15. Gutile now putting in a 2:37.632. He qualified yesterday 15th fastest, so he moves up for the time being 3 spots to 12th fastest.
Yeah, I believe yesterday he spent a good chunk of the time by himself.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of drafting partners yesterday helped, so him already being in that lead group, as that lead group looks to be pretty much one big group now. We kind of saw 2 groups on the outlap, but definitely some action happening. As we switch over to Vinny's in-car camera, you can see him a little further back with lots of traffic in front of him now. As they come through the hurry downs through 8, now head into the carousel. The carousel, one of those corners, if you have not ran here before, it takes some time to trust.
Right.
And you'll see the different lines of the cars coming in, cars hugging the wall or hugging the inside, other cars about maybe a car length off.
Right.
So
yeah, and it's all a question, and you'll see certainly, as a race goes on, as those drivers maybe adjust that line depending on how much understeer they're getting through the car going in there. The ones that poke down to the inside, that can always be a problem.
And it looks like Andrew is still off the pace. So we mentioned Joey Andrews coming down the front stretch a little slow. He is also slow on the back stretch. So maybe some sort of issue. We saw him come off.
So we'll take a look here. He's just
pulled off.
Yeah, so he is now done. So unfortunate for him. So Joey Andrews currently 12th fastest in the session, and it doesn't look like he's going to improve upon the 11th fastest overall in the combined times here. So let's move on to somebody else. We'll bring up, we'll now move over, I think,
Great job from Joey, though, to pull off, finding a place to pull out. Knew the car wasn't going to make it maybe back around to the paddock, so he pulls off over by the beach on the backside of the course. So Gutile will have his camera back up, and now looks like he may be leading the group. He was not leading the group last time we had his in-car, so he has jumped to the first car in line.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, he just passed the next car in that group as he was going down into turn number 1. As we see him coming down the Marine Street, going underneath the I call it the cheese bridge.
4? Yeah, the Sir Channels Bridge. Seeing 4 different camera views, which is kind of nice. You get to see his feet work on the top right. You get to see the rear view on the top left, and then the in-car watching the shifting as they come into one of the heavier braking sections into 5, just after setting their top speed, where we see the top speed trap just before that.
And that's right where his camera always seems to give up the ghost. So let's switch over to Vinny Miskelis, who is in a very big group right here.
So you see Vinny about 8 cars back in that same freight train that Gutile is now leading.
All right, so here's where I make my big shout out and big thank you. Because our new provisional pole sitter in SMX is Frankie Barroso out of Miami Springs, Florida in the AIG Aero Group Mazda. And Frankie and Frankie's mom, as always, has brought to us a wonderful box of confectionaries of cookies with SCCA Runoffs logos, Hoosier Super Tour logos on them, and we are very thankful. And she sent us a very nice note. It just sent treats for you. Frankie Barroso Racing, he's still racing to raise awareness for ALS and the Randy McCall. Randy retired from the U.S. Army in 2016 and has been battling ALS since 2017. Randy is getting the best care possible at the VA, and but he is tracheotomy and ventilator dependent. He does get around in his Cadillac wheelchair and is enjoying watching Frankie race on YouTube. Thanks for a great season, and that is from the Frankie Barroso Racing Team. So good luck to all of our folks, and we have some great friends that really contribute quite a bit to ALS research. So Randy McCall, be tough, be strong, and good luck to Frankie Barroso, who is your provisional pole sitter. Now, the qualifying time of 2:36.281, Cam Eben only 38/1000ths of a second back, and he has a 2:36.319. By the way, Frankie Barroso just now coming down the pit lane. He may be done for the day. Matt Novak now moving up to third fastest with a qualifying time of 2:36.442. Our provisional pole sitter at the end of day number 1, Michael Tinnis, has not improved on his qualifying times from yesterday. He currently sits fourth, but it's only 0.2 off the pole.
Yeah, our top 3 all setting their fast laps here on day number 2. Not many, surprisingly enough, I would say, have found time here on day 2. But we are already past halfway in the session, which means we are going to make a call to grid.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. SRF3 racers, please head to the grid. SRF3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session and the last qualifying session before lunch is next.
As they're already making their way the opposite direction. It's always interesting watching cars head to grid going the opposite direction as everybody else, but Barroso, everybody's still in line. You saw Vinny through the in-car camera dropping back quite a few cars, letting a bunch of people in the carousel last time through make some passing. And so he has dropped now back to the back of this entire group. So Vinny currently sitting in P9, sitting on yesterday's time of a 2:36.6. Let's go first through 12th, separated by 1 second. So first through 12 cars separated by a full second, and that is it. Vinny looks like coming up on a car that may be a little slower than the rest, the car down to the inside.
All right, let's move back over to Ryan Gutile. And as he comes up past the start-finish line into turn 14, and I love this shot here because even this camera, you can see how steep the hill is coming up the Road America straight towards the start-finish line.
Someone going to be a little off the pace on the inside.
Yeah, I think that is the number 24 machine. That is Camden Gruber, who is currently your 5th fastest driver on track right now, and came into the day 2nd fastest. He's now dropped down to 6th behind Michael Tinnis, and they're still very closely matched, only, again, 0.007 of a second separating them.
It seems to be whatever car gets to the front of this pack will run at the front for a lap and then seems to fade back into mid. So everybody's kind of taking turns. Not sure if that is orchestrated or not, but everybody taking turns as that lead car. Everybody else trying to get the toe off. The number 10 of Matteo Azari heading down pit lane. Looks like that will be the end of his session as we are just under 6 minutes to go here for.
Yeah. And that's Matteo Naranjo, who last year was a podium finisher in Formula F, correct? Am I? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Matteo Azari. Wrong Matteo. Matteo Naranjo ran most of the season this season in SMX after taking a podium finish in Formula F last year. But yes, that's Matteo Azari.
I'm not good with names, but I thought I got it pretty right.
You just said Matteo. You didn't give the last name.
Oh, I thought I did.
No.
Gutile out there, still second in line in the group. Like I said, he was third as they came by. So, like I said, the shift of cars still happening. the SMX guys, more so than just about every other group, using every inch of runoff that they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, look, even though it's got quite a bit more horsepower than a spec Miata, this is still a momentum car, and I guess it comes down to most cars that we have here are in one way, shape, or form momentum cars, and especially because these tires, they slide around a lot. You know, the fewer inputs that you have to give to the car, the more you can open that steering wheel up, the better it's going to be. Much better to go forward than to go sideways. Much faster that way.
I race a Corvette and autocross, so I like doing both.
I bet you do.
That said, on the way home from Nats, me and the wife, we picked up an NC.
Yeah.
NC is such a good platform.
It is.
Absolutely love them. I raced one years ago, have wanted to get one. So just picking up one for autocross, running the spec class that we have in autocross for Miatas. The platform is such a good platform to start with. The cars handle so well as Gutierrez goes to the lead now as, again, another car slow on the inside, dropping to the back of the pack as the entire field is still together. We have nobody that has really kind of off running by themselves. The entire group that we have on track.
Yeah, and you know, it was interesting there because Camden Gruber pulled over again to the right side as a whole train of cars went by, and then the other car with him, just ahead of him, was, and I'm looking to see which, I wanted to say it was Matt Novak in the 11 car just ahead, but we'll check that out, as again, they're still swapping positions as they come down this huge train that you see now coming out of turn 3 and making their way down into turn 5. Let me pull the camera away for a little bit here.
I was going to say, yeah, you see Vinny making a move going down into 5, the big draft, as he's able to move around one of the cars. So Gutierrez finds himself back at the lead of the pack, which I'm not sure that's where he actually wanted to be.
No, I don't think that is where he wanted to be. So now, again, when we look at the combined times from the two sessions, Frankie Barroso, still your provisional pole sitter, qualifying time at 2:36.281. Cam Eben, 38 thousandths of a second back from there to 2:36.319. Ethan Lampy, your defending national champion, he came into the day, I think we said 6th fastest in the field. He is now your 3rd fastest driver, a second off of Cam Eben, 14 hundredths back from our provisional pole sitter Barroso. Then it's Matt Novak, another 22 thousandths back from there. Then Tinnis and Gruber, who are the first drivers here that have not improved upon their times from yesterday. They're now running 5th and 6th. They came into the day 1 and 2.
Yeah, so once again, not a lot of time. Only, from what I'm seeing, maybe 6 drivers that have found time here on day 2. The top gap, still the top 12 within a second. So, like I said, without the leaders picking up time as we go under a minute, about a minute and a half left. They're crossing under 13, which is where our checkered flag will be displayed from today only.
All right, real quick, and we're going to check because these racers likely are now starting their very final flying lap. Given that we've got about a minute and a half on the clock, let's make another call for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
As the 26 makes his way down, that is the pole sitter coming into today.
Yeah, so. Michael Tinnis, and we're seeing a number of drivers now come down the pit lane. Besides Tinnis, the 11 of Novak. Also, was that the 28 at Barker?
I believe that was a triple digit. That may have been. That may have been Jacobs.
Possibly. I think Jacobs is in a green car. However,
Gavin Wardle.
Yeah,
or Wardy.
I think that's right.
I think that's Gavin.
Yep.
So,
all right. So less than half a minute remaining on the clock, and that huge pack now is heading up the hill at turn 5, coming underneath the Corvette bridge at 6.
our camera cars are now nose to tail. So
okay,
Vinny right behind Gutierrez right in front of him. Gutierrez still leading the group. I don't think he wanted to be there, but nobody else seemed to have wanted to be there either. So, but they're coming up. Gutierrez, one of the few drivers to pick up time here on day 2.
All right, so checkered flag is out on the coming out of Thunder Valley over at turn 13 as our racers are just now entering the carousel.
Little oversteer for Ryan. You can see him working the steering wheel come through the carousel as the cameras fade in and out. The furthest place away from us. So,
all right, well, let's jump back right behind him, and we'll go back over to Vinny Miskelis, who, as you mentioned, is right behind our other car as they make the run down the Canada corner.
Dropping off the back maybe just a bit, so the draft maybe not as there as he would have been had he been tucked up underneath Gutierrez's back panel.
Yeah, and you can probably see that these NC Miatas, they don't draft like the NA and NB cars that you have in Spec Miata. And typically these drivers aren't locked nose to tail like you see in Spec Miata, as they now take the checkered flag, and we do have a new provisional pole sitter. It is Cam Eben on the very last lap, driving the number 55 Ready Set Sim Mazda from Appleton, Wisconsin. Turns in a 2:36.319. That drops Frankie Barroso to the outside of the front row, 49 1/1000ths of a second off that pole time. Ethan Lampy with a 0.139 seconds back from there, 2:36.420 the time for the Hollister, California driver, your defending national champion. Best he can do is third fastest in the field. Matt Novak, another 22 1/1000ths back. He's going to start 4th in the advanced autosports machine. Michael Tinnis, he was your provisional pole sitter coming into the day. He does not improve on yesterday's times. He will start on the inside of row number 3 alongside Camden Gruber in the Planet Miata RP performance machine. Ethan Jacobs scheduled to start 7th, Skylar Cottrell 8th, Vinny Miskelis 9th, and Ethan Barker 10th in what is a 20-car SMX field. But Dan, what a lap at the end there from Cam Eben.
Yeah, fantastic to throw that down late in the session. The 2:36, actually a 2:32 is what that pole time will actually be. So just a bit quicker. Able to wrestle that away, and it's going to be a heck of a race. Like I said, you now go back, it is still the top 12 within a second of each other. Only thousands matter in a class when it's this tight. So
there you go. So your Tire Rack Pole Award winner is Cam Eben. Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA. Frankie Barroso will start next to him on the front row. So let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Final call for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. And so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action. One more qualifying session before lunch. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Haggerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Haggerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Haggerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Haggerty Drivers Club. Join at haggerty.com.
Welcome back to Road America, the National Park of Speed for the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Dan Bullis. And next up, it is our final qualifying session before lunch. It is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And before we get started here, Dan, let's look back like 24 hours where our provisional pole sitter driving the Further Motorsport Spec Racer Ford from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan is two-time national champion Bobby Sack. He turned in a 228.226. Caleb Rothel in the GBM Further Racing Machine, so Bobby's teammate out of West Bend, Wisconsin, the number 22 car, had a 228.262, so less than 4/100ths separating the two teammates there for provisional pole. Simon Gamble in the Mako Networks Elite Autosport entry from Lake Barrington, Illinois, third fastest at a 538. And former national champion Brian Schofield out of Lakeland, Florida, in the PM Racing Machine, a 228.739. Then we had Caleb Schrader in the Consonas Healthcare entry from Tigard, Oregon. Fifth fastest, Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long, who are the two drivers picked by Sports Car News to win. The best they could manage was sixth and seventh fastest. Then we had Clay Russell, another two-time national champion in the Angry Llama Morgan Tugboats Comprint Spec Racer Ford. You know, we've got
Angry Llamas.
We got Angry Llamas. We got Sneaky Mooses. You name it. We've got like the whole zoo over here, literally, at Road America. Todd Vanacore, our 2023 P1 national champion, ninth fastest, and then Morgan Burkhardt, who was the pole sitter in 2023, was 10th fastest.
So such a deep class, especially a name you didn't even mention in the top 10, John Black.
Yes.
Who's back in 12th coming into the day. To me, that was a bit of a surprise. Everybody still nose to tail the entire front section of the group. A couple of stragglers, the 4 and the 5 and the 73 just making their way past us here. But for the most part, the entire field is nose to tail as they are going through the hurry downs.
And it sounds like we've already got one car who's left the scene and drove his car off track at the cutout over by turn 5. Did you catch the number on that bus? As we've got a local caution now coming underneath the Corvette bridge. And
that looks like maybe the 0.
Yeah, it sounds like the 0 machine spun coming underneath the bridge, transitioning from the brakes to the gas, and that was Richard Herman out of Wayne, Pennsylvania. But he has now continued back to back to Green Flag Racing, past the Corvette bridge.
Yesterday, being Sunoco 260, handed out another 15 gallons of fuel. A lot more cars in this class to take a shot. I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to see if I can keep my streak going of calling.
Well, your streak's only at 1 right now, my friend.
Well, you know, a streak's a streak. 288 for Scott Barr is one of the contestants. A 285, though, for Justin Clochery?
Justin Clocherty, yes.
Yes.
All right.
Say it's Justin that gets
but that is not a sign of approval or acceptance, because the 260 award winner, Sunoco 260 award winner, winning 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel in Spec Racer Ford, goes to Caleb Rothel out of the Milwaukee region with a 0.262 as part of his qualifying time from yesterday. So congratulations, Caleb, who, again, was your second fastest driver yesterday. His teammate Bobby Sack, the professional pole sitter.
Pairs amongst pairs, all heading down the front stretch. Everybody, once again, finding your drafting partner. It's all about dance with the one who brought you this far, going into what's going to be a fantastic race this weekend. We will see these guys racing. It'll be the last race before lunch on day 1 of racing action, which will be tomorrow, Saturday, 11:15, when the scheduled race is. So about the same time tomorrow, they will be coming out for their race. So far, nobody, at least in the top 15, have found time here on day number 2. throughout the other earlier qualifying sessions, it has been, for the most part, people have been able to find time. A couple of drivers not finding much here on day 2, but for the most part.
Well, I think, and I'm going to bring the weather back up here, Dan, is I think the big piece here, already north of 80 degrees, 83 degrees ambient air temperature, and I'm sure the track conditions are warming up quite a bit. It's probably a good 6 or 7 degrees higher or hotter than it was yesterday for the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, and they just may be finding that maybe the engines aren't making the power, maybe the tires aren't making the grip at this point early on in the session.
Yeah, and that was something we've been talking about is today and tomorrow are going to be the 2 hottest days that these drivers have seen all week. It has not been north of 80. It's been in the 70s. It's been a little hazy and in the cool. The wind finally picking up just a little bit more than it had been so far this morning. Still not what it was yesterday. Yesterday, the flags were dead straight with a headwind coming out of the front stretch. Today, it's kind of wavering, maybe a little side wind, a little crosswind coming down the front stretch. But definitely the temperature rising from what we have seen all week.
All right, and we are starting to see the teammates starting to hook up here. Maybe not a big surprise, Jim Goffrey in the number 68 machine, who only managed 14th fastest yesterday. Kind of sitting out by himself with no drafting partner. He's one of the few at this point that doesn't seem to be either paired up or what do you call when you have 2 other people with you? Is that tried up? I'm dried up, so I don't know. But he's all by himself. Also, the number 65 machine looks as though he might be missing a drafting partner at this point. And that's Dwight Ryder out of Colorado.
Yeah, so far, the best times we've seen are 229, mid 229s today. So not a good second off of where they ran yesterday. So the time's not coming down.
Yeah, let's take a look. So the top 15 drivers have not improved from yesterday. If we roll back a little bit further, and as I'm looking through the entire field here, I'm not seeing anybody who has set a faster lap today versus yesterday. So it's still Sack, Rothel, Gamble, Schofield, Schrader, Stevens, your top 6. And so, I think also here, talking to His Eminence, Larry, Lefty McLeod, that he thinks it will take probably around 3 laps or so for these drivers to get adequate heat and temperature into their tires. And so, they're working lap 3 now.
Yeah, they're coming to the checkered on coming to the stripe where their timing system is in lap 3. Once again, timing system is set up right around corner 13. So it is not here at the start-finish that we normally see. It is at 13, so they can get that lap and then head straight into the pits, kind of like the IndyCars do here at the track.
Exactly. So John Black with a personal best in Sector 1. That's from the start-finish line down to turn 4, and also fastest in the speed traps by about 0.3 of a mile an hour. Does not reset personal best in Sector 2, but we'll see here if he improves when he comes across the line. He'll be coming into Canada Corner here just a moment, completing his lap.
132 miles per hour is our top speed trap, and that's again for Mr. Black. So 128 to 132 is kind of where everybody is.
All right.
Fast lap of the day going to Caleb with a 2:29.4. So once again, not seeing anybody pick up time here on day number 2 yet.
Yeah, so right now with that 2:29 and change, that is only as fast as going back 9th position yesterday. Todd Vanacore just sitting right at about a 2:29 flat.
And today we're at a 2:29.4, which actually puts it even further back in about 15th fastest.
Yeah, exactly. So again, we'll see racers now starting their fourth flying lap. Interestingly enough, let's try and track where Caleb Rothel may be, or was it Rothel that pulled off track early on? Because I'm only seeing 2 laps completed by the 22 machine. No, but he's coming right to the start-finish now. So he does complete his 3rd lap and does not improve on lap number 3.
Purple sector, though, for Gamble, who is back in 10th fastest today, sitting 3rd coming into the day.
Yeah, but he's already gone through and completed that lap, not improving as he was a little bit off even his best pace on all the other sectors. We'll see here as he starts his 4th flying lap where he ends up. Justin Clotterty resets personal best in what I would call the first sector on our live timing and scoring at SCCA.com. /live. It shows as sector 4. That means coming from just before Canada corner up to the start finish line. And a couple other drivers. Morgan Burkhardt now putting in a very good lap here, at least for the session. Turns into 229.550 with a personal best now in Sector 1. We'll see how this plays out, but it's Rothel, Burkhardt, Schofield, Schrader, your top 4 drivers in today's session. But again, nobody seems to come in the top 15 seems to have improved upon their times from yesterday.
No, we're not seeing any purple come up on the screen at all. So nobody really setting purple sectors right now.
And I want to remind everybody that this is our last qualifying session before we break for lunch. And we will be at lunch for approximately an hour's time. We will let you know as soon as we do. We'll put it up both on the screen, and of course we'll let you know over the PA when our next race group, which is going to be H Production, is due to be on grid and when they're due to be on course.
Top speed, just the speed traps. Everyone's setting their top speed this lap now, coming down through the speed traps. Again, a 132.8, the fast speed this time set by Bobby Sack. So lots of green as far as there goes. Only a couple drivers in green in Sector 1. 68.
That's Jim Goffrey, who we were talking about a little bit earlier, out of Jupiter, Florida. Had just set personal best in Sector 1 and had his best run through the speed trap, and then apparently had some challenges getting the car woed down after that. And he's gotten the car back underway.
Car 23 reported with a possible tire rub now. That's John McClintock, who's was 21st coming into the day. Had maybe a slight tire rub there, possibly from maybe some aggressive drafting down the front stretch.
All right, I am seeing a couple of drivers improve, but much further back in the field. Scott Monroe in the 00 machine moves up to 28th fastest, turns into 231.209. Also, Tom Kirchman, who I think started today's qualifying session 43rd in a field of 43, now turns into 235 flat. He moves up to 41st fastest.
Andrea King, car 08, back there in 43rd currently. Unfortunately, with an issue down in 5. Again, carrying a lot of speed coming in, doing a quick loop, but she has continued. So,
all right, so that keeps the track green. But again, with a couple drivers having these issues on track, it affects everybody else in their ability to set a fast lap when they have that local caution out, even for just a couple of seconds. As we continue here, looking to see who may be
the 68
on a flyer. So fastest driver in the session now is Simon Gamble, who just turned in a 229.362. And let's see where that would put him. So Gamble came into the session today. I'm trying to find where he is in the standings here.
Gamble came in third.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that. Yeah. I've got to stop looking from the bottom up. I got to start looking from the top down. So Gamble out of Lake Barrington, Illinois, Chicago region driver in the Mako Networks Elite Autosport machine, had a 228.538 yesterday. He is still half a second off of that. Just turned in a 229.362. Morgan Burkhardt, maybe on a flyer, just set his personal best time in the speed trap. And Brian Schofield in the 61 machine, also personal best in the speed trap, also personal best in Sector 1. Burkhardt, personal best in Sector 2, as does Clay Russell, a personal best in Sector 2. And I think they are part of that very large group right now coming through the kink.
A couple cars already coming back. Bobby Sack down pit lane, so that was your current pole sitter. He's down pit lane and probably going to call it an end here in the session with only 2 minutes remaining. The 64 and the 68 also on pit lane, so their sessions are done. As only one flyer left is all we're going to see. So
yeah. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long both improve in today's session. They move up to 13th and 14th fastest in the session, but again, no improvement from their times yesterday. Jackson Deal, who started the day, let's see, I think Jackson started somewhere around 20th position, give or take. No, I'm sorry, he started 15th. Well, he's still 15th, but he's improved upon his times. He came into the day with a fast lap time of 2:29.819. He drops about
tenth and a half.
Yeah, tenth and a half. Now at a 2:29.684. He's the first driver in the top 15 to improve upon times from yesterday.
Yeah, once again, the fast time today would only put that driver actually, oddly enough, in 15th. So definitely not seeing the pace that they had yesterday. Again, could be contributed to the heat that we're seeing.
All right, so Brian Schofield just goes purple in Sector 1. He was he didn't put in a personal best in Sector 4, but still very competitive through there. A little bit off on trap speed going down into Turn 5. So we'll watch the blue and silver number 61 machine and see how he performs. He is now trying to track where he is. I believe he is coming into the carousel now.
Yep.
Lead car in line there.
As we watch the ants march around the screen. Not a lot of green going on. And
no, and matter of fact, so I think Schofield and Morgan Burkhardt are in pretty close proximity. Burkhardt just set a personal best at the end of Sector 2. Schofield not quite as quick, about 0.2 off of Burkhardt's times there, and they are now making the run. Yeah, just as the checkered flag is coming out, and just not. Well, certainly not a lot of improvement here at the front of Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
We got
Schofield,
2:29.2 for Schofield.
Yeah, so Schofield now resets fast lap in the session, and that will put him to
that moves him from 15th to 13th.
Right, exactly. Still doesn't improve upon what he had yesterday. So Schofield just turned to 2:29.269 yesterday. He was at a 2:28.7, so still half a second off of where he was in yesterday's session. Now, as the checkered flag is out, we'll continue to look to see if more of our drivers make up some time here. And I'm just now getting word from Race Control that our first race group after lunch, and that is H Production. They will take to the track at 12:50 p.m. Again, H Production Racers, you will be on track at 12:50. And, of course, we'll make sure to call you to the grid in plenty of time to do that. But let's take a look. Our Tire Rack Pole Award winner, provisionally, in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, Bobby Sack with a qualifying time of 226. Caleb Rothel, his teammate, at a 228, 262. Simon Gamble and Brian Schofield should make up row number 2, with Kalo Schrader and Tyler Stevens starting 5th and 6th, making up row number 3. Peyton Long, Clay Russell, 7th and 8th, with Todd Vanacore and Morgan Burkhardt rounding out your top 10 in Spec Racer Ford. All right, so that's going to wrap up this morning's coverage of Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day. We have already had, here, let me do the math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Tire Rack Pole Award winners presented. Well, not presented, but awarded. And we will have more qualifying after lunch here at the National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco from Road America. We'll see you in about an hour.
Waiting for the song. song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. To go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. To go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song.
back, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bullis, and it is an absolutely beautiful day here, albeit a much warmer day than we've seen all week long here at Road America. And Dan, we've got just a half day more of qualifying, day number 2, Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day, where we're going to name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more Tire Rack Pole Award winners. And on track now is H Production. And let's take a look at how we finished things up yesterday in H Production, where Steve Sargis out of Hartford, Wisconsin, driving his 1975 Triumph Spitfire, the Hoosier Carbotech machine, came away as your provisional pole sitter, qualifying time 238.785. Chuck Mathis, who finished second at the runoffs last year out of St. Jacob, Illinois, in the Hoosier AMT Performance Hawk Volkswagen Rabbit, gave us a 238.976, and our 2024 defending national champion, Jesse Prather, driving the number 34 JPM Motorsports Sunoco Hoosier Carbotech Amsoil Mazda 2, turned in a 240.470. They were your top 3 drivers. Matt Brannon in the Midwest Bayless Italian Auto Fiat X19, a 240.743. As our racers now are starting their very first flying laps here for the second day of qualifying. And Dan, I think one of the things for us to look at is as we go on, and we now have with us, I'm going to try and pull this up, hopefully it works, the in-car video from Chris Shaftsma. Did that work? No, of course it didn't work. Why would that work?
That would be way too easy.
That would be way too easy. Let me work on this real quick. I think I can make it appear. There we go. Chris Shaftsma in his Volkswagen Rabbit. He was your 2022 and 2023 national champion, was 5th fastest in qualifying yesterday in his Volkswagen Jetta. But, we're coming right off of a qualifying session for right before lunch, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, where nobody was able to improve upon their times from yesterday afternoon.
No, and we've been talking about it for the last day, is the temperature and heat change that we're going to be seeing starting today. Throughout the entire week, we've had racers on track since Monday, and the weather has been overcast, a light breeze, and in the 70s. Today's the first day that we're going to see, and it's going to get up to 88 this afternoon, noticeably warmer as soon as you step out into the sun. I know we're in this nice air-conditioned booth, but as soon as you step into the sunlight, it is a lot warmer, a little humidity in the air, and SRF did not find anything except for maybe 2 or 3 drivers. So.
Yeah, and those were drivers who were, probably the ones you most expected to find time. Some of the drivers in the bottom 10 to bottom 15 that maybe are still coming to grips with Road America, maybe here for the very first time, or maybe did not come out for the test days.
Yeah, and I mean, our top in spec or in SRF over about a second off what they were at yesterday. So the heat is definitely in. We do have a car, number 34.
Jesse Prather.
Which is our
defending national champion. And we'll see here we'll see if he picks up some speed. He's coming down.
He might be pacing himself. He was tucked up behind one of the bricks.
Yeah, maybe
Volkswagen.
trying to get some speed, get some heat in the wonderful. Get some heat in the tires as he'll be coming around Canada corner, but all right, and we've got, this is ominous.
06 Joe Camilleri.
Yeah, and so Camilleri, who had some engine issues yesterday, they were up last night replacing the head on his Volkswagen Scirocco. This sounds like he may have had some problems coming through the kink, not having heat in the tires, and we're going very early on to a full course caution here at Road America.
I was going to mention Joe to begin with because I believe he was our Sunoco 260 award winner from yesterday. Big thanks to Sunoco. First day of qualifying yesterday, the Sunoco 260 award going to the driver that had the time closest to 260. and Camilleri yesterday with a 252.280, I believe.
Yeah.
Somebody beat me again? Was somebody closer?
All right, so
246,
I'm sorry, Joe. Unfortunately, you're not going to be winning 15 gallons of race fuel from Sunoco. That is going to go to Greg Gopper out of the Milwaukee region, who had a 0.244 as his as part of his fastest qualifying time yesterday.
I missed it by 6,000.
There you go. Don't worry, I can't do math in my head. Joining us on track, and I don't believe he had the car out yesterday. Good to see him pushing one of our elder statesmen in H production. That is Rob Horrell in his Honda CRX. Rob will be again did not put in a qualifying time, but that car is smoking awfully heavily going down into turn number 1.
Yeah, and the corner workers keeping a close eye to see if there's any fluid coming down on the track. You know, our corner workers are why we're here. We could not be here without all the folks in white. Everybody out here on their own dime doing what they love because they love sports car racing. They love drivers, and they love just being at the track. So all of our turn workers, and then you add in all the safety, E-crew, people down in timing and scoring, reg, so many people in white that make this happen. So big thanks to all of them.
All right, so right now, our second fastest driver in the session, and now remember, we had basically one flying lap before this full course caution came out. Chris Shaftsma turned in a 240.133. That is almost 1.7 seconds faster than he ran in qualifying yesterday. And that's our camera car right there that we're watching on board. And I don't know what he's fixing on his dad. Maybe
he's putting a cap back on I'm guessing the power steering fluid, maybe?
No, that car has no power steering. It
that would be it.
Might be the clutch master.
Actually,
yeah, because I think the brake masters are over on the right-hand side of the car on the passenger side. But Shaftsman with that 140.133 moves him up to third fastest overall over both days. So at the moment, it is Steve Sargis, still your provisional pole sitter at a 238.785. Chuck Mathis, a 238.976. Chris Shaftsma at a 240.133. So he's a long way back from Mathis and Sargis. He's 1.1 seconds back from Chuck Mathis. And then another 0.3 back is Jesse Prather. Now, did we see the Prather? We know Greg Gopper came onto the pit lane in his Honda Civic hatchback, but I think the 34 machine is still on track and circulating.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for him. He was slow coming down through the kink, and I think he was just kind of spaced himself out because he was tucked up behind one of the Volkswagens when they came by us down the front stretch. But you saw the 05 or the 06 car pointing backwards just past the kink here on Shaftsman in-car. So looks like E-Crew is there and tending to the car. So hopefully we could get him clear pretty quickly. That Jetta, though, for Shaftsman, a car that we haven't seen out here before, at least for quite a while, a two-door Mark II Jetta, which is like it's close to my heart. I had a four-door, but so much fun. The cars, we figured out that they're probably about the same weight as far as the regular.
Yeah, compared to the Golf, compared to the A2, which is what he raced to 2 national championships in. And almost immediately went to this Golf GLI chassis afterwards, meant to debut it last year at the runoffs, and his son had a football game, and so
priorities.
Yeah, exactly. And so he went to his son's football game. Actually, it sounded like either the game got canceled or his son wasn't able to play. Chris was still here for his championship race as a spectator. However, and actually, I think he helped. Chuck Mathis is his teammate, and I think he helped Chuck there as well. We're getting word now that the emergency services vehicles are leaving the scene over just past the kink, and hopefully we'll be going back to green flag qualifying here momentarily.
So I'm not sure if we were figuring out if Jesse Prather was still out there. He was behind Mathis on that first lap, I believe.
Right.
So I'm not seeing him. He didn't come by in the first pace car group.
So I'm showing here that he did not complete a lap. And he may have brought that car down the pit lane and we just didn't see it. But I'm showing that, Prather, Camilleri, they went out and did not complete laps. And then Bill Lampkin in his Honda CRX did not. And I know, again, Lampkin had some transmission issues early on in the week. Lampkin did not cross any of our timing loops, at least to this point.
Yeah, so as the rest of the field begins to string by, like I says, this is kind of spec brick. This is cars that don't do well, at least with aerodynamic-wise.
Well, look, we've got a couple CRXs out there, and as odd as it may be, we talked yesterday about the Toyota Yaris that is being driven by Tom Broering. A Yaris won the national championship here in H production a number of years ago, and actually the car that Tom Broering is driving has some of that lineage, some of those parts in his chassis there, in a car that he picked up last fall, or actually this spring from Amber Stevenson, who campaigned it very successfully in the North Atlantic Northeast Division this past season.
The Fiat's not doing too bad either, sitting in 5th and 6th for Matt and Braden. The Fiat's so much fun to watch, punching just a little narrower hole in the air, but it's a class that is kind of steeped in history when you look throughout the grid. Cars from, the years that they're from, with the older Volkswagens, the older Civics, the Spitfires, the Healey's, the Fiats, so...
Well, and we used to think that when the CRXs and the Rabbits showed up, those were the new kids on the block, and then we have, the Yarises from the aughts, but certainly we look at, for example, the Civic of Rick Benazik, or the Civic of Greg Gopper, or Rob Horrell. Actually, Rob Horrell's CRX is a bit newer, but those are still cars now that are they're 35 to 40 years old. That Benazik's Honda Civic, I think, is an 84 or 85 chassis. Same with Greg Gopper's. The Horrell car, the Horrell CRX, anywhere between 1989 and 1990.
Then you add in cars like then Jesse decides to step up with the Mazda 2, a car. Though it came along, people kind of opened its eyes, was like, okay, this is something a little different. So, but Jesse doing such good work. I mean, the man builds such phenomenal vehicles, motors, everything he does, he touches is going to be really good. So, and the chrome, the livery on that car, absolutely outstanding with the chrome blue with the Sunoco on the side. The car stands out. That's why if it came down pit road, I don't know how we could have missed it, because the chrome livery on that is absolutely beautiful in that blue. So looks like we are under 5 minutes to go. We should probably make a call to grid. We may add a few minutes onto the session.
Absolutely.
We'll have to wait and see. So.
All right. Attention in the paddock, Formula V racers, please head to the grid. Formula V racers, you should have already started heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
So still under full course yellow for the 06 of Joe. Unfortunately, one of our few Canadians down here running with us out of Toronto. Looks like they are working on getting the track finished, cleaned up over there, just coming out of the kink. Two pace vehicles on course. Actually, looks like all three now have cars behind them. Big thanks again to Mazda for all that they do for the Sports Car Club of America. The CX-90 is absolutely gorgeous. Putting through their paces at the lunchtime. The pace vehicle drivers out there, there may not be much brake pad left when they get back.
It may not be. Well, I know Kent Prather and his team with the pace car crew started doing hot laps around here on Sunday night. They may have turned as many laps, unfortunately, as the H production field here this weekend.
I think we decided yesterday, with them being out in front of the Formula V group, they actually had to slow down to make sure they kept the V's behind them. So, more cars circling past us here. Like I said, we are about 4 minutes to go. We're waiting to find out if we may add a few minutes onto the session here. Only, I believe, one flyer. And again, the fact that Shasma was able to find so much time on the first flying lap to jump all the way up to third. Still got a bit to go ahead of him, 1.3 behind Sargis. Sargis was out there by himself to start off. He came out. It looked like he was the only car on course. His first lap, he left everybody else. So we'll have to see. Sargis, I believe, is the only car. Yeah, he's the only car behind the third pace vehicle. So he is still going to be by himself.
And as you said, time ticking away. These are 21-minute qualifying sessions. Now, we did have our Formula Continental and Formula F qualifying session extended by a few moments, but we are now getting word that the safety cars are going to be pulling off track, and that means we'll be going back to green flag here in just a moment. But with only about 3 minutes remaining on the clock, that is going to give our racers, and let's see where they are on track. For the most part, most of the field now looks like they're coming down into turn 5. Some of them are here on the front straight.
So
1, maybe 2 flying laps for some of these racers.
Yeah, so we have the pace cars are able to exit the track at multiple locations. So we had one exit here in the main pit straightaway. Second, we'll exit at turn 5, drivers right at the cutoff. And the third pace vehicle will exit back at the beach on the backside between just before the kink. So all 3 pace vehicles now reaching their home destinations, and we should be going back green momentarily.
All right, green flag is in the air, and we are back underway here at Road America.
You saw Cessna on the in-car camera weaving back and forth, both him and the 54 in front of him with Chuck Mathis as the teammates trying to get some heat into those tires. They are now just where are they coming into? Looks like the hurry downs. So heading in to the carousel. Sargis crossing the stripe right now. Once again, start-finish for the racetrack is not where we are displaying the checkered here for qualifying. It is over at turn 13, just coming up the hill, and that is where the timing loop is. So turn 13, the key point of the track here, as Sargis taking the green flag and actually getting the a flying lap starting there. The rest of the group now will follow through as we go under a minute and a half. I'm not sure we're going to be adding more time because I'm seeing hardship lap cars coming out, so it looks like they may not be adding time onto this group. Watching the in-car of Shasma, him and Mathis coming up the hill, they will get the green flag and start their flying lap. The advantage of where they left the pace cars, they will be able to get some heat into the tires.
Right.
So that is an advantage for them compared to like Sargis, who only had the backstretch. So.
All right, so 1 minute on the clock, and the 2 Volkswagens definitely working together, going by us on the front straight, Chuck Mathis and Chris Shaftsma. Shaftsma, the trailing car, and he's about 6 car lengths back from Mathis. And so, Dan, as they're working this last lap, Shaftsma might have a bit of an advantage here as he can use Mathis. This isn't Formula One where they could be 80 car lengths back and get pulled along because have that great a slipstream. But Shaftsma could very easily make up 2-3 car lengths and just knock off. He's still got 1.1 seconds separating he and Chuck Mathis on the board.
Well, and this is kind of that good and bad thing of having a partner in front of you. You saw him being able to close that gap up quite a bit coming into turn 1, but Shasma having to brake a little bit earlier to avoid running in, carrying that extra speed into 1. He had to back up about 2 or 3 car lengths before they made the turn in under braking. So the 2 of them now coming down the hill, heading to turn 5 before they head up the hill. Checkered flag is out. Did Sargis make it through? No, Sargis is just coming through the carousel now.
All right, so he is on his final lap. And, of course, all these remaining flying laps will count as we go and take a look again at Chris Shaftsma and Chuck Mathis as they are now heading into the hurry downs, coming down into turn 8. They'll be coming up on the carousel soon enough. But real quick, while these drivers are finishing up their last lap, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Formula V racers, please head to the grid. Formula V racers is your second call to the grid. All right, so it does look like Shaftsma, who set overall best in Sector 4, personal best in Sector 2, now a little bit off that pace, but not by much in Sector 3.
He had to back up a little bit. I think he had a better run coming into the carousel than Mathis. Mathis, I think, is probably slowing him up just a bit. Then had some understeer coming out of the carousel there through the kink heading down.
Yeah, and again, you could see him coming up. So the draft working almost to Shaftsman's disadvantage as he's getting too close to the car ahead.
Yeah.
And has to check up as they come up the hill and take the checkered flag. Now, Shaftsma did set overall best in Sector 3, basically the last sector. And so he now turns in.
Picks up 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, he turned into 2:39.7, but that still leaves him 0.7, almost 3/4 of a second off of Mathis's times. So Shaftsma will finish up third overall. So let's take a look here as all of our drivers now. We do have a few stragglers towards the back of the pack coming down towards Canada Corner now. But Steve Sargis will be your Tire Rack Pole Award winner with a qualifying time of 2:38.785 in the Hoosier Carbotech Triumph Spitfire. Then Chuck Mathis, scheduled to start on the outside of row number 1 in the Hoosier AMT Performance Volkswagen Rabbit. His teammate Chris Shaftsma in the Hoosier G-Lock Volkswagen Jetta GLI third fastest at 2:39.698. And Jesse Prather, based on his qualifying times from yesterday, again, Prather not completing a lap here during our second qualifying session. Prather, on the strength of yesterday's times, will start on the outside of row number 2. Then we've got the father and son pairing of Matt Brannon and Braden Connolly in the Midwest Bayless Italian Auto Fiat X19s. They will start 5th and 6th. Angus Crome in his Volkswagen Golf will start 7th. Greg Gopper will start 8th. And then we've got Bill Lampkin, who did not come out for qualifying today. Lampkin is scheduled to start in 9th, with Ralph Lindo in his Volkswagen Golf scheduled to start 10th. And unfortunately for Tom Broering and also Rob Horrell, looks like they may have missed the fact that the checkered flag came out. They're taking another lap, but what that also means for them, Dan, is that they're going to have all of their qualifying times from today pulled.
Well, they were dealing with, it looks like it was the 53 of Ralph that had issues coming up the hill, coming to the checkered. So they may have been focused on the yellow flag being out for Ralph. So
yeah, and we can see there where that car is stopped over by turn 14.
Yeah, he made it a little further up the hill. He had come, sounds like, wide through Canada Corner, having issues coming up the hills. So 12 was under the yellow flag. They may have been looking at the car that they were trying to avoid,
and not the checker, right? Yeah, right afterwards. Well, yeah, but that's going to be a hard that's going to be a hard argument.
Hey, I'm trying to sell it for him. I'll help him out there. So
well, we'll walk you over to race control. You can talk to Dennis Dean and Steve Pence and see how it works out. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for H production qualifying. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Formula V racers, this is your final call to the grid. Formula V racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from the runoffs, the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco at Road America, is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Haggerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Haggerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire X Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome back to Road America, the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. And next up, no, it's not H Production. It's Formula V out on track for their second qualifying session. And in just about 20 minutes, we'll know the Tire Rack Pole Award winner. But coming off of one day of qualifying so far, your provisional pole sitter from South Lyon, Michigan, representing the Detroit region of the SCCA in the Hoosier Vector Race Cars TGS Gears Vector AM1. It's Andrew Abbott. The bogey time all of our Formula V racers are looking to beat 244.101. Chris Jennerjohn in the Jennerjohn Machine Vortec has a qualifying time of 244.829. Alex Scaler in the ASC AutoWorks Hoosier Scaler Mark 1. You know, we were talking about all the different Formula V car names yesterday. To have a car,
name it after yourself.
Name it after yourself, exactly. Alex Scaler, a 244.878. His fastest time from yesterday. Zach Whitston out of Austin, Texas, representing the Lone Star region of the SCCA in the Whitmore and Associates LOA Racing Protoform, a 245.374. Brother Steve Whitson and your defending national champion out of Georgetown, Texas, also in an LOA Roof Alliance Auto Rocket Motor Protoform. This is a P3 model, a 245.677. That is your top 5 after qualifying yesterday. And just out of the top 5, former national champion Brian Farnham and 2 or 3-time national champion Andrew Whitston. They're running 6th and 7th. And really, really tough, tight field here this weekend, Larry.
Speaking of tight, Andrew Abbott and Jennerjohn just went by as the first 2 cars on track.
Were they really in 2 cars? It didn't look like.
It did not look like 2 cars. No, they tried to turn those Formula Vs into one going down the front.
Well, were they side by side, or they were just an incredibly long Formula V? Okay. And so once again, we've got Larry Lefty McLeod joining us here in the booth. Hi, Larry. And Dan Bullis. I'm Greg Ginsburg.
Yar?
And we're all named Brian.
We're all
Brian's.
Yes, we're all Brian's today.
I'm only doing this so that you definitely call one of us Brian here. I'm just going to get the name Brian bouncing in your head, as the real Brian is down there on the grid somewhere.
Hi, Brian Donati. Between Brian Donati and Brian, what's his name? Oh, Belansky. That's right. My 2 other dance partners.
Greg Belansky. Yeah, he's down there somewhere too.
Lefty, you talked about it yesterday. This is a family affair here in Formula V.
Yeah, it totally is. You start with our provisional pole sitter, Andrew Abbott, and of course, Brandon, his brother, the Abbott family, deep-rooted into the family of V's, of course. But just then here you got 4 different Whitstons in this group today. 2 Logheads are out there. Brian Farnham's out there, but I don't think his dad's in the field this year, but he does race. You got the Stasinski family that races, the Richardsons. It's just all the way down the list. There's just so many for the Scalers, of course.
Posner as well, him and his dad. I mean... if you look through the qualifying sheet or order, no, you are not seeing double. That is just that many family members that are scattered throughout the field here. The heat, quite a bit hotter than it was yesterday. What do you think we're going to be seeing this afternoon?
It is a lot hotter. I suspect that if anyone's going to try and catch Andrew Abbott's time for pole, they're going to have to do it on probably like their second lap. I think beyond that, things just going to get too hot. I was just out there and I came back in here to put some shorts on. It is just too darn hot for me. I can't imagine what these little Volkswagen motors will be doing here in about 8 miles time when they finish a couple laps.
Yeah, the heat definitely picked up. Yesterday we were mid-70s. We are already where are we at temperature-wise, Mr. Greg?
You know, I knew you were going to ask me to push another button, so let's do that. We'll bring it on up. And look at that, 87 chilly degrees here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
Are we in Sebring or are we at
no
America?
kidding.
Where are we?
Again, this is the hottest temperatures these drivers have seen all week long. Projected forecast today was 88. Tomorrow, actually, maybe a degree hotter at 89 in the forecast as of right now. But the drivers have not seen anything north of 80 all week. So these are kind of uncharted territories this week for these drivers. So everybody out there seeing what the cars are going to do a little differently. We saw that. We mentioned a little bit ago when we came back on after lunch is SRF3. Nobody was picking up time. So.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, the bogey time, there was 244.1 for Andrew Abbott. And then, of course, beyond there, it's a whole bunch of 244s and then into a couple of there in the 245s. So far, with a lap or so in the books, it's a 246.6 for Brian Farnham today. So we're not going to see any improvement yet, but I'm seeing a lot of greens, meaning personal best in sectors as they go. But I also saw a pack of about 8 cars go down, and one of them was Brian Farnham. And he's probably thinking I can get a draft, but when he gets to 1 and suddenly he's on top of 3 or 4 other cars, it's going to ruin that lap.
Well, and we kind of saw that in H production with Mathis and Shaftsman, the last run group. David Scaler, first driver to improve upon his times from yesterday. Scaler turns in a 2:47.95. That will jump him. Where was I? Just had it from 18th, and so now moves him up to 14th.
Looking at his time from yesterday, his time was a 2:64 at the end. You know what? I'm going to bet he may have walked away with 15 gallons of free Sunoco.
You know, this is the first bet you've won in like 5 run groups.
God, I was on a roll with my first one. And
there you go, David.
Because I came back. I just gave you your good luck.
Larry's your good luck charm there. That's why you were rubbing his head in a circular motion between groups.
Yeah, that's why I was doing it.
That's right. So congratulations, David Scaler. With yesterday's qualifying time ending in 0.264, you win a 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for your race car. Sunoco is the official fuel of the Sports Car Club of America.
Well, you were talking about who has and has not improved. You mentioned David Scaler. Andrew Whitston, 3-time champ in this class, has done a 45-1. Yesterday, he was a 46-2. So he now has himself somewhere around, I'll call it the outside of row 2.
Fourth. He's now fourth fastest.
And still on another great lap, although the second sector there not as good. We're going to keep an eye on this. There's a couple times dropping in the 46s, but I think it's all the same folks that already had faster laps.
So Larry, I don't know if you brought your readers with you this time, because the last time we were together, you didn't. But we do have the merge timing and scoring right on this big, giant screen.
Yeah, you're going to make me stand up and walk around.
Yes, as a matter of fact.
We're special.
You've got me handcuffed to the table here with the headset.
Please.
Jenna, John, and Abbott still nose to tail as they go down the French race. The fact that Abbott is over 0.7 of a second in the lead as far as qualifying times go is kind of a shock to
Well,
me.
if you remember how that session went, he got his lap pretty early, and then there was a whole bunch right at the end that grabbed the lap, and I think they hadn't quite gotten the pendulum swinging enough to be able to get back into the low 44s. Abbott had already done his, and I just don't know if today the conditions are going to be good enough back to get there with I'm watching Whitston's, both Steve and Andrew working together possibly, but they've got to pick up 2 seconds.
Traffic seems to be the issue right now that I'm seeing. I mean, there's that huge group of cars. Everybody's got a little space, but I'm seeing guys get runs, but they're blocked because other cars are going too wide down the front stretch. So if you can get a run, all of a sudden you have nowhere to go once you start it. First through 10th separated by 3 seconds, which for Formula V is a large gap. Expect the race to be a lot closer than that once we get into it. We will see these out racing this weekend. They will be the first ones after lunch on Saturday. So tomorrow, roughly at about 1 o'clock, we're expecting to have them out here on course.
All right. I want to welcome a few folks to the chat. Ryan Christoph Racing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, good to see Ryan join on board. He's given the Abbott boys his love, and I'd love to see that little, what was it, GT Light CRX. I know it is far beyond the GT Light prep over the last couple of years, but I'd love to see him out at an SCCA event sometime in the future. Midget Racer 8192 saying that we might still have quicker times today, given how little
yellow flag
track time some of the FB racers got yesterday.
I think what you're also going to see is some that, in that vein, some that didn't get a good lap in. I'm not sure about how the Whitston and the Abbott laps were. They seem to be decent. But Mark Richardson's already done a 2:47.8 today. Yesterday, I believe he was down at a 2:51. So he's, again, going to a little bit cleaner air, a little bit more laps that he's able to turn with some speed. You're seeing that moving up.
Yeah, from 27th all the way up to 15th. Yeah. So there's definitely time to be made up. Like yellow flags were a bit of an issue for a lot of our afternoon sessions yesterday. So, like I says, there is probably time to be had. It just depends on how much time they're going to find with the heat. Like I said, already at 87 degrees this afternoon.
All right, we've got Jeff Vallejo in the chat, Father Jeff, and I guess this would be Jeff Jr., who is out of Brooklyn, New York, representing the New England region in the Advantage Auto Works machine. He did not go out for qualifying yesterday, and the question was whether or not he would then be starting from the back of the pack. And yes, he would be starting from the back of the pack. He's turned in a 250.6. which is good for 26th fastest today. And let me scroll down and see if I can get us to the next page here to see where he might be in the overall scheme of things. Vallejo right now, yes, 26th fastest overall over the 2 days.
Did that just change?
I think that just changed.
As he just ran a 2:48.9.
Well, then
let
me check again then and see if he's now moved up the order even more. He's now moved to 21st overall over 2 days' time.
Am I right saying that that's the old Stephen Eller car?
I believe. I think that is Rogers. Yeah, I think that's the white 72. Yeah, I think that is Rogers' old machine. As we've now got a couple of drivers coming down the pit lane. The number 3 now on the pit lane.
Colin Slatterly moving up too from 17th all the way up into 13th, so picking up some time there.
And that's him.
Yeah, that's him right ahead of us. So, he doesn't have any crew there, but he's got one of our pit lane workers with him. It sounds like, looks like, given the hand signal that we just saw from the pit lane worker, that Satterley may be going back out on track. The 07 now coming down the pit lane as well. That is Simon Stallings in his Adams Aero, currently sitting 30th fastest in today's session. All right, tell you what, since we are a little bit past halfway, let's go make a call to the grid for our next race group. Touch in the paddock. Touring 2 and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. Touring 2 and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
The 40 of Donald Matthew also making a call to pit lane. Kind of a quiet section in front of us now as everybody's still grouped together. A couple of larger groups making their way through the carousel right now. The largest of our groups, which is about, looks like 12, 14 cars. Everybody still, once again, the dancing partners, the wind today. Well, the wind has picked up since it was this morning, Greg. Look at the flags in front of us. They are actually blowing quite briskly now. All morning long, the flags weren't doing much, so the wind has definitely picked up this afternoon. And it seems to be maybe a bit of a cross breeze coming down the front stretch.
Interestingly enough, I was just watching the 25 of Andrew Abbott on our flagtronic system. I thought he might have been going out and trying to cut the grass for the staff at Road America. He was about 30 yards inboard of where the track surface was, but now he's showing his back on track.
Abbott and Jennerjohn still nose to tail. The two of them have been hooked up since they took the flag.
Yeah, and we've got a local caution over at Canada Corner. And according to the flagtronic system, I believe that I thought it was the 14. Well, now that car has gotten back underway.
Good.
And Alex Scaler off driver's right coming up just at our timing loop up into turn 13. That is driver who came into the day P3, so Scaler having issues. The 58 and the 51 playing a little bumper tag out there.
Yeah.
Drafting. This isn't Spec Miata, Lefty. These cars don't react well when you start bump drafting.
They don't. However, I know several of them. In fact, Alex Go is one that I had seen a couple years ago. Started putting a block bumper on the back and flattening the nose so they could actually
lock in together.
Because up until then, you do other damages and things. And they started realizing that may be a strategy they needed to work on. And so there are cars now. You'll look up real close. There'll be a small little bumper block right on the lower rear end, and they start flattening the nose a little bit so you can get a mating point without getting that slip and push.
All right, checkered flag is now going to be displayed, and I think that has to do with Alex Scaler sitting off on the run down to the final corner to turn 14.
And it looks like the 3-car in is going to be getting a flat toe is from the looks of it.
Yeah,
so
well.
The issue he had.
Yeah, so apparently not going back on track, without assistance. But we do have a large contingent of racers coming through the hurry downs over turn 8, the 46 machine and the 25 just coming through the kink and we'll see how they handle that and whether or not they pick up some time. Of course, the 25 being Andrew Abbott.
The problem is that yellow flag is right where the checker flag is going to be displayed at as well. So coming into the yellow zone, they're going to have to lift coming up the hill, which is going to ruin any kind of hopes they had of setting a fast lap here late in the going.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw as Andrew Abbott had gone personal best in the final sector to start the lap, but then had to lay out of the throttle. He does not improve. And we'll see here. It's interesting to note that Alex Scaler, before he went off right near the start finish, or what is the finish line for the session, he had just set overall best coming through the sector prior to that. But again, he was off track. So that, though, now we've got the remaining drivers coming out of Canada Corner up towards the finish line, but there is a local caution over at 14.
At 12 too, yeah.
Or probably at 12 at Canada Corner and then coming up the hill. So I don't think we're going to see any additional fast lap set as the remaining racers come across the line. So, gentlemen, let's take a look, see how we finished things up. And we had, then, you know what? This went right before our no, actually, I'm looking at the second fastest time. We probably want to look at the fastest times, right? So our provisional pole sitter, our tire rack pole award winner, provisionally, is Andrew Abbott out of South Lyon, Michigan, in the Hoosier Vector Gears Vector AM1 qualifying time, 2:44.101 set yesterday. Chris Jennerjohn in the Jennerjohn Machines Vortex, second fastest, 2:44.829. Alex Scaler scheduled to start on the inside of row number 2, only 49 1/1000ths back from Chris Jennerjohn. And then Andrew Whitston with the big jump. Whitston leapfrogs brothers Steve and Zach, and he will start fourth with the next row number 3, all Whitstons all the time. Zach Whitston, Steve Whitston, and then Brian Farnham and Rick Shields, 7th and 8th, Graham Loghead and Ray Carmody rounding out your top 10. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for Formula V. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Touring 2 and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. Touring 2 and American Sedan racers, this is your final call to the grid. So, Larry, I want to thank you for joining us once again for another wonderful qualifying session. And I'm sure we'll see Larry a little bit later today because he loves us. And we'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Road America. It's the 2025 National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
The International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Mazza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Wines and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America driven by Tire Rack can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
It is the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco here at the National Park of Speed, Road America. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Dan Bullis. And I want to thank our good friend Larry Lefty McLeod for joining us. Hopefully we'll have him a little later, and maybe even Tom O'Gorman as well, for all of you Tom O'Gorman fans in the chat.
You got your sunglasses on?
Yeah, my I think Honda calls it Boost Blue sunglasses. Yes, I've been wearing them. Dan, I've been sitting right next to you. You can't see that I've had them on all day long.
You can't mention Tomo without having the sunglasses.
No, so. that is true. All right. Next up, it is another one of our combined qualifying sessions. It is American Sedan and Touring 2. And let's take a look at how things wrapped up after yesterday's session. We'll start off with Touring 2, where we had 9 drivers qualify. Provisional pole sitter after the first day in his Phoenix Performance Hoosier Hawk. It was a chocolate chip cookie I had a problem with there, by the way. Phoenix Performance Hoosier Hawk Ford Mustang. Kurt Resitano, representing the Philadelphia region of the SCCA, qualifying time 2:23.351. Scotty B. White in the Night Transport Goodyear CMT Dodge Viper, a 2:24.613. So almost 1.2, almost a second and a quarter separating them. John Heinrichsey, multi-time national champion in the Hoosier Mobile Hawk Cadillac CT4 Blackwing, a 2:24.7.
As he goes flying by.
Yes. Your defending national champion in the 2020 BMW M2 Club Sport machine, Charlie Peter, with a 2:25.947. David Sanders in his Phoenix Performance Hoosier Chevy Corvette, a 2:26.406, with Aaron Kaplan in the Kaplan Racing Systems BMW M2 Club Sport, a 2:27.103. So that's Touring 2. And now we jump over to American Sedan. Greg Eaton is your provisional pole sitter after a single day of qualifying. Qualifying time, 2:27.476 in the Eaton Racing and Development Ford Mustang. Tom Ellis from Pompano Beach, Florida in the Steeda Ford Mustang, 2:29.395, almost 2 seconds off of Eaton's times. Then Danny Richardson in the Hoosier Auto Gear Carbotech Anze exhaust Chevy Camaro, a 2:29.553. His qualifying time, and I know that Danny had some issues. Actually going back to an off that he had during practice on Tuesday. So he was third fastest. Dylan Licklider, fourth fastest in his Ford Mustang at a 2:31 flat. Then James Jost and Michael Kamalian, both in Ford Mustangs. All right.
Sounds like we may be going full course yellow. It sounds like the 125 of Bruce Griffin out of Trinity, Florida, and one of our T2 cars, the Chevrolet Corvette C5 Z06, having some issues down at Canada Corner. Looks like he may have overshot the braking zone a bit and having some issues, so we're going to go full course caution.
All right, so as you said, full course caution. Looking to see here if we've had any drivers reset fast lap, or not necessarily reset fast lap, but possibly improve on their qualifying times from yesterday. And I think none in American Sedan. If we move over to Touring 2, at least towards the front of the pack, doesn't appear as though we have any changes there either. It does look like a couple drivers did not come out for qualifying. Scotty B. White in his Touring 2 Dodge Viper. I have no lap times in for him, or doesn't look as though he's crossed any of our timing loops. Same for James Jost in his American Sedan Ford Mustang, nor David Newman in his BMW M3.
So it looks like we're going to be under caution for just a minute. Looks like we are going to actually black flag all racers. Speaking of Scotty B, he just came rolling past us on pit lane. It looks like all cars will be coming to pit lane, though, under black flag all.
All right, so that is going to bring all of our drivers, as you said, onto the pit lane as our emergency services teams head down to Canada Corner to clean up the, well, to to assess the situation, we'll say down there. As you mentioned, it is the 125 Chevrolet Corvette of Bruce Griffin.
You're going to look up the 260 marks. Well, I tell you, I think David Newman in T2, he had a 343. Of course, yesterday being Sunoco 260 day here at the runoffs, day one in qualifying. And in T2, I'm going to guess it's David Newman. And my other guess is going to be with a 362, Michael Chameleon in
Chameleon, yeah. All right, let's take a look. And indeed, for American Sedan, Michael Chameleon out of the Atlanta region over an American Sedan. And I'm not sure if this is the same chassis that he ran last year in, I believe it was Touring 2. But the Ford Mustang chassis. And Michael Chameleon, congratulations. You are our Sunoco 260 Thursday Award winner with your qualifying time closest to having a .260. For in your case, it was a .362. You win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel from Sunoco, the official race fuel of the Sports Car Club of America. And in Touring 2, I think you're 2 for 2, Dan, here for this group. It was David Newman from the Chicago region with a .343 in his qualifying time. Congratulations, David. You win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for your race car.
Another car that has appeared that we did not see yesterday in T2, the only Porsche that we have, Alan Kossoff, making an appearance, car number 23 out of Prospect Heights, Illinois. It's a car we did not see yesterday, so he has made an appearance out there. Mr. McDermott sitting across from us here in the tower, as once again we went black flag all. McDermott over there, of course, in the beautiful paint scheme on the WeatherTech Ford Mustang. McDermott looking to be climb his way up here in American Sedan. Once again, Eaton still leading the way, a 227.4. That is good enough for first by about 1.6 seconds. So we're second place, Thomas Ellis. So T2 leading the way with the fastest lap of 223.3. That is 1.2 seconds ahead of Scotty B, who once again we saw just rolling on pit road before we went black flag all. It looks like one batch of cars that have yet to see, I'll make that two batches of cars that are behind the pace cars that have yet to make it down pit lane. We'll see them here momentarily. We are already under, well, about 8 minutes, make that 10 minutes through the session, so about halfway. These 21-minute session qualifying, so
let's make a call to the grid.
Why not?
Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata. You're next. Start heading to the grid, please. Spec Miata racers, this is your first call to the grid.
We talked about a minute ago the pace cars. Thanks again to Mazda for the the CX.
Any other letter combinations?
MX, yeah, a lot of letters.
The RX-90s, I think, would be a heck of a combination. But yes, thanks for Mazda for supplying our 3 safety cars, pace cars, for this weekend's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
They may be running out of fuel. They're getting a lot of laps in today.
Yes, unfortunately they are. So the only drivers to complete 2 laps, it looks like, were Charlie Peter, John Heinersey, and Aaron Kaplan. And that second lap, I think, was completed behind the safety car. And Charlie Peter, let's take a look at the time that he put in. I wouldn't expect it to be in a position to move him up in the order. And indeed, it was not. Charlie Peter turning in a 228.024. And,
about 3 seconds off where he was yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Top track speed of 150.4, and I'm going to take a wild stab. I know who that was. That Cadillac Blackwing really hauls the mail along with all the groceries you need coming down the front stretch. So,
in comfort, by the way.
In comfort, yeah. I need to take a closer look. The stock seats out of that car have to be sitting somewhere. I'd like those.
I'm sure if you talk to the Heinrocket, he can definitely give you a lead on those. But yeah, we talked about it yesterday that Cadillac it has some challenges. It is by far the fastest car in a drag race. The problem is it has to be able to get out of corners, and it has to be able to brake and slow down for corners. And the weight that it's carrying, and the tires, the width of the tires that it uses, and the fact that it's on a stock suspension make that a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, getting out of the corner, I'm probably not as big of an issue as trying to slow that thing down to get into it. Being a car guy, I wonder, the taillights, Cadillac comes out with those very unique headlight taillight designs, and the taillights on the Cadillac in the waterfall fashion. So kind of curious to see what they go. So looks like we will probably be going to be under black flag or caution for a while, as we're going to have some cleanup to the tire wall out there in Canada Corner. Probably between 10 and 15 minutes to get Canada Corner back and going. So we'll have to see if they add some time on to American Sedan. And at T2 qualifying, which is what we're in currently. This group will race together this weekend, and I believe they will be the second race after lunch. Indeed, they are on Sunday. So H Production will start us off after lunch on Sunday. This group, T2 and American Sedan, will be following them roughly, because we are on Pro Solo time units, 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Temperature, where are we at, Greg? Did we hit 88, the forecasted high yet?
Let's see if the temperature has. I know the temperature in the booth here is going up. Let's take a look. It is now
Still 87.
Still 87 degrees.
The temperature in here is going up because of all the hot air you and I are blowing out. So.
That was where I was going with
yeah,
it.
I figured as much. I was going to beat you to that one. So.
All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm trying to, working behind the scenes here, trying to put a little screen together we can use so we can actually take a break for a few moments. But we've got a few.
Couple drivers I'm seeing are heading back. Once again, we're under black flag, all conditions. Everybody lined up, drivers left at the end of pit exit. Down there at the end of pit lane, I should say. A couple of drivers are making the right and actually going back to paddock. So, like I said, and maybe it's not worth. Do they think they're going to be able to pick up any time? Like I said, this is the hottest weather that they have seen this week at 87 degrees. It has been in the 70s up until this point. So these drivers have not seen, the cars have not, sure, maybe coming up with some new handling issues that they may not have felt before. So is there a chance for them to pick up time? Possibly. Those, especially those that didn't take qualifying times yesterday, like we mentioned, the pressure coming out. So we'll have to kind of see where things shake out, see who's left out there when we go back to green in a bit. McDermott sitting across from us in the WeatherTech Ford Mustang. The pit road marshal, who's been standing over there with what looked like oven mitts on his hands, have been cracking me up. Once again, big thanks, of course, to all of our folks in white all around the track. Safety, E-Crew, corner workers, reg, timing and scoring. So many folks in white out here on their own personal time. The starter stand has been full of bodies all weekend long. So big thanks. A lot of people coming from across the country to help us out and let the crazy folks with race cars come out and play. So also need to send a big thank you out to all the families at home. Lots of wives and moms and dads and kids at home that are without a parental unit for a week as us crazy knuckleheads with cars come out here and race. So we see lots of wives and family members pop up in the chat trying to keep track of their favorite driver and family member out here racing. So we could not do it without all the support of our better halves. So,
all right, well, tell you what, let's do this, Dan, if you want. I'm going to take us to break for a moment, and we will go, and we're going to leave the flagtronic. So let me get that started again. All right, there we go. All right, so now that we think we are back, let's do this. Let's take a quick break and play some commercials, and we will come back in just a few moments again. We think it's going to probably be around 10 minutes or so before we come back with more action. So please make sure to stay with us. And as soon as we get word on when we're returning, we'll let you know. You are watching the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
And we're back here at Road America, the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. And we're going to be having the drivers leave the pit lane right about now as you see them starting to make their way towards turn one. And Dan, we just received word that they're going to be adding 10 minutes to this qualifying session. Just as we're hitting that 20-minute clock, we see now that the clock counting down to about 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock, and our ticker on screen shows that as well. And so let me get back to a view that we can use here.
So a couple drivers hanging back on pit lane. Mr. McDermott making his way out. Heinersey still sitting out there as well. The 37. So Resentano, Heinersey still sitting on pit lane as they're going to look for some open space opposite everybody else that just left. And one of our BMWs as well that I can't get a number on.
So. That may possibly be Charlie Peter. We'll take a look, a little bit further down.
0.
Well, if it's with a 0,
it might be it might be 66. Yeah. It does. It looks like it is Peter. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that's Charlie Peter down there who again was the fastest in the session. He may just be looking for some free track to open up before he heads out.
Yeah, he's out rolling right now, so he just left his pit stall.
And John Heinersey now starting to leave the pit stall as well in his Cadillac CT4 Blackwing. So.
When you're carrying that much speed down the stretch, you need as much open air.
Well, maybe you want a couple cars, to help slow you down going into turn 5. I didn't just say that, but so
it's not Spec Miata.
No, well, not yet. That actually is next. So let's go and we'll make a call to the grid for them now. Attention in the paddock. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starting in just a few moments.
See how well I set you up to go into Spec Miata?
Yes.
Like that.
Amazing. Thank you.
So first car on track, I believe, is going to be, of course, and it is that big, bad Hot Rod Viper, Scotty B. White. He has made an appearance. He's still trying to work, once again, that 2:24.6 he had yesterday. His top qualifying time puts him 1.2 seconds behind Resentano. Right now, your pole sitter, though, still sitting on pit lane. So Resentano, not sure if we're going to see him come back out or not. Once again, only 8 minutes left to go in the session.
And again, Resitano driving the Ford Mustang this year, the Phoenix Performance Machine, and he's your defending national champion. Took the win last year in a Pontiac Solstice, and switches over now to this Ford Mustang. And so far, it has been a suitable weapon, as you mentioned, almost 1.3 seconds up on the rest of the Touring 2 field.
He is finally rolling. The crew looked like they were doing the Days of Thunder thing with ice creams out there. So very relaxed. He is heading out. So he is actually going to come out behind the 24. He'll come out and probably be able to gap himself back. There's nobody behind him for at least half the track. So he'll be able to definitely back himself up to whatever kind of gap he feels comfortable with.
All right, so what are the cars our corner workers are looking at right now? Maybe we should take a gander next time he comes down the front straight. Kyle Gilbert in the number 15 American Sedan Chevy Camaro. That's the machine out of Janesville, Wisconsin. Currently running ninth in class, and apparently I take that back. Currently running ninth in class, and there is an issue with the hood. Flopping around just a little bit, and I think it sounds like the safety catches are doing exactly what they're meant to do, and keep that hood from saying hello to the windshield, essentially. It looks like a couple of our corner workers have said that everything is okay over there. So let's take a look as Scotty B. White now completes the lap, turns in a 2:25.805. That is the fastest lap of the session. However, it is still 1.2 seconds off his best lap time from yesterday, and even more off of Kurt Resitano's provisional pole time in the class.
The Viper sounds so good coming down the front stretch.
Absolutely, it does.
It's got to be
sounds like a 5-cylinder. Sounds like an Audi from this side of the track.
Aaron Kaplan making his way past. Also looking, once again, Alan Kossoff in one of the Porsches. Two Porsches have made their way out there on track. Alan Kossoff being one of them.
Okay, and big changes here in American Sedan. We talked about Danny Richardson still trying to work to straighten his Chevy Camaro out. He's your defending national champion, and he had turned in a 2:29.344 to jump and to leapfrog another one of our American Sedan runners, to leapfrog Tom Ellis. But in the time that I'm saying this, Andy McDermott, who did not set a time in qualifying at all yesterday, came into today 11th out of 11 drivers in American Sedan. He just turns in a 2:26.813. That is enough for provisional pole in American Sedan. And that puts him
6/10.
Yeah, 6/10. No, not 6/10. 600ths of a second up on Greg Eaton. Greg Eaton with his best time from yesterday at 2:27.476. Yeah, that is 6/10. I can't. Well, what the heck is happening?
6/10 of a second up.
Oh, you know what it is? It's because I'm looking at yeah. All right,
6/10 of a second up.
Thank you.
But that is still an amazing time, and that will probably put him into the Hawk top performer of the day, because we're looking for the gentleman to pick up the most time.
All right, and John Heinrichsey now turns his fastest lap of the day. He turns in a 2:24.386 in his Touring 2 Cadillac. That allows him to leapfrog Scotty B. White. And if session were to end now, and it's going to end in just a few moments, that would allow him to start on the outside of the front row in Touring 2, Scotty B. White getting shuffled back to third. Charlie Peter who started today in 4th position, still in 4th. He has improved upon his times from yesterday, however.
When you look at those top 4 cars in T2, 4 very different cars. When you look at the configurations, when you have the Viper starting 3rd, you have the Cadillac Blackwing starting 2nd, and then the Ford Mustang on pole, and then the BMW starting 4th.
Yeah.
MT Cups. So.
Yeah, the M2 Club Sport machine.
Club Sport.
Yes.
So 4 very different cars. Heinersey, top time of the day. Scotty B in 2. Peter McDermott, your top 4 for the day. So McDermott with that 2:26.7 lowers the time even more now as he shaves off about another 1/10 of a second to boost that gap up to, just under a 1/10 of a second. So closer to 7/10 now, that gap between him and Eaton in P2. Richards, Danny is a little further off the lead than what I would anticipate, as he is 2.5 seconds off the pole time set by McDermott. 2 minutes remaining, so we should probably make a call to grid for Spec Miata.
Let's do
coming
that.
Up next.
Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata racers. This is your 3rd call to the grid. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. As you said, we've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Andy McDermott looks to be on a flyer right now. He's got personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2. Waiting for him to go into Sector 3, where he's going to follow Greg Eaton here in just a moment. In addition, Kurt Resitano out on track, and he's going green across all sectors so far, including the speed trap. John Heinersey, though, goes purple, fastest of all in the 1st sector now, as he is making a challenge here for pole in Touring 2.
Well, carrying 151 plus miles per hour down that front stretch. The only car getting close to him speed trap wise is Scotty B. White, who's at a 150.9 miles per hour. So Scotty B. and Heinersey both just putting the cars, the pedal all the way flat on the floor.
All right, Greg Eaton goes by us on the front straight and starts another lap. He did not improve last time by, turning into 2:28.01, probably a 2:31, almost 4 seconds off of his previous best lap time. Andy McDermott now looking to complete a lap. Again, he is your, believe now he is your provisional pole sitter in American Sedan. And as he comes across the line, he turns in a 2:26.792. So he does improve and now has opened up the gap between he and Greg Eaton to 1.2 seconds in American Sedan. That is absolutely huge. Over in Touring 2, John Heinersey, he had that personal best in the 1st sector, a little bit off in Sector 1. We'll watch, though. Charlie Peter, though, appears to be on a flyer. He's got personal bests in all sectors so far. And the 66 machine coming out of Canada Corner, coming up to the start-finish straight. And we'll have a lap time in for him in just a moment as Resitano takes to the pit lane.
Peter goes all the way up to 2nd on a 2:24.195. And the checkered flag comes out of the session. But Peter gets around Heinersey late. 8.5 tenths behind Resitano. So Peter puts in that flyer late to move the M2 competition sport up to P2. So it's Resitano, Peter, Heinersey, and White in that order. Meanwhile, in American Sedan, it is still McDermott with that 0.7 of a second advantage over Eaton, a 26.7 to a 27.4.
Yeah, but Eaton, who's on his last lap right now, and he's coming down towards Canada Corner in that number 21 Mustang. He's got personal bests in Sector 2 and Sector 3. Coming through Canada Corner now. Let's see if he can improve. Let's see if he can take the pole back. Remember, Greg Eaton was on a run to take his fourth national championship before getting DQ'd for jumping the start on a restart. Greg Eaton, He turns in a 227.281. That is almost half a second off of Andy McDermott. So he is not going to improve. We do have a few more racers, including Danny Richardson, making way. Pardon me, that's the 15 machine of Kyle Gilbert coming into Canada now. But most of our racers at the front of the field have already completed their laps. Tom Ellis, though, is on his final lap in the 51 machine. Let's like to see. Ellis crosses the line at a 229.824. All right, so let's take a look and see how things are going to play out for our American Sedan and Touring 2 race. They are going to race on Sunday at 2 p.m. Central Time. That's 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So in American Sedan, well, let's see. We got something coming across from Race Control.
Well, yeah, your actual current pole sitter, the number 24 of Angie McDermott, has come to a stop just before the Sorrento Cheese Bridge. So just out of turn 3, he has come to rest. Driver's right.
Well, if you're going to take a cool down lap, you might as well just hang out by the Cheese Bridge for a while. All right, so let's take a look at how things are going to play out. We're going to start off with American Sedan, where Andy McDermott, in his WeatherTech Ford Mustang out of Fowlerville, Michigan, is provisionally your Tire Rack Pole Award winner with a qualifying time of 226.792. Scheduled to start on the outside of the front row, Greg Eaton in his Eaton Racing and Development Ford Mustang, with a qualifying time, 227.281. Danny Richardson, your defending national champion, scheduled to start third with Tom Ellis right alongside him. Richardson in the Hoosier Chevy Camaro. Then we've got the Steeda Ford Mustang of Tom Ellis. Row number 3, Dylan Licklider out of Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Great run for him as he improves today. He's going to start alongside our 2021 national champion, James Jost, in a Ford Mustang. Then we've got Michael Chameleon and Kyle Gilbert, final Roger Eagleton and Andy Schneidermeyer, rounding out your top 10 in American Sedan. Moving over to Touring 2, your Tire Rack Pole Award winner, Kurt Resitano, driving the Phoenix Performance Ford Mustang, qualifying time, 223.351. Charlie Peter, our defending national champion in the Hoosier BMW M2 Club Sport, gives us a 2-minute 24.195 lap time. He's going to start on the outside of the front row. John Heinrichsey with a 224.386 will start third. Scotty B. White will start in fourth position. Then we got David Sanders. He is in the Phoenix Performance Chevrolet Corvette. He is scheduled to start fifth with Aaron Kaplan in his BMW M2 Club Sport, the Kaplan Racing's machine, starting in sixth. Alan Kossoff scheduled to start seventh, and Jason Ott eighth. Russell King ninth. And if he can get that car repaired, Bruce Griffin scheduled to start on the outside of row number 5 in 10th.
That second row is going to be interesting, as the two cars with the fastest track speed will be starting on that second row in T2. So coming down the front stretch to take that green flag, we'll have to see if either one of them get a little antsy, as they will have that power to come up the hill and take the green. So looking for them. Once again, that race will be taking place Sunday afternoon at roughly about 2 o'clock.
All right, so let's make a final call for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for Spec Miata. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Spec Miata to the grid, please. And with that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from the National Park of Speed Road America. You're watching the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco at Road America, is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Haggerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Haggerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Haggerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Haggerty Drivers Club. Join at haggerty.com.
Welcome back to Road America, the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bullis. And Dan, next up, it's the Sneaky Mooses. No, it's the Sneaky Spec Miatas heading out on track for their second qualifying session of the week. And let's quickly take a look. Well, right now we're looking at actually not the Sneaky Mooses. We're looking at the Salty Dogs across from us, from Salty Dog Cafe team across the way from us. But let's take a look and see where we stand after a day of qualifying. And I think right across from us is our provisional pole sitter. And from Salty Dog Racing, Bobby Gossett, hailing from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, with a provisional pole time of 2:43.111. His teammate and former Spec Miata pole sitter, Chuck McTudis from Little Mountain, South Carolina, in the Rossini Racing Salty Dog Hoosier Mazda Miata, turned in a time of 2:43.213. Then Frankie Barroso. Hey, should we thank Frankie's mom once again
for the cookies?
Yes, thank the Barroso Racing and for the wonderful cookies that we had during lunch today. The IAG Auto Group Mazda Miata turned in at 2:43.253. Max Stallone, they call him Rocky, from Lakeway, Texas, representing the Lone Star region of the SCCA, fourth fastest in the 103 machine at 2:43.419. And then Matt Stretch in the number 89 Wheels America car, and actually Stallone racing for Wheels America as well. Matt Stretch turning in a 2:43.451. And then let's go down to sixth, because this is, I think, a big story here. Brett Kowalski yesterday, for lack of a better word, had a pretty big incident coming out of the hurry downs, coming out of turn 8. Actually ended up doing, I think, terminal damage to his Kowalski Motorsports E Street Racing Mazda, and he managed to he came through, I think, unscathed, I think after a lot of painkillers and maybe Tylenol, but he has procured a rental car that I think he went out and tested a little bit earlier, and hopefully we're going to see him on the track today. He is Sports Car News's pick to win, qualified sixth fastest, and we'll see how he does in a car that he's never raced before.
I'm sorry to chuckle over that, Greg, but watching what just kind of took place on pit lane was very entertaining.
What happened?
Well, the Mighty Moose. We had two groups of four that had pulled over and stopped on pit lane. The four in front of us,
right? The Salty Dog folks.
The Salty Dog folks were here.
Right.
Another group of four that was further up, and then the Mighty Moose group plus about three other cars were at the very far end.
Right.
And
so was there a fight between the Salty Dogs and the Sneaky Mooses?
About three from that first group, and the Salty Dogs all decided to go out.
Okay.
The second foursome went out behind them, but then all of a sudden the Mighty Moose group decided to join and kind of blend in at the back. So we now have a group of about 14, maybe 15 cars all together that have are not at speed compared to what everybody else is.
So it's like Noah's Ark. We've got Sneaky Mooses, we've got Salty Dogs. They're all kind of angry, and going out for a qualifying session now. And so we will see who can jump to the front, who will be your Tire Rack Pole Award winner and pole sitter for the National Championship race in Spec Miata, which is scheduled to start tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
The issue that I'm seeing is they all came out right before. Well, they're all out there trying to warm up right now.
Sure.
They're coming down the hurry downs. The group that went out when the green flag, or when they were actually released,
coming up right behind them.
Coming up the back of them quickly.
Yes.
While that group is still trying to warm up their tires.
Yeah, so we've already got a group on a flyer, and you can see that now, that second group just now coming underneath the Corvette Bridge, going through turn 6. And now through turn 7, as the tire warmers are heading down into turn 8 just ahead of them.
Yeah, Ryan Maloney, one of those guys that was in that original group that went out when they were released,
right,
is leading that fast pack that are on flyers right now, and he's coming into traffic, coming through the carousel.
And that is a game to play. So Ryan Maloney out of the Washington, D.C. region, Dayton, Maryland, who has been teamed up with Flat Out Racing's Nick Leveroni, our 2019 Touring 4 national champion. They were the first two in that group. I believe we also had Nick Bruni and Sean Varwig, well, at least Nick Bruni, and that's Kowalski's E Street Racing teammate. Now, I'm looking to see which racers have not gone out. Well, we will have to see. I just talked about Brett Kowalski perhaps moving over to a backup car or a rental car. I don't believe that is the case. He has not crossed the timing loop yet at all.
So what we were just talking about, the cars that are on the Flyers are coming down through, they came through the kink. The other group was still tire warming when they were coming up, and created a bit of a kerfuffle coming into 12. And now, as they all come by us, there are cars. It is just
Mayhem.
kind of a cluster with everybody now trying to figure out the cars that were at speed. We heard a turnover responding is we have cars that are going slow into 12. Meanwhile, the other cars that were on their hot laps. So,
all right. So there are 3 cars that we see did not come out for qualifying. One is Brett Kowalski out of Ruidoso, New Mexico. As we said, he qualified 5th fastest. We thought that he might be out for this qualifying session in a rental car, for lack of a better word. Will Dodd did not make the qualifying session, and I believe Dodd was in the flat-out graphics machine yesterday, qualified 22nd fastest in the number 11 machine. And then also one other driver, Tom Sager, who qualified 27th. He's out of Vero Beach, Florida, did not make it out for qualifying. So this definitely, well, it certainly complicates things for the drivers that were first off the grid. I mean, this is absolutely perfect for the sneaky mooses who apparently were being very sneaky, and also for the salty dog folks being very salty, who now are at the very front of that train, right where they wanted to be.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I mean, they may be able to control kind of what goes on behind them from that point. Do we have any in cars this?
Unfortunately, we do not have any Spec Miata in cars.
It's just, I guess, it's Spec Miata racing.
Right.
And Spec Miata is as much of a chess game as it is a race at times. And that's kind of what we had in pit lane going out. And I just find that extremely entertaining for some reason. So we now have the group, like it says, we have 31 cars, about 34 cars, I think, total. And I'm going to say 29 of them are nose to tail coming through the kink right now.
All right, and that reminds me now why Will Dodd is not out on track. Will Dodd was the other car caught up in the Brett Kowalski incident yesterday. And so that is why we don't see that car out there.
There is a group of 3 that are just made their way past the 77 and the 46, I believe. The 77 is Ellie Gossett. The 46, Domenico.
We'll just call him Dr. Dom. It's Dr. Dom. Dom Lucci.
Them and plus the third car I wasn't able to get the number on.
And somebody in the chat, and I want to thank Dean Ladd for filling us in. I was tracking the car number for Brett Kowalski's for the car that he was running yesterday. Brett Kowalski is actually out on track. He is in the number 192 Mazda Miata, currently running 22nd fastest in the session. Fast lap so far at 2:54.098. Coming down the pit lane now is
the 66 and the 52. It looks like.
Yeah, that the 66. That is Chuck McTudis. And who, again, was qualified 2nd overall going into today. And then, what did you say? The 60?
William Wallace.
Yes, William Wallace, who I believe is from New Zealand, who is with us here as well. And he goes down the pit lane. We'll see if they're maybe looking for some free track before they go out. Meanwhile, it doesn't necessarily look like the decision that Gossett and McTudis worked out all that well, because they are currently sitting in the high 253 range. almost 10 seconds off of the lap times that they set yesterday.
Yeah, looking kind of comparing what we're at. Does anybody know? No fast times today. Once again, we are quite a bit hotter than what we were yesterday. Now that we've gotten to the heat of the day, we are at 87, 88 degrees at the track. The headwind that we had yesterday is gone. We have a bit of a crosswind coming down the front stretch, not blowing that hard or nearly as bad as it was yesterday. So the conditions are quite a bit different than what we saw. So that could be playing in the fact we do have a couple cars, looks like, that are setting their best times, but it's cars more towards the back of the pack that needed some laps in. So
all right.
Looks like Samantha Silver, a car that is currently sitting 15th, might have a hood issue going on with her. Maybe the hood coming unlatched or at least popping up a little bit. Of course, bump drafting, not something that we would ever expect to see in a Spec Miata group. So it is possible that a little nose-to-tail contact may have dislodged the hoods. We'll have to keep an eye on her. Right now, coming through the kink, though, the white flag is out for a car that is moving slowly. We'll have to see if we can get a number on that. It is car number 89, it sounds like, and that is Matt Stretch. So Stretch is your number 4 qualifier for the time being, but he is slow coming down the backstretch into Canada corner as he's got cars trying to work their way around him that are at speed. And it sounds like he has actually come to stop. So we are going on a yellow. That may turn into a full course yellow, depending. That's not a safe spot to be, which is coming down under the braking zone for Canada corner.
All right, so then it sounds like those corner workers, and indeed we are going to a full course caution now. All right, so as we look at our combined times, we've got interestingly enough, and I'm a little confused by our timing and scoring system here right now. Bobby Gossett, who is our provisional pole sitter, coming into today. For some reason, we're showing him down in showing him in 8th place overall, but with a qualifying time of 2:43.111, we believe Bobby Gossett still your provisional pole sitter. Chuck McTutis second, but Frankie Barroso third. That most of our drivers at the front of the front 15 in the field have not improved upon their times yesterday. But let's do this as we are a number of minutes into our qualifying session here, only with a little less than 8 minutes remaining. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call for Formula Enterprises 2. FE2 racers, please head to the grid. All right, so we are under full course caution. And so I see what's going on. Okay, so looks as though Bobby Gossett might have had, and we're checking to see if this was via penalty. Yep, well, there you go. I said that Bobby Gossett was your provisional pole sitter coming into the day. Looks like he had a penalty assigned at some point after yesterday's session that wasn't in the online version I pulled up.
That may have been one of the yellow flag issues that we saw.
That is quite possible. So Chuck McTutis, your provisional pole sitter, coming into today as all of Bobby Gossett's times were removed. So as we are under full course caution, currently Chuck McTutis, your provisional pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:43.213. Frankie Barroso in the IAG Aero Group machine out of Miami Springs, Florida, only 4/100ths of a second back with a 2:43.253. Max Stallone in the Wheels America Mazda Miata, a 2:43.419, 1600ths back from there, 2/10ths off the pole sitter. Third fastest, Matt Stretch, also from Wheels America Racing, with a fast time yesterday of 2:43.451, fourth fastest. And then we got Nick Bruni and Ryan Maloney, 5th and 6th. Nick Leveroni, and now Bobby Gossett, who has moved up to 8th fastest based on his times today, with Elvin Goulart and Tyler Brown rounding out the top 10 based on the combined times from yesterday and today. Again, we are under full course caution as we do have emergency services vehicles responding to that incident heading down into Canada Corner.
It's now showing that the 103 of Max Stallone may have come to a stop as well. That would put the second car stopped there, driver's right, coming into Canada Corner, which may add some more time onto the yellow flag. We'll have to see if that is a figment of my imagination or not. Either way,
All right.
Okay, 103. So it is just a catch-up on my screens that shows the 103 sitting there stopped. So it looks like.
More importantly, it looks like they've got the situation all taken care of and cleared. So hopefully, in just a few moments, we'll be going back to green here at Road America as we have remaining on the clock now, Dan, just 4 minutes. So let me make another call to the grid real quick for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Formula Enterprise 2, please head to the grid. FE2 racers, this is your second call to the grid.
I've been waiting to see. I've been kind of anxious to see if any of the Miatas decided to try bump drafting the pace cars, since they are Mazdas that may qualify as a safe bump draft.
You know, I don't know if race control or the pace car drivers, for that matter, would look too kindly upon that. But they are, you know, if we see one of them picking up speed and going full bore out of turn 3, heading down to turn 5, you'll know that something is amiss.
I'm going to guess that the CX90s may be able to pull a gap.
But still put a big giant hole in the air for those Miatas.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
So once again, our pace vehicles for the week. Big thanks, of course, to Mazda Motorsports and Mazda for all that they do for SCCA. 3 beautiful CX-90s out here that are pacing our groups when we have caution flags. Unfortunately, we've seen quite a bit of them going through a lot of that Sunoco race fuel this weekend. But we should be going back to green. Pace cars are pulling off. 2 of them have cleared. Our third one is making his way down underneath the Cheese Bridge and will be exiting momentarily there at turn 5. And indeed, he has. He has gapped himself from the rest of the Spec Miatas.
Yes, he has. Well, the Spec Miatas may be trying to put some heat back in the tires in those Spec Hoosier SM7s as the green flags. The yellow flags now have been dropped at our corner stations. You'll see that on our Flagtronic screen in just a moment. And we are now going with 2 minutes remaining on the clock. This is going to be likely one and done for these racers. One flying lap here, Dan, in order to set the pole for the national championship race tomorrow.
So what we're seeing is about 98% of the group should be able to take the green and get one flyer in. There is a group of 3 cars, the 42, the 07, and a third car, which I believe is a 27. The 3 of them are ways further back than the group. It is going to be tight on whether they make it to our
again, all they have to do is get to the start line down at turn 13 before the clock hits 0, before the checkered flag comes out.
But a minute 28, they are going to be real close to getting that lap of flyers.
Oh, no. They've got a minute 28 just to get there. To start a lap.
Start a lap,
which should not be a problem for them.
But their laps are 2:43, and they were just at the end of.
Well, it was 2:40. Yeah, I think they should still be.
I think they're going to make it, but it was looking.
Although we're showing a local caution now down at turn 14, and the 82 car appears to be off, and that is. Let's take a look. That is Tyler Quantz out of Cypress, Texas. In the white and yellow machine. And that is going to make things obviously difficult. Well, it looks like he may have continued now as that local caution has been removed. And we'll see if that car starts moving. But that is a good thing for the majority of the racers now as they come through turn 3. There is still some very large packs, though, here on the front straight.
So, yeah, the 3 cars, I was wondering if they were going to make it or not. Looks like they're going to cross the line with about 12 seconds to go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they are going to get their last flyer in. But, yeah, if any later, they may not have gotten that lap. So the 42 is slow coming up the hill. Will he see the checkered? He's crossing underneath right as the checkered should come out.
All right, checkered flag is now out. All these last flying laps will count. We haven't seen any big changes in the top 15 except for Bobby Gossett, who had all of his lap times from yesterday removed. He is currently sitting 8th fastest, and we see a lot of drivers with personal bests on the board. And as they are coming to the line, let's take a look here. Who is it going to be? Frankie Barroso is our fastest driver today. Still hasn't improved upon his times from yesterday. And as our racers now come, big pack of them coming out of the kink and heading down towards Canada Corner. We'll take a look.
Seeing if we see any green on our sheets. And there's a bunch of cars that are green. Once again, trying to set their fast times, at least for the day. But where they are compared to where they are compared to yesterday is the issue. Once again, not a lot of guys picking up time here on day number 2 with this heat in the afternoon.
All right, big portion of the field now coming out of Canada Corner, coming up through the Bill Mitchell Bend and Thunder Valley. And Bobby Gossett now, look at this, turns into 2:45.204. That is enough to move him up a little bit higher. No, actually
that's
not
his fastest. So
yeah, that still is that still puts him 8th fastest. Looking to see if anybody else improves. And again, lots of green on the board. Tyler Quantz, who actually had gone off on the previous lap, looks like he put in his best lap of the session on the last lap. But as our final drivers come to the line, it's going to be pretty much as we ended yesterday. It is going to be Chuck McTudis. The second time he has been your Tire Rack Pole Award winner with a 2:43.213. The Rossini Racing, Salty Dog Racing driver from Little Mountain, South Carolina is your Tire Rack Pole Award winner. Frankie Barroso from Miami Springs, Florida, in the IG Aero Group machine should start on the outside of the front row, only 4/100ths of a second back from McTudis. Max Stallone from Wheels America Racing at Lakeway, Texas, starts third with his teammate Matt Stretch starting in 4th. Nick Bruni, 2-time national champion, driving the E Street Racing number 6 out of Arlington, Virginia, scheduled to start 5th. Ryan Maloney from Dayton, Maryland, the Washington, D.C. region driver, starting in 6th. Nick Leveroni from Flat Out Racing will start 7th. Bobby Gossett, who was your provisional pole sitter before he had all of his times removed yesterday for a pass under yellow, he will start 8th. Tyler Quantz will start 9th. And your former Spec Miata national champion, 2011, I believe, national champion Elvin Goulart will start in 10th position. All right, that is your top 10. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for FE2. Formula Enterprises 2 racers, please head to the grid. Your session is next. FE2 racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action here from the runoffs. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
Congratulations from Tire Rack to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships and 62 years of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Without the dedicated members, volunteers, and region leaders, these events and the thousands of other events SCCA members host each year wouldn't be possible.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com or shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
Bravo trailers are well represented within SCCA paddocks as they're the trailer supplier for both SCCA road racing and solo programs. Bravo has also been the choice of Mazda Motorsports, Honda Performance, as well as many professional race teams and SCCA racers alike. If you are in need of a new race trailer, check out bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Welcome back to Road America and the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I am Greg Ginsberg, and he is Dan Bullis. And next up, Dan, is Formula Enterprises 2, FE2. If you give me just a moment, I'm still getting our timing stuff here ready to go.
My little cow car departing in front of us, Franklin. So.
Franklin Futrell, absolutely. And don't call it the little cow car. That is your provisional pole sitter, my friend.
That's where strawberry milk comes from.
from Pink Cows?
From Pink Cows.
All right. Don't tell that to the Nestle Quick Bunny, by the way. All right, so let's take a look at how we finished up qualifying in FE2 yesterday. As we mentioned, Franklin Futrell in the Miko Incorporated Kart King Jet Food Stores Formula Enterprise 2. He's out of Augusta, Georgia, representing the Atlanta region. He finished the session with a 2:12.475. I think now 16-year-old Gian Bufamonte out of Naperville, Illinois, representing the Chicago region, a 2:12.489. So what's that? I can't do simple math. 14 thousandths difference. Oh, that's right. You've got it right in front of you. Then Steve Whitston in the LOA Roof Alliance Auto Rocket Motor Formula Enterprises 2 at 2:12.551, and Eric Wisniewski in the Remax Commercial Group Hillenburg Formula Enterprise 2 entry, a 2:13.580. Adam Jennerjohn, Dean Opperman, Paul Schneider, Whitney Strickland, Tom Burt, and Robert Vanman round out your top 10. As our racers now, Dan, working their way through the carousel.
Speaking of youth, we got a special one up joining us.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we do. Joining us here in the booth, Liam Kerper, one of our young and upcoming, I think one of our youngest competitors here at the Runoffs this week, 15 years old, driving the number 44 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 with Doggone Racing. Good afternoon. Welcome, Liam.
Thank you. How you guys been doing?
Well, we've been doing quite good. The qualifying action here has been incredibly exciting. Maybe the best question to ask you, since I assume this is your first time at Road America.
Yes, sir.
How's it been? How's your weekend been so far?
You know, been struggling through just learning the track and getting the car all dialed in, but we set a pretty solid lap and qualified 18th, and we're just trying to work through the final kinks and see what we got tomorrow.
Well, there you go. So we were just talking to your dad, Jay, a few moments ago, and the plan wasn't necessarily for you to be running the runoffs this year. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your road racing history?
Yeah, so he threw me in a kart when I was 5, took me to one of the local rental kart tracks and fell in love. So now we're here standing at Road America trying to chase a dream.
But your first time you just got your SCCA competition license. Your first time in a race car was this spring. Is that right?
Yeah, back in March. Stalled it a couple times, but.
And I'm guessing you didn't drive the trailer here, did you?
No.
You're not quite old enough to do that, are you?
No, a couple more years.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So why don't you tell us? So this being your first year behind the wheel. Why don't you tell us about some of your successes, some of the things that you've done this spring, and maybe what led up to the decision to come and race at the National Championship Runoffs?
Yeah, so funny enough, me being so new to the racing auto world and spec racers, we have a rain map, and my first ever race, I left that on, and swept the weekend, but it was harder than it should have been.
Was it raining or was it dry?
It was pretty dry out. But,
okay.
But yeah, my dad had full confidence in me, and he knew that as soon as I stepped in one of these cars, it was able to take off. So we got the license pretty quick back in June, and we did a couple majors, and now we're standing here. We swept the majors up in Thompson a couple months ago.
Okay.
And now we're here with Doggone Racing. So
what's it like, your first time here to Road America? Is there anything that has surprised you about the track?
How much elevation there is. You can do all the sim work in the world, and nothing will compare to how much elevation's here.
It is a big change, especially coming up out of 5. You never quite get a full grasp on the when you're running iRacing on how exactly tall and how much of a hill that is. So is there a part of the track that you've really taken to that you just feel like this flows really well?
Probably turn 1 to turn 5. I really like the 90s and the elevation changes. I've always been working on my obviously suspension work, coming from a solid frame kart, but I really enjoy the 90s and the flexing car.
Good. Now you're in SRF3. Are there plans beyond this?
Right now we're in talks with a couple other teams and a couple other series, but nothing's set in stone. So we'll see what comes of it for next year.
Anything specifically you want to be running? I mean, SRF3 is a great group to be in. First off, there's so much talent, and being able to absorb so much with the group that you're around is one thing. But is there a type of car that you're looking forward to, maybe a next step, maybe in a year or two once you get some more seat time?
Trans Am or the MX-5 Cup is what we're working on right now, but nothing set in stone. So.
MX-5 Cup. There's a little youth in there that
there's a lot of youth in there.
a great place to go.
And I know a couple of Spec Racer Ford racers that have made the jump to MX-5 Cup, as well as Spec Miata race, but a lot of folks from the SCCA that have gone into pro racing there and have done quite well, and some of them that are right around your age. Ethan Goulart, for example, has been racing not only there but also in the GR86 Cup, GR Cup. As well, probably another series for you to look at with a nice spec series, and no, that is great. And and again, having watched you this year, watch you do incredibly well in a very tough regional series like the Mid Atlantic Road Racing Series, and also, as you said, sweeping the weekend at the Thompson Majors. With only two or three weekends under your belt before you went and did that. It's a huge accomplishment. But let's ask you this, because as you've seen here, maybe as you get competition from all around the country, the level of competition here at the runoffs is pretty tough. What are some of the things that you're taking away from this weekend that maybe is a little different from going to a regional race weekend, doing a regional series?
Just the difference in qualifying, just the different, I guess you can call them games or strategies that we can use to try to help us get to the front and stay to that front. looks like there's a car spun coming out of
turn 1.
Yeah, so we're under service flag as well, so we're going to go
and it looks
full
like
course yellow for a few minutes.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to a full course caution and trying to get the car number there. We'll see exactly what that is.
Looks going to be the 27 of Dean Opperman.
Dean Opperman
is the one that has spun off there just before cresting the hill, going down into 3. So driver looks to be okay waving back, but we'll have probably a little cleanup along with some surface. So.
Exactly. To recap a little bit, of course, we've got our current timing and scoring from this session on the left-hand side of your screen. In addition to that, if you go to scca.com/live, you can see the wonderful multi-sector live timing that tracks our racers all around the racetrack here. But Dan and I have been tracking a combined lap times for both yesterday and today, so don't think I have the ability to do simple math in my head.
Yeah.
But none of our drivers from top to bottom of the field have been able to improve upon their times from yesterday. So it is still Franklin Futrell, your provisional pole sitter, with a 2:12.475. Gian Buffamante, who I believe now is only 16, maybe 17 years old. He started off, of course, his dad is a former Trans Am champion, but he actually started racing in a TA2 car here in the SCCA, driving in the GT2 class, now in a Formula Enterprise 2 car. Steve Whitston, third fastest. Eric Wisniewski, Adam Jennerjohn, currently your top 5 going into tomorrow's race.
Yeah, Buffamante, I'm not sure we have seen him come out of the paddock, so I think he actually is not here today or this afternoon. So maybe calling it the heat, definitely playing a role right now. As fast time of the day so far is Futrell with a 2:13.5, so he's roughly about 0.6 of a second off where he was yesterday. That 2:12.475 looks like that was still strong enough to hold on to the pole. Buffamante, once again, no sign of him, so he'll stay at that 2:12.489 from yesterday,
Right.
16th or 14th out off the pole.
And of course, he is, he's playing the odds here, whether or not Steve Whitston can make up 62 thousandths of a second over the course of the day. Hasn't been able to yet. And of course, we are under full course caution, and we've just gone halfway in this 21-minute session. So, gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'm going to play the nasty, annoying tones here real quick and call our next group to the grid. Attention in the paddock. F production racers, please head to the grid. F production racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
It sounded like Dean actually may have carried a little too much speed, using too much track there.
On the exit of
on
one.
the exit of one. That's never happened before.
No, not at all. Well, and as you've seen, Gian, and it's a very, turn 1 here is a very high speed corner. And they give you all the skater teeth out to the outside, but there's a reason why there's all that gravel trap out there as well. And if you, it's kind of like I guess probably for us the best analogy would be turn 10 at Summit Point, very similar corner. And if you drop a wheel there, it's quite possible. We see a lot of drivers, they'll shoot right across the track to drivers right as they catch a wheel, or some of them, they'll just continue going off to the wall, drivers left as well. But it's a very challenging corner, and especially when you're all by yourself and you don't have cars in front of you, kind of hard to judge. What would you say for you here, coming here in your first time at Road America, regardless of how much time you spend on the sim, as you've just said, it's very different on the sim, and this track having been repaved about a year and a half ago, much different grip levels, I think, than you feel on the sim. But what are the most challenging corners for you here at Road America?
Me personally, it is 5 and 6, going down into 5, just trying to get the car rotated in, and then 6 with the uphill, just making that back end so light. Trying to work everything at once.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple folks today, as they do that transition from gas to brake as they come underneath the Corvette bridge there, and the rear end lightens up. I imagine having that rear engine in the Spec Racer Ford, when you have that weight transfer forward, it's kind of difficult to kind of get the car rotated, not rotated too much, and get back on the throttle going through there.
Yeah, so there's a really fine line that we all try to chase and get to, but there's there's a gap where if it doesn't rotate enough, then it pushes really hard, and if it over rotates, then you obviously feel that coming out of the corner, nice and slow. But we're working on it. We're getting close.
So here's a question for you, and as an old guy who
Really old.
got it, who got behind the wheel of a race car first and then tried to undertake sim racing. I found it always, and I've talked to a lot of people of my generation that find it very difficult when the feel in your butt of what a race car is doing, when that's removed and you have to do the sim, as opposed to somebody like yourself and younger folks that are coming up that are doing sim racing sometimes before they get into a kart, certainly before they get into a race car. What do you see as like the real difference coming from the sim world going into a race car? Do you find it easier then to jump behind the race car because you've got these other inputs, these other sensations that you never had before?
Actually, I kind of find it to be a little harder just because I'm so used to having the feel, because your muscles work without you even actually realizing it.
Okay.
Especially in the seat, when the car flexes, you got to try to keep level and stay focused. So when you're in the sim with no motion, it's a little bit harder.
Okay. Dan?
I was going to say this week, I've newer for you, a track like this with so much drafting. Have you had a track like where the draft has been such a big deal with such long straights like this before?
I actually went down to VIR earlier this year, and I guess you can say that was the closest to this. But this track is just a whole nother level. I mean, there's got to be over a mile in just straightaways here. And, I mean, draft's a big thing. I can be 8 miles down compared to Morgan Burkhardt with draft, running by myself. So just trying to make friends and be able to run with the top guys.
How is that? Being a new driver, sometimes it's hard for guys to trust to run around you. They may, try to avoid you. Have you been able to find guys that have been wanting to work with you?
Yeah, Morgan's been a big part of that and helped me try to fit in with a couple guys just so I don't get run down with times. I mean, my first qualifying yesterday, I was close enough to get a little bit, but nothing crazy. So that lap we kind of consider it by myself, and it wasn't super far off.
Excellent. So we're getting getting word from the field that Opperman may have had a suspension failure when he got into those rumble strips on the exit of 2 that caused a wheel to go down. It also looks, it appears as though they may have that car under hook. And we are getting word now that next time around, the safety cars are going to be heading back behind the walls, and with just about 4.5 minutes remaining, we're going to be going back to green flag here. So there, actually, it may be closer to 4 minutes, but that'll give our racers the opportunity to get a couple fast laps in, and maybe somebody can challenge Franklin Futrell for that pole, for the tire rack pole award and pole position. Real quick, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, F Production Racers, please head to the grid. F Production Racers, your qualifying session is next. Please head to the grid. All right, so as we're getting ready underway here, so tell us this, Liam. Not that we want you to give away any secrets to number 17 or 16 or 15 and all the guys around you, but do you have any big strategies for tomorrow? Something to whip out that your competitors maybe haven't seen yet?
I feel like cars got some more pace than it was shown during qualifying, so just try to pick them off one at a time and see how far we can get up. Be nice to get up with Morgan pretty quick and try to work together, since we've worked together a little bit this weekend and worked pretty well. So we'll see what we can do early in the race tomorrow.
Very, very good.
Now, have you been more comfortable pushing or being pushed, or have you figured that out yet?
Honestly, I really like the pushing part, because I can control when the guy in front of me kind of brakes, and being pushed just gives me like a sensation that I just don't like, because who knows, that guy might have a brake failure and be a fun ride.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I've had that happen before, so yeah, You just end up 40 feet further than you expected in the gravel trap. That's all. Nothing major.
As cars coming by us real quick, Futrell looks like he's got open track in front of him. So he'll have a chance as we go under 3 minutes to go in the session. Looks like everybody should get at least one flyer, and Futrell may be able to get two. So
yeah, indeed. And you said he's all by himself. We've got a good portion of the field now making their way through the kink and heading down towards Canada Corner. When they get to the timing stripe over by Station 13, it will probably be somewhere around 2 minutes and 10 seconds or so remaining on the clock.
It's going to be tight if they get second in, yeah.
Yeah, so it may be very, very tight. Here they come, coming up. And crossing the stripe now, yeah, like I said, at around 2:12, 2:13 remaining on the clock.
Yeah, I think they'll throw the checkered.
Yep,
It'll be tight.
Yep. So we'll see here. So Liam, if you were in this position and you knew that you had one lap left in order to in a group, let's say in a group like this with Formula Enterprises 2, and you had one lap left, what would you do differently than maybe any other lap during a qualifying session?
It's all about the setup. Like, this track has very long straightaways, so if you can get a little bit of a gap between you and the guy in front of you, it gives you better drafting going down the straightaway, and you're not running up on them, having to brake early, especially going in turn 1, 5, and Canada Corner.
Okay. Very good. All right. So we've got our racers on their last laps.
Right now, Futrell not seeing a lot of green across the board, a couple turning green first sectors, but that is off today's time. Not necessarily means they're fast off of what they were yesterday. Still no fast times coming from day 2. Everybody's still standing on day 1. Once again, the heat possibly playing a factor. The headwind down the front stretch is back up and blowing again. So that's probably the most wind we've seen for today, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. I think now as those are right across, and here, let's do this. Let's bring up the weather map, not for the temperatures, which it's still at 87, but I want to see what those winds are like as we've got our last racers starting their flying laps now, heading down towards turn 1. And, well, according to our stuff here, it looks like the winds have actually died down a little bit. Guarantee you that is not the case looking straight across, as those flags are fully at attention now, pointing towards turn 14. As our first group of cars led by the number 18 of Steve Whitston, coming out of the kink, heading down the Canada Corner.
It's going to be close on if they get a second lap or not. And
here they come up the hill. Let's see.
At least a couple of them are going to get a second flyer in.
All right, checkered flag is out, but I think Steve Whitston and possibly Adam Jennerjohn were able to get by before the flag waved. And the first car to take the checkered flag is going to be Tom Burt.
Yeah.
And all following. Now, as we take a look, neither Whitston nor Jennerjohn, although they put in their best times of the session, neither improved upon their times from yesterday. Matter of fact, they were almost, in the case of Jennerjohn, almost 2 seconds off of yesterday's best times. And, yeah, it sounds as though Whitston and Jennerjohn did indeed cross the stripe before the checkered flag came out. And,
purple first section for Jennerjohn, though.
There you go. So he may be on a flyer.
Now or never, literally, as he will be one of the last cars to see. Looks like some more purple showing up, but that is...
Well, so that's Wisniewski, but we think Wisniewski's already crossed the checkered flag.
No, Wisniewski looks like he is the third car of the 4.
All right, well, let's see. And as he goes through the speed trap, but let's take a look. So Jennerjohn set overall best in the first sector, going from basically from Canada Corner up to the start-finish line. But Steve Whitston, fastest from start-finish down to the 4A, flag station 4A, just before turn 5. So they're now working what would normally be the second sector. And Whitston had his best trap speed going down to the 4. Yeah. Interesting that Wisniewski was almost 3 seconds faster, but we've got a local caution now coming out of the carousel.
That was, I believe, the fourth car in that group, so I didn't catch the number of who that was. But looking at the 18.
And Whitney Strickland out of League City, Texas, spins the car coming out of the carousel. And looks like he may have gotten that car back underway. But now coming to the checkered flag, Steve Whitston does not improve in the final sector, nor does Adam Jennerjohn. Jennerjohn, though, does end up going slightly faster than the previous lap. He turns into 2:13.934, but again, that does not improve upon his 2:13.898 that he ran yesterday. And so with the final cars coming across the line, our Tire Rack Pole Award winner for Formula Enterprises 2 should be Franklin Futrell. Again, this is all provisional, but Franklin Futrell turning in at 2:12.475 yesterday. Gian Bufamonte, who chose not to bring his car to today's qualifying session, will start on the outside of the front row, missing out on pole by 14 one-thousandths of a second. Steve Whitston could not improve. He will start on the inside of row number 2, 62 thousandths back from Bufamonte, with Eric Wisniewski scheduled to start fourth. Adam Jennerjohn fifth, alongside, if he can get his car repaired, Dean Opperman, who had that mechanical failure just a little earlier in this session. Opperman scheduled to start sixth. Paul Schneider, seventh. Whitney Strickland, eighth. Tom Burt, ninth. And Robert Vanman rounding out your top 10. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call for F Production. F Production racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session starting in a few moments. F Production, please head to the grid. And with that, want to thank Liam Kerper. Liam, any last thoughts before we turn you loose for your race this weekend?
No, but I just want to say thank you guys for inviting me up here and had a great time.
Thank you very much, everybody. That's Liam Kerper, rookie racer, rookie here at the National Championship Runoffs, driving the number 44 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you want to see Liam live in video, his race scheduled to start tomorrow morning, 11:15 a.m. Central Time. That's 12:15 Eastern. Liam, thanks so much for joining us. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for FE2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with F Production qualifying here at the Runoffs. It's a 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. We'll be right back.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Haggerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Haggerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire Rack Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
Welcome back to the National Park Speed. It's the 2025, not 2023, National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Where am I, Dan?
Are you sure it's I'm not sure what year it is now after listening to you myself. So.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost. Anyway, I want to thank Liam Kerper, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 driver, for coming and joining us here. And great meeting him, his father, Jay, and his younger sister, Lena, as well. And great talking to the young man. Hope he does well tomorrow. Next up, it's going to be probably not Formula. See, I am lost. It's F Production. That's what I meant. I almost said Formula P. It's F Production here at the runoff, second day of qualifying at 14-turn Road America. And Dave Strittmatter in the Goodyear Summit Racing Hawk Acura Integra is your provisional pole sitter after a day of qualifying. The bogey time, 2:32.449. Ken Kennard in his Acura Integra, second fastest, almost 1.7 seconds back from Strittmatter at a 2:34.217. He's in the Hoosier Jesse Prather Motorsports Carbotech Integra. Mason Workman, he's your defending national champion in the Hoosier Mazda Carbotech Jesse Prather Motorsports Mazda Miata. Qualifying time for him at 2:35. 322. Then we've got Chris Bovis from Carrollton, Virginia, now representing the Chicago region of the SCCA. He's in the Hartmarks Advisors Goodyear Honda CRX. He's the first of our what would we call an XGT light car? A refugee? No.
XGT?
An XGT light car. That's what we'll call him. He's the first, and he was fourth fastest yesterday. Steven Simons in his Mazda Miata, the Jesse Prather Motorsports Goodyear Carbotech machine. Fifth fastest, David Bednars out of Dexter, Michigan in the Dynamax exhaust car. Sixth fastest, Stephen Powers in another JPM Mazda. Seventh fastest, Michael Lewis, another of our XGT light machines in his second gen Goodyear Mazda RX-7. Eighth fastest, Kevin Ruck out of Marysville, Ohio in the Hoosier Willwood MCS AEM Acura Integra. Ninth fastest, and Thomas Gatos in the King Motorsports Honda CRX. 10th fastest here as the 21-minute qualifying session gets underway.
Diversity between Hondas and Mazdas, and that's about it in this group. But it's going to be, once again, what FP normally comes down to is, will the workman's car, the Acura's punching a big hole in the air, can the convertible cars
keep up? Can they keep up? Exactly. And I'll tell you, I found Strip Matter's lap time yesterday just absolutely, it came out of nowhere. I would have thought that Kennard, a former national champion, Workman, your defending national champion, of course, Bovis in his CRX, a multi-time national champion in GT Light as well. And, and Strip Matter, I said that car just, it was hooked up very well today. Or yesterday. And so these two classes, everybody is in F production this year. As I alluded to, we talked about yesterday, GT Light has been melded into F production for starting this year. And it's interesting in how well it's worked, given that F production cars traditionally have been your unibody cars, whereas most of the GT Light cars have been your silhouette-bodied tube frame cars. Some changes have certainly been made with these cars. The GT Light cars, I think, are running on narrower tires. In addition to that, the wings that those cars used to be able to run on the deck lids have now been removed, and so you don't necessarily have the aero advantage. But in addition to that, the GT Light cars have a much smaller restrictor, and but they're also a much lighter car usually than the unibody cars. But they've played very well this year, although I'd give probably the slight advantage to the traditional F production cars over the GT Light machines this year.
Definitely, most definitely. And the fun thing about the class, like it says, is when we look at the top 15, there are a couple of outliers as well. A couple of the fun cars that are unfortunately right back and a little further back in the pack. The Toyota Paseo of Chris Copley, a fun car to watch.
Another GT Light machine or XGT Light machine.
Yeah, Mike Nat in the 72 MG Midget, always a fun car to look at. And, of course, the 83 Rabbit of Tim Linrud. And my favorite car in the class is one that is just outside the top 15, and it is a Mazda Protege 5.
Yes, the wagon of
that was Jeremy Winterfield.
That's right, exactly.
I saw it roll out yesterday, and I had to do a double take going, that's not a Civic. That's a little longer than a Civic.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. The warehouse and logistics manager put this car together, and let me, if I remember correctly, let's see here. He has only been racing. Well, he's been racing for 25 years. Did a lot of asphalt circle track racing. But this is, he said it's his 13th runoffs, but only the first one that he's raced at.
Yeah, and that is definitely not a car that one would think somebody would jump to and go, you know what would be a fantastic road course race car would be a Mazda Protege 5.
Yeah.
So
said no one except Jeff Winterfield ever.
So, like I said, it's fun seeing that car out there, especially. Yeah. I don't think from the factory they could go as fast as he's going through the corners. I mean,
guaranteed
top
not.
speed, because I've had friends that have had these things, and while they look good, there is nothing underneath the hood.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I know they've got what the little MZR motor in them, and actually basically the same motor that the FE2s that we just saw race have underneath the hood. The difference is the FE2s have, I don't know, a little bit less weight and a lot more aero. It was interesting though, Dan, at the Washington D.C. region driver's school this spring, we had a driver come with a fully caged, class compliant Audi A4 station wagon, an A4 Avant.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah, I know, and I could swear it still had the roof rack on it. I was just I was expecting to see it coming out of turn 8 up the hill with like a bicycle or two, or maybe a kayak on the roof.
Even when you put the S in front of an Avant, that's just so much weight.
Yes, I know.
Oh, having autocross the Volkswagen R32.
Yeah, there's a lot of glass back. There's a lot of glass back there that adds a lot of weight. Yeah, without a doubt.
Qualifying, we do have Bovis that has jumped up a 233.7. So Bovis, the only driver in the top 15 that has showed an improvement here on day 2. Once again, the heat. Actually, now a second car. Kevin Ruck, a name that we have been waiting to find out where he would be. Kevin Ruck now jumps to P2 with a 233.3. That puts him just a second off Strip Matter, who is still sitting on pole, but 2 drivers making a move, Bovis in that CRX.
Yeah, we saw Ruck yesterday really kind of tooling around off the pace, and he pulled the car down the pit lane early, that he was over 5 seconds off a provisional pole, which was a huge surprise for us. He had led the majority of last year's F production race until he had mechanical issues, and so good to see him now move up provisionally to the outside of the front row. Chris Bovis also leapfrogs both Mason Workman, our defending national champion, and Ken Kennard, who won the national championship just a few years ago at Virginia International Raceway. And so it is, for the moment, Strip Matter, who still has almost a full second on Kevin Ruck, then Chris Bovis, then Kennard, then Workman, Steven Simons, David Bednarz, Powers, Lewis, and Gatos.
So right now it is, once again, like I said, it's kind of the battle between the roofed cars versus the non-roofed. And it is 3 Acuras, 4 Hondas, essentially, in the first 2 rows.
Now looking to see in the top 10 if any other drivers have improved, actually in the top 15, whether any other drivers have improved since yesterday. And it is just Ruck and Bovis, as we now have, we've got about half the session complete. Now just a little bit under 10 minutes remaining. So, Dan, if you don't mind, I'm going to make another call. I'm going to make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. GT2 racers, please head to the grid. GT2 racers is your first call to the grid.
So we kind of got carried away there with the last group. We did have kind of an update from the American Sedan qualifying.
Yeah, a little bit. I talked with some of the race officials. Essentially, yeah, go ahead.
No, the fact that McDermott actually bent the car.
Oh, no.
Coming out of turn 3. So we thought that he had come to rest. We were kind of pondering what may have happened to the car. We thought it may have been just a mechanical
issue. He went off on that last lap.
He actually went off and backed into the wall, driver's side right, coming out of 3.
And that's your pole sitter. So. And so his team's got a lot of work. And I look back to Indianapolis, and I believe it was the 2020 race in Indianapolis where his crew had a lot of work to do, a lot of body work and framework to repair on that car before it went out for the championship race. And it was either 17 or 20. At this point, everything eludes my little brain. I still think it's 2023.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
So just want to give that quick little update. We didn't get a chance with Liam up here. But Strip Matter, once again, P1, and looks like Ken Kennard
now puts in his fastest lap of qualifying, turns in a 2:34.141. However, it is not enough to displace Strip Matter, Ruck, or Bovis. Kennard, although he improves, he's still sitting on the outside of row number 2.
Yeah, picking up only not even a tenth, so just under a tenth of a second. So Workman, the one with lots of work to do right now, pushed back to P5. The Miata's going to have to try and find some sort of drafting partner coming down the front stretch because their trap speed just not quite where they need to be to keep up with the Honda vehicles.
That's right. So Thomas Gatos in his Honda CRX, the number 118 machine, out of Aurora, Ohio, comes down the pit lane. He's got his team looking at the car right now. We'll see if he rejoins the action, trying to get out of the top 10.
We do have, we need to figure out kind of who got that fuel in this group, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yesterday, the Sunoco 260 giving away 15 gallons of gas to the person who could dial in that 260. I'm going to go with Mr. Kennard as my best guess for this group.
All right, well, let's take a look.
Oh, no,
no. You can't change your vote.
Darn it, Bill.
It's Bill Verdeen from the Milwaukee region with a 0.273 in his qualifying time from yesterday. That means Bill Verdeen takes the win and gets 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel. Sunoco is the official fuel partner of the Sports Car Club of America. Did we talk about FE2 as well earlier?
We missed that one. We were a little preoccupied.
Let's take a look at FE2. That's right, because we did have our guest.
I need to look at my list real
All
quick.
Right.
A 182 looks like to me going to be the closest. So that was going to be Mr. Tom Burt out of the Pacific Northwest out of Shoreline, Washington, taking a 215.182, the closest to that 260.
There you go. So congratulations, Tom Burt. He is your winner with Sunoco 260 Thursday. Got closest to .260 in his qualifying time. He wins 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel.
Right now in this group, Kevin Ruck is probably going to be, I'm going to say, one of the top guys that we're looking at for the Hawk Performance Breakthrough. As that's what's going on today is the driver that can improve the most spots from day one qualifying to day two. So big thanks to Hawk Performance for helping us out here at the runoffs.
Hey, you know what? Let's do this. Let's play I'm going to push another button here, Dan.
Uh-oh.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA,
they don't stop there.
Stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
And so thank you so much.
Big thank you
to Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the Sports Car Club of America. All right, taking a look now. David Stripmatter, he does improve on his times from yesterday, only by a couple thousandths of a second, though. He puts in a 232.395. That improves the gap, or that expands the gap back to Kevin Ruck to 0.966 seconds, almost a full second, separating Stripmatter from the rest of the F production field. And we're looking to see if anybody else now. Gerald Lamb in the number 13 Mazda Miata from Oswego, Illinois. He improves. He is now sitting 13th on the field, as we've got Steven Simons as well as oh my gosh, sorry about that. Steven Simons as well as Chris Copley coming down the pit lane. And now we've got the other Simons machine coming down the pit lane as well.
Yeah, that going through the list here. I'll see if I can get a better number on it. Yep, that is the 63 of Steven Simons. So the sun beginning to come across our window. We're starting to get the glare here in the announce booth.
Yeah.
Wind still blowing, not as kind of backed off just a little bit. Once again, the weather today is 87 degrees, one off of what it was predicted to be. These drivers have not seen this heat so far, so the fact that we're getting some fast times here in Q2 shows that these guys had maybe a little left in the tank coming from yesterday.
And that's after we saw the FE2 racers. Now, granted, they had their extended full course caution, or the Spec Racer 4 racers who did not. Where nobody improved across the board. So big changes here, as we mentioned, with Ruck coming out from eighth from where he started, now onto the outside of the front row. Speaking of Kevin Ruck, he brings the number 73 Acura Integra down the pit lane and parks it for his crew to take some tire pressures. And with 3.5 minutes remaining, likely the end of the session for him.
Yeah, Ruck, he's, of course, driving the older gen Acura Integra, so it is both those older gen Integras on that front row. Kennard in
the third gen Integra,
back and forth. So
indeed, so exactly. So Ruck and Strip Matter in those second gen Acura Integras. And let's do this. We've got just a couple minutes left. Let me make another call to the grid for our GT2 brethren. Attention the paddock, GT2 racers, please head to the grid. GT2 racers, this is your second call to the grid. And now coming down the pit lane is the number 70 machine, or as it's on the door, the 70.0 machine of Mark Webber out of St. Louis, Missouri. And Mark, of course, SCCA Hall of Fame member, and he is running this weekend his 700th race, and I believe his 70th and 71st starts at the National Championship Runoffs as he's racing both in F production, and we saw him a little bit earlier today in E production as well.
And there's a good chance he will probably be helping me hand out trophies at some point this weekend, being one of the division.
He's one of the boards on the board of directors.
Board of directors, yes.
Correct.
So myself, I get to leave here this afternoon. I get to go hand out the pole awards tonight.
Tire Rack pole awards, exactly.
And then the next 2 days I will spend in Victory Lane handing out trophies to mostly happy drivers. So
always better to have happy drivers. All right, Stephen Powers in the 145 machine puts in his best lap time today. Currently running 7th in the number 145 Jesse Prather Motorsports Mazda Miata.
Yeah, that's a good pickup. He's both of his fast laps have been today. He was 7th coming into the day, picking up. Let's see, he was at a 2:36.1 coming into the day, so he's picked up
about 4/10, give or take.
About a half. So.
Yeah, it hasn't moved up or down in the order, but he's kind of cemented that spot in 7th as David Bednar is now over 1,500ths of a second, 1,600ths of a second back from Powers right now, although they're both scheduled now to start on the 4th row. We'll see if Powers can pick up another couple hundredths or so. He's only 27 thousandths back from Steven Simons. If he can pick that up, he could move up onto row number 3.
These guys we will see back racing tomorrow. So they're going to be racing on the first day of competition that we have at 3 p.m. They're due out. So the weather today going to be very close to what they expect to see tomorrow, as tomorrow's temps look to be maybe a degree or two higher than what they are today. So, like I says, these are the conditions that they feel now are pretty much what they're going to feel tomorrow at the same time.
All right, so we've got now just about 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Coming down the pit lane now, Bill Verdeen in the number 6 Mazda Miata. In the CTS Jesse Prather Motorsports Hoosier Mazda.
I'm going to ask you to hit your weather thing because it was supposed to be 88 today. I have one thing showing 90 as a checker flag comes out on the session. Have we warmed up at all? Still 87? Still 87 is what it's showing. So,
and just got word from good friend Andy Hollis, giving a little background on why Kevin Ruck's car was a little bit off song yesterday, apparently due to a faulty coil wire. And over at the Ruck compound, they replaced the wiring harness.
Who? Andy who?
Andy who? Grassroots Motorsports tire
guru.
Yes. Former Honda solo guru. Tom O'Gorman's former crew chief guru, Andy Hollis. Thanks, Andy. Appreciate you giving us the info. Here, as the checkered flag is out, we do have racers now coming through turn 7 into the Hurry Downs, including the number 72 machine, the black Mazda Miata of Michael Froh out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
Gerald Lamb trying to set a fast time. He's just coming into the kink as well.
And we'll track these last flying laps. But it looks as though the majority of the top 10 have already either taken their cars back to the paddock or completed their last flying lap. So
our pole sitter's still out there. He's just coming down the hurry downs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely he is.
Let's see, take a peek and see where he's at timing-wise, if we're seeing anything green for him, and we are not.
We are not. So it looks like he's just on a cool-down lap there. So let's run down what we believe to be the starting order for tomorrow's championship race, as you said, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. David Stripmatter from Akron, Ohio, driving the Goodyear Sunoco Racing Hawk Acura Integra with a qualifying time of 2:32.395, wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, and he will start on the inside of the front row tomorrow. Chris Bovis driving the Hartmarks Advisors Goodyear Honda CRX SI will start on the outside of the front row, a qualifying time 2:33.073. Kevin Ruck in the Hoosier Willwood Acura Integra, scheduled to start third, with Ken Kennard in the Hoosier Jesse Prather Motorsports Acura Integra starting in fourth. Mason Workman, our defending national champion in the Hoosier Mazda Jesse Prather Motorsports Miata, will start fifth. Steven Simons in the Jesse Prather Motorsports Goodyear Miata starting in sixth. Stephen Powers in the Jesse Prather Motorsports Mazda Miata will start seventh, with David Bednars in the Dynamax Exhaust Mazda starting in eighth. Michael Lewis in the Goodyear Mazda RX-7 scheduled to start ninth, with Gerald Lamb in the Mazda Hoosier Mazda Miata, the number 10 machine, or probably the number 42 machine, starting in 10th. That
I was going to say the protege just rolling by again. That just brings a smile to my face.
Oh, just jump back and see if he needs any help unloading any groceries from the back of the car there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, it's GT2 up for their final qualifying session of the week. You're watching the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers, as well as valued partners including
The International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on scca.com and live in person here at Road America.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Maza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Wines and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
Welcome back to Road America in the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I am Greg Ginsburg. He is Dan Bullis, and this is GT2 as our racers now on their outlap. Dan making their way, for the most part, down to the hurry downs. We've got the first car off the line. John Atwell has opened up a nice little gap for himself as he's heading down towards the kink. But our racers, when they come up to corner station 13, they'll be starting their very first flying laps. Let's take a look at how we finished things up at the end of yesterday's qualifying session. Atwell out of Azle, Texas in the DFW Concrete XRC AJ Lab Portal Ford Mustang. Say that 10 times real fast. Came home with a 212.167. He's your provisional pole sitter. Brad McAllister out of Battleground, Washington in the Periodontal Associates Hoosier Ford Mustang gave us a 212.233. Charlie Peter, who's your defending national champion in the class in his Porsche 911 Cup car, gave us a 212.958. That was good for third. And then Jack Stanford from Commerce, Georgia in the Buyavet.net Gran Turismo East Ford Mustang gave us a 215.052. Do you find it a little odd that the guy who's sponsored by Buyavet.net is driving a Ford Mustang? Justin Elder. Justin Elder in the Elder Jones General Contractor Chevy Camaro 215.927. That was good for fifth. Ray Mason, Tony Ave, Frank Widmoser, Jorge Nazario, and Tiger Tom Patton rounded out the top 10 in qualifying.
Yes, my favorite car on the premises, that Sunbeam Tiger of Tiger Tom back there in 10th. See, he'll be looking to make up some time and get a little closer to that top spot this afternoon. Like I said, we are 87 degrees right now here, and the cars will be coming up to temp, I'm going to guess, pretty quick. One of the cars that I think to keep an eye on will be William Moore. I think they had maybe some issues with that Camaro yesterday to see if he can move up in the standings to at least jump into the top 10 here. These pretty much are a lot of TA2 cars that we're seeing out with Atwell, McAllister, Stanford. So it'll be a battle of Ford versus Chevy with a pesky Porsche in there as well.
Yeah, well, and again, a pesky defending national champion in there. Now, speaking of the Porsches, we also had Robert Kelly out of Huntington Beach, California in the upracing.com PK&K Properties 911 Cup car. He was about 20 seconds off the pace yesterday. And we'll see. Hopefully, it was just something that needed to be fixed.
Yeah, I think he had a couple issues. I don't think I remember seeing him come in pretty early in the session.
Yeah.
So I think he may have just got a lap or two in. Never got the car really up to working temp to where they needed it. So, but it is mostly Fords and Chevys with two Porsches, a Sunbeam, one Dodge jumping up in there.
That's right. The Dodge of where's it?
Brian
Dodge Challenger,
Garcia.
Brian Garcia.
Or Garcia,
Yeah, exactly. Brian Garcia in the High Point Farms Gear Jammer Racing Ford Challenger, Dodge Challenger TA2 car.
And, of course, the guy that likes to bring weird things out, Tony Ave, in a Nissan 350Z. So, Ave running, I think, is he just 4 groups this year?
Let's see, GT1, GT3, GT2.
And then
we'll see. We'll have to double check to see. I forgot if he's running in Formula Atlantic again this year, and he is. So add a 4th.
Yeah.
As he's running in FA.
I think last year it was 5. This year it's just 4.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, at some point we'll squeeze him into a Formula V, right?
Ooh, that might be tough.
He's a tall man.
Yeah.
He's a very tall man. All right, first flying laps are now in the books. Tony Ave, speaking of which, improves upon his time from yesterday. Yesterday, Ave qualified 7th overall in the Christensen Racing Engines Hoosier Nissan. He gave us a 2:16.22, and he puts down a 2:15.9 right out of the gate. So he moves up to 5th fastest, leapfrogging both Justin Elder and Ray Mason.
Yeah, getting Elder by only 7 thou. It's another 10th and a half back to Mason. So when you look through that whole midfield, the top 3 are kind of on a breakaway. They're all about 2 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. So from Stanford back, though, it is a matter of tenths. No real big gaps until you get outside the top 10. So,
all right, we've got a local caution down at turn 3. And sounds like Kevin Rich in the Ford Mustang, the black and red Ford Mustang, may have gone off. And Tiger Tom Patton. And Patton appears to be off over at turn 5.
That might be Tiger Tom having an issue, maybe a little overseer coming through 5. It sounds like he may have tapped the wall a little bit on the driver's left before he comes up the hill. So we'll have to see if there's damage. Not to my favorite car. Don't want to see that Sunbeam with any kind of damage. We'll see how he is.
Yeah, it goes too fast for you to see any of the damage anyhow. And we are going to a full course caution here. And big change at the front, though. Just before we went to the FCY, Brad McAllister, who yesterday was provisionally on the outside of the front row in his Periodontal Associates Hoosier Ford Mustang, turns in the fastest lap of qualifying with a 2:11.807. That gives him provisional pole, and he is 36 hundredths of a second up on yesterday's provisional pole sitter, John Atwell.
And if I am looking through my list, he may be our 260 winner too.
Let's take a look. This is a good time as we're under full course caution to check that out.
I'm looking at a 233, so I'm going to make the call. It's McAllister.
You got it, man. There you go. Brad McAllister from the Oregon region. His fastest lap time yesterday ended in a 0.233. That was closest to 2.60 or closer than any of the other racers in GT2. So he wins the Sunoco 260 Thursday Award, will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel. And I want to thank him, and Sunoco is the official fuel partner of the SCCA.
And coming all the way from Oregon, believe me, he'll need the fuel to get home.
Problem is, it's only the race fuel purchased here at the track. But, you know, as long as he didn't come with a diesel, he might be okay.
He's driving he is driving a Mustang. He'll need the gas for that either way. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, he'll need it for the race, guaranteed.
So, full course yellow for Tiger Tom Patton, sitting over just outside of turn 5 before he heads up to the Corvette Bridge. So looks like we have our safety truck on site to see what's going on there. Pace cars are out, 3 of them out there roaming the track now. Once again, our pace cars, they are going to need a fill-up from Sunoco Fuel here pretty soon, and have been putting in some laps today.
Well, I heard some of our golf carts need fill-ups as well. All right, let's make a first call to the grid for our next qualifying group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Touring 3. Touring 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. Touring 3 to the grid. All right, so we are under full course caution. Brad McAllister, over 2 days of qualifying, he is your provisional pole sitter with John Atwell, 36 hundredths off at the moment. Second fastest, Charlie Peter, who is your defending national champion in his Porsche 911 Cup car. He is third fastest with Jack Stanford in a Ford Mustang, the Buyavette.net and Turismo East Mustang, fourth fastest. Tony Ave in the Christensen Racing Engines Hoosier Nissan 350Z, the other class.
Wrong
the
class.
Honda Civic. Wrong class. There he is fifth fastest with Justin Elder in his Chevy Camaro, the Elder Jones General Contractor machine, running in sixth.
Right now, here on day 2, only 3 cars able to find time. Brian Garcia in the car number 48. He has picked up time here on day 2. Tony Ave as well. We mentioned that, jumping up to 5. And then McAllister sitting there at the top spot now. Of course, Hawk brake pads given away today to the driver that picks up the most spots. And right now, it will probably be Tony Ave. So picking up 2 spots here in day number 2. Those Porsche Cup cars have not seen the number 9, I believe, on track. Let me look at my track.
Yeah, Robert Kelly, he has completed 2 laps.
He did. Okay, so he did sneak by.
Yeah, but I think whatever challenges he was having yesterday, still seeing those here, Dan, as his fastest lap, a 2:47.383 here today, and again yesterday. He was in the 2:45 range.
Yeah, so still back there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he is out there. It was just highlighted to where I couldn't see him. So, looks like they have Patton's car hooked and will be hopefully dragging him safe spot so we can get back to green as quickly as possible.
All right. Sounds like, Dan, that the safety cars are going to be exiting the chat here in just a few moments, and we'll be getting back underway with green flag qualifying. Want to thank everybody for joining us here today. For those of you in the YouTube chat, thank you very much. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and, we're working hard for you. Go ahead and give us a big thumbs up, please. Pretty please.
Do we have to do like and share? Do we? I don't know.
Yes. Well, go and smash the like button. And if you haven't done, if you haven't done so already, go and hit the subscribe button. Certainly, it'll help us with YouTube's algorithms, and more people will get to see the national championship races with full camera coverage here at Road America.
And my personal favorite, without further ado. Let's get back to racing.
Let's get back to racing. All right. And just as you say that, green flags, not that the green flags are out, but the yellow flags have been withdrawn, I think is the better way of putting it, as drivers now with just a couple minutes left on the clock, with only, about 7 minutes. I mean, that should give these racers that are turning laps in the 2:13 range at least 3 flying laps in order to get things done.
Ave, I believe, was the first car on one of the pace cars to follow. So Ave should have some clean track in front of him. Elder, I think, was right behind him. So the two of them will be looking to really show some speed as they have clear track. Speaking of clear track, just making their way past us is the 63, all by his lonesome. That is Kevin Rich in his Ford Mustang. As he heads down towards turn 1, Rich looking to move up from 14th right now. Everybody coming by. Once again, the starter stand is not where we're receiving the checkered flag today. Our timing and scoring loop ends over at turn 13, which is where they are seeing the checkered. So that is the key turn. That's where the timing and scoring loop is. So if you're watching the ants march across the screen, T13.
First off, don't scare them, but
hopefully they're not sugar ants. That's my arch nemesis.
Or fire ants, for that matter.
Ooh, we don't have those back home. So.
We need to bring you out to Carolina Motorsports Park.
No, we don't. I am so happy in the Pacific Northwest.
All right.
especially seeing some of the bugs we have around here. I'm good.
Yeah, you love the heat and humidity of Kershaw, South Carolina.
Nope, my pastiness loves the Pacific Northwest and the rain.
Lovely. All right, as we've got racers now coming up to turn 14, starting their flying laps, like the 44 of Tony Ave.
One of these things does not sound like the other, and it's Ave's car.
Well, yeah, because it's got a Nissan V6 in it, not a V8.
I get distracted. Like I said, growing up at Portland International Raceway, the ground pounders, as my dad would say. Growing up on the East Bank since I was a little kid, filling up the lunchbox with little sandwiches, going out and spending all day on the West Bank every Saturday and Sunday when the races were going on. My dad and I, great times together. And every time I'd look down at pre-grid and see the big V8s coming, and Dad, the ground pounders are coming up. So a very, very special place in the heart for these cars.
Absolutely. Hey, want to thank, and he's been here, I think, all day long from Pennsylvania, Bucks County Motorsports fan. Thank you very much. Got Jacqueline Cottrell, I'm sure associated with Skylar Cottrell and Dad Mike Cottrell as well. She says she's loving all the commentary. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And then we got Mike Spencer as well, who gives us greetings from the North Carolina region of the SCCA. Did I mention that I'm a dual member, both Washington, D.C. region and North Carolina region?
I had no idea you were a member anywhere.
Well, who would accept me, right?
That's kind of what I was thinking. I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, I knew where you were going with that. All right, so with more flying laps coming in, and I've got Rylan Hazelton, STU driver, saying no one would. Thank you, Rylan. All right, take a look here. Coming down into Canada corner, I believe we've got the 15 of Stanford coming in, and we've got a couple hot laps going. We just had Jack Stanford, a matter of fact. There he goes. He crosses the line, put in personal bests in all sectors except the second sector, and he now, well, I was going to say he doesn't improve. He is still sitting fourth, still resting on his fastest time from yesterday, 2:15.052, as Stanford just ran, well, at 2:17.053, so almost 2 seconds off of his best times from yesterday.
Widmore's looks like is putting in some green sectors. We'll see if this accumulates to a fast lap for today. See if that competes for the times he had on the board from yesterday. So still McAllister and Ave and Garcia, the only drivers that have really found. Garcia actually finding time. So that is a 2:18.8 for Garcia.
And Charlie Peter now a little bit off in Sector 1. Or probably a little bit off in Sector 2. Had gone personal best in Sector 1. He's now making the run up from, let's take a look at where the 66 car is currently. He should be, I believe that's actually, we don't have the transponder number on him, but I think he's coming into turn 8 right now. As we are under 2 minutes remaining, let me make another call to the grid for our next group as time's running down. Attention in the paddock, touring 3 racers, please head to the grid. T3, this is your second call to the grid. And let's see if we have any new movers in. Well, they're all shakers at this point with all these V8s. Still waiting for Charlie Peter. He is coming out of the final corner. He's coming out of Canada corner now, up through Thunder Valley. And Peter does not improve.
No, the 2:12.9 I think is going to be a tough one for him to get to today.
Yeah.
So. Like I says, we're seeing quite a few times, other than McAllister at that 2:11.8, which I am still somewhat shocked. Yeah, because today is not the day that you're going to be finding your best time, most likely, with the heat this afternoon. This race will be taking place when, Greg?
This race, the GT2 race, it is on Sunday, 4 p.m. Central Time. Again, that is 5 p.m. Eastern.
Frank Mitz gentleman I just mentioned, Frank
Widmoser in the 122 car. Sounds like he went around over Canada Corner, and he's continued. But there was another car that they mentioned as well that was off at Canada. And it looks like that car has managed to continue as well as the yellow flags have been dropped there. Tony Ave bringing his Nissan onto the pit lane. Crew taking a look at the tires there.
So I'm trying to figure out how Tony Ave even sees over the steering wheel because he sits so low in that car.
Well, I think he does it because he's about 8.5 feet tall.
I know in the Honda he's driving from the back seat.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I told you, we either need to put him in a Formula V or a B-Spec car. All right, we got a local caution now down at turn 2, heading down the hill.
Yeah, it looks like that may be the 33 car of William Moore, one of our Chevrolet Camaros having an issue down the 3.
All right, as the checkered flag has now been displayed over by 13, and we've got a number of cars on the last flying lap.
Ave's crew out there looking very excited as they check the pressure, send Tony back to paddock. It takes a village with Tony.
Well, when you've got 65 cars that you've got entered for the weekend, you need at least 100 crew. Yeah, exactly. It really is a village.
There's villages that don't have that many cars. So
I don't think Elkhart Lake has that many
full-time residents.
Yeah, exactly. Tony Ave goes and doubles the population, of Elkhart Lake every time he shows up. All right, checkered flag is out. We got a couple cars now coming through 14, and I believe they may be the last ones to take the checker, like the number 19 of Justin Elder. Elder, though, pretty clearly on a cool-down lap as he comes across the line. And I believe all the other racers have completed their last flying lap. So let's take a look and break things down for you as we go into the race tomorrow. Race on Sunday. Again, it'll be 4 p.m. Eastern time. Let's try that again. It'll be 4 p.m. Central time, 5 p.m. Eastern time. Got to stop thinking Eastern time.
What about Western? Pacific? What's your deal? You mentioned
if
the
it's
East
4
Coast.
p.m. Central, that means it would be 2 p.m. Pacific. And you now are shorting the folks in Mountain Standard Time. All right, let's take a look. Our Tire Rack Poll Award winner for GT2, Brad McAllister from Battleground, Washington, in the Periodontal Associates Hoosier Ford Mustang.
Hometown.
Qualifying time, 2:11.807. John Atwell in the DFW Concrete Ford Mustang. He will start on the outside of the front row, 36 hundredths of a second off of McAllister at a 2:12.167. Our defending national champion, Charlie Peter, driving his Porsche 911 Cup car. The Olathe, Kansas driver will start third. Jack Stanford from Commerce, Georgia, in the Bayavet Turismo East Ford Mustang starts fourth. Tony Ave will start fifth in his Nissan 350Z, with Justin Elder in a Chevy Camaro will start sixth. Ray Mason in his Ford Mustang will start seventh. Frank Widmoser will start eighth. Jorge Nazario ninth, and Tiger Tom Patton will round out your top 10 in GT2.
Let's hope Tiger Tom's car is okay. Once again, having that early yellow flag there on lap 3 for him. I believe it may have been a little light contact with the inside wall coming out of 5, so we'll have to make sure he's good to go for racing on Sunday. At least he'll have an extra day to work
on the car. Exactly. All right, that's going to wrap things up for GT2. Let's make a final call for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, Touring 3 racers. This is your final call to the grid. T3 racers, please head to the grid. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with more qualifying action from the National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Join Haggerty Drivers Club, the ultimate membership community for car lovers. Haggerty is the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and with Haggerty Drivers Club, you can enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love, like Michelin and Eastwood, members-only track days and events, roadside assistance for trailers, unlimited classified listings on Marketplace, and more. If you love cars, you belong in Haggerty Drivers Club. Join at haggerty.com.
Welcome back to Road America in the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Dan Bullis. And next up, it is Touring 3. And Touring 3 is going to have their national championship. Let's see if I can get the time zone thing correct here. They are going to race tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central Time. That means 5 p.m. Eastern Time. That means 2 p.m. Pacific Time and 3 p.m. Mountain Time. Is that right?
That is, and this is all in 2025.
That is correct. That is also correct. Check in for the 2026 National Championship Runoffs from Road America. And, see us in a year for when T3 is running. All right, drivers out on course right now working their out lap. Let's take a look at where things stand after one day of qualifying. Your provisional pole sitter driving his V6 Ford Mustang, the Phoenix Performance Hawk Hoosier Mustang. It's Marshall Mast out of Denver, Pennsylvania. Qualifying time, the bogey time that all of our drivers look at the beat, 2:28.918. Nick Hammond in the Carbotech Nissan Paragon Brakes, Nissan 370Z Nismo, 2:29.362. Juan Carlos LaRue from Miami, Florida, driving the Rue Helmets Mobile Durex Condoms Toyota 86. The young man put in a time of 2:30, and he's, I think, 15 years old, a 2:30.019. Scotty B. White in the Night Transport Goodyear CMT Ford Mustang, a 2:33.90. And rounding out your top 5 from Yakima, Washington.
Not Yakima.
In the FabTech Ridge Motorsports Park, Nissan 370Z Nismo, a 2:30.634.
Nissan?
No, that would be the ramen I had last night because I missed the block party.
Well, the sun is
low,
coming lower as we speak. The two of us are trying to move and bob and weave as much as we can to see our screens in front of us.
Yeah. As our drivers now, they are out on their out lap. We've got the first drivers coming out of Thunder Valley now to start flying laps here. And we'll see how things work out for them. And I think I said earlier that it was Kurt Resitano that ran the Solstice last year and had moved over to a Mustang, and that was, I think, a GT2. Of course, that was wrong. Touring 3 was Marshall Mast, who took the win last year in a Solstice in Touring 3, has now moved over to the Mustang. So I wanted to correct that as they take to the track. And Mast, as we saw there with that 2:28.918, almost 4/10 on the rest of the field.
So speaking of cars that had issues, Chris Hart, I was able to chat with him real quick. He had a sway bar issue that he discovered late last night when they were nut and bolting the car. He was very disheartened by the times that he put up yesterday, that 2:30.6, very unhappy with it.
And he came down the pit lane like 3 different times during qualifying yesterday.
He says from the minute the car went out, it didn't feel right. They tried to do a quick little look over each time, but unhappy with the times. Even though he's sitting 5th, that's not where he expects to be. He's expecting to be a lot closer to the top 2. So pretty dejected. Found the sway bar issue. They got it repaired. So not as dejected, but that man brings the energy no matter what. So.
Right. So that may have induced a little bit more front grip than he had wanted with that car. Good to see that they've made that change, and we'll see if it affects his lap times here as he is looking to take the tire rack pole away from Marshall Mast.
The question is, will the 370s have enough to get Mast? Hammond was able to stay up with the Mustang, and Juan Carlos, the Toyota 86, I think was the big surprise for us.
Yeah, certainly that we didn't expect to see that car have the legs with that boxer engine to really give a big fight to the V6s of the Nissans and the Fords.
From Florida, this weather should be right up his alley, though, so we'll have to keep an eye on Juan Carlos to see if that car picks up speed today with the weather being a little more Florida-like. So.
All right, Michael Pettiford, speaking of Solstices, in the 2008 Pontiac Solstice, and I think this is a car that he had run previously not only at the runoffs, but also in Pro League World Challenge. The Go For It Racing School Hoosier Hawk Forge Line machine. Getting word that one of the quarter panels on that car is flopping around a little bit, a little strange. And I think the question came across if it was a front fender or if it was a quarter panel, and it sounds like it's at the rear of the car. So we'll see. Corner workers are going to be watching it. And there you go, coming down the front straight here. And Nick Hammond, I think, trying to stay as close as possible on track to Marshall Mast, try to catch a little bit of a draft. And, again, he's got now two... no, he doesn't have 0.2 of a second to make up. He's now gone to provisional pole. Using that draft to his advantage, Nick Hammond turns in a 2:28.676. That's about a quarter of a second up on Marshall Mast's best time from yesterday. And Marshall Mast did not improve here yet. So Hammond, like I said, sticking right in the draft. That was a great move for him.
Yeah, Aguilar Gama is also one of the few drivers picking up time so far here. He shaves off about, looking at about a half second, 0.3 of a second. That will keep him in 7th. And Chris Hart will find some time. He finds about 1.5 tenths, not enough to move around Scotty B, but definitely going in the right direction as they are getting heat into the tires and looking for times to continue to improve here early on in Session 2 qualifying for T3. Roger Eagleton able to find time also here on day number 2, picking up about a half second. That will open up the gap between him and Moen behind him, and will close in on the back of Pettiford, now only about 2.5 tenths behind him for that 11th spot here in qualifying. Hammond, once again, picking up that spot. We are looking for the Hawk Breakthrough Performer here today, as big thanks to Hawk brake pads, the winner of the most improved for the class. And each class that we see will be receiving a free set of brake pads. So big thanks to Hawk for all they do for us racers. To see who will be that breakthrough performer right now, Nick Hammond leading the way.
All right, and while we're tossing out awards, because you and I are, that's what we do. Let's take a look at and see who the winner of the Sunoco 260 Thursday Award was, and that is for the driver that comes closest to .260 in their Thursday qualifying time.
I'm calling that be John right now.
John who?
John, you're going to make me say the last name? Lagidis?
John Lagidis, out of the Milwaukee region with a 0.264. Congratulations, John. You win the Sunoco 260 Thursday Award. You win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for your race car. All right, as we're halfway here at Road America in our Touring 3 final qualifying session, Nick Hammond is your provisional pole sitter in his Carbotech Nissan 350Z with a qualifying time 2:28.676. Marshall Mast, Juan Carlos LaRue, Scotty B. White, Chris Hart, your top 5. Let's make a call to the grid, if you don't mind, Dan, for our next qualifying group. Attention in the paddock. Formula Atlantic and Prototype drivers, please start heading to the grid. Formula Atlantic and Prototype drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
As things continuing on, looking for some green on the board right now. Marshall Mast, the only one putting a little green up. His trap speed is there. And a green sector 1. So that is, we'll have to see if he only needs a scant 2.5. So needs a 28.675 or better as Mr. Hart makes a quick call to pit lane. Hopefully the sway bar repair was enough. Already picking up some speed so far, as he'll need a little bit more to get around that pesky Mustang and Scotty B. White in front of him. That's right.
Gomez comes down the pit lane as well. Crew's taking a look at that car as well. And yeah, Chris Hart only 89 1,000ths of a second off of Scotty B. White. Now that would be the difference between starting on the second row and starting on the third row. So we'll see if that number 5 machine heads back out. But let's watch Marshall Mast. He's set personal best in Sector 1. He set overall best in Sector 2. And the driver of the number 31 Ford Mustang, where is he? He's coming in the Canada corner now. And coming through Thunder Valley, can he reset provisional pole as he comes across the line? What is the time? What is the time?
It is an improvement, but it is not enough to take the pole away. A 228.781 will leave him just a tenth back from Hammond. So it is an improvement of about a tenth and a half, but not enough to take the lead.
That's right. So halves the gap to Nick Hammond, but again, not enough to move up. We now have Marshall Mast again as he came through Canada and came past the start-finish all the way up to the front straight. He reset personal best there as well. And as he makes his way around turn 2, heading into turn 3, we'll track him again as he makes his way into the speed traps, heading down towards turn 5 and what would be the end of what we call Sector 1 here in our multi-sector live timing. As Chris Hart now leaves the pit lane, and he's giving it a little throttle there. So I think he is definitely going to head out for more qualifying, because we've got a lot of time left on the clock. 7 minutes remaining here in qualifying. All right, so Marshall Mast, a little bit off his best in the speed trap, but sets an overall best in that Sector 1 going down towards turn 5. So definitely on a flyer here. Again, he's got to find about a tenth of a second, 105 1,000ths to be exact. As we'll track here the 31 car coming up to the hurry downs, coming to turn 8 and heading towards the carousel now.
Yeah, for a moment there, we had all 3 Pacific Northwest cars on pit lane. Again, we're not used to having our tires this warm, so.
Got a lot of folks in the chat cheering on William Bolt, driver of the number 15 Nissan 350Z out of Alpharetta, Georgia. He also looking pretty good on this lap. Has a personal best in Sector 1, a little bit off his best in Sector 3. Currently sitting 8th overall in today's session. And the Bolt car, well, currently qualified 8th. He'd be on the outside of row number 4 if the session were to end now. Looks like Marshall Mast a little bit off his best in Sector 2, and he's making his way now up towards the start-finish line.
Sector 1 did go purple, though, and Sector 4, which is kind of where they're tripping the lights, was also green, but it looks like the last half of the lap, though, did not go the way he needed.
No, and so he was a couple tenths off, a couple hundredths off, actually. On the prior lap, he ran a 228.781. This time, a 228.804. So just about two hundredths off of his previous lap time. I think that's pretty darn consistent.
It is, and he will need that going into tomorrow, because we'll have to see, can the Mustang keep the tire underneath? That's always an issue for the Mustangs, is trying to have enough tire when it comes to the end of the race. So we'll have to see. It could be a war of tires tomorrow here in T3.
All right, with 5 minutes remaining in the session, let's make another call for our next group. From the paddock, Formula Atlantic and Prototype Racers, please head to the grid. This is your second call. Formula Atlantic and Prototype Racers, please head to the grid.
So we have 2 of our top 5 coming down the front stretch right now as Chris Hart flashes by, along with the Toyota 86, car number 42 of Juan Carlos LaRue Gonzalez. Again, the Gonzalez car, the surprise kind of for me for T3 for the week, sitting right now in P3. Will he be able to get maybe a little bit of a draft? Maybe just a little bit down the front stretch. Hart a little ways in front of him, though. Chris Hart, once again, setting his fast lap today with that 230, needing still another 89,000 to get around Scotty B and move up to that second row. Does he want to get to the second row? Does he like that inside? Does he like that inside position that he may be starting from? The top 5 with about 1.3 seconds over the rest of the field. So Hart kind of safe, at least for the moment, for anybody catching from behind.
All right, so let's see where Scotty B. White puts his car. As you said, he's on a flyer. He's got personal bests in the first and second sectors as he now makes his way out of the carousel and heads towards the kink at turn 11. We'll get him just a little bit, about halfway down, right by what's shown as corner 11B is where the timing loop is. And Scotty B. White a little bit off his best there as he now is coming down in the Canada corner. He'll blast up through Thunder Valley. And let's see if he can improve upon his 231.783.
Well, he's trying to improve on a 230.3 from yesterday. No times quick enough today to even get close to that.
No, and he was off on the second part of the lap, comes back with a 234 flat,
Ooh.
so almost 2.5 seconds off of his previous best time today.
I'm going to guess he's coming down pit road knowing Scotty at this point. Yeah, and indeed he does. So Scotty heading to pit lane, and that's going to probably be the session for Scotty B. So Scotty, one of those drivers that likes to enter as many classes as he can, running 3 classes, a Mustang in T3 and T4, and then the T2 Viper that is probably one of the closest cars to his heart since he picked this car up just before Indy and went out in the rain race in Indy, and I believe he was on the podium. My first, when I was doing trophies at Indy, he was my first
your first podium interview?
No. Well, the first podium interview that had to be bleeped out.
And yet, since then, I get Scotty B. White trendsetter.
Scotty,
because you've had so many since then.
Never a loss for words.
That's
Scotty
right.
B. been so.
I mean, you've had some great ones over the years, and I look back at what was it, 2023 at VIR. You had Jared Odrick in T2 about Barry Bowes.
About Barry Bowes, that was a classic interview.
Danny Richardson about his awful children,
the kids.
Yes.
Yes.
We won't talk about the F production.
Yes, and this is my 4th year, I think, doing Victory Circle. It's definitely interesting. You get the mix of emotions up there.
Yeah.
So,
and I remember. Gosh, I'm trying to remember who it was, but I remember. Yeah. I mean, you're always dealing with. A matter of fact, I'm thinking of the GT2 podium with Andrew Aquilante and Danny Bender.
Yeah.
that was just the opposite. That was some tense times.
As Hayward would say, you have 3 different types of emotion. First place is ecstatic. Second place is dejected, being so close, and third place is just happy to be there. So.
That's how it all plays out. All right, as we now have less than 20 seconds remaining on the clock. We're going to see the checkered flag in just a moment. It's Nick Hammond's pole to lose, with Marshall Mast still 1/10 of a second back with Juan Carlos LaRue, another 1.2 seconds back from there, as the checkered flag is now being displayed. And we still have a number of racers on flying laps here. But I don't think we're going to see, at least at the front. I think Nick Hammond may be safe.
He did set his fast trap speed 136, which is the fastest for the session. Andrea King finding time here this afternoon as well.
Yes.
Her best 2 laps put in this session with a 236.131. So she is just a tad behind Daniel Moen. So in 13th and 14th respectively right now.
All right, as our final racers now coming through the we've got I think we've got the 33 machine coming out of that's Randy Johnson and his EcoBoost Mustang coming out of the carousel now. He is currently sitting 16th. Well, let's watch as drivers coming out of Canada corner and up. And let's see at the front that Andrea King, she moves up. She sets a better time than Dan Moen here in the session, and Andrea King leapfrogs Dan Moen now, moving up to 13th, 13th overall, and that's where she will start tomorrow's race.
Yeah, another 4:10. So good strong push there at the end for Andrea. 235.7. That will put her about a 10th and a half ahead of ahead of Moen and will leave her only 62 thou behind Eagleton. So
that's right, and Eagleton always tough in that spec Mustang. All right, let's take a look here at the final results of qualifying. Your Tire Rack Pole Award winner for Touring 3 from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Go figure, be the local boy. In the Carbotech Nissan 370Z Nismo, Nick Hammond. Marshall Mast will start on the outside of the front row. The Denver, Pennsylvania driver in the Phoenix Performance Ford Mustang with a qualifying time of 2:28.781 will start second. Juan Carlos LaRue in a Toyota 86 will start third alongside Scotty B. White in the Night Transport Goodyear Ford Mustang. Chris Hart could not find the time. He improved from yesterday with that fixed sway bar mount, but could not find the time to move into the top two rows. He's going to start fifth in his Nissan 370Z Nismo. James Lighthouser in the Hoosier Paget BMW Z4. Kind of a quiet session for Jim. He's going to start sixth with Gamel Aguilar Gomez starting seventh. Yes, Dan.
Well, I was going to say Aguilar Gomez might be the car. It looks like we have a car off in turn 13, just coming across the checkered flag. And believe it is Aguilar Gomez. So took the checkered flag, or hopefully, I'm not sure if he got to the checkered flag or not, but he is off right now, driver's right, just coming up the hill, passing our station at 13.
All right, so hopefully if he's got a problem with the car, he can get it repaired for tomorrow, but Aguilar Gomez scheduled to start on the inside of row number 4, starting 7th. Starting 8th, William Bolt, and so all the Bolt heads in the chat, William will start in 8th position ahead of John Lagitas, who will start 9th. Jeff Ryan will round out your top 10. So that's going to do it for Touring 3. Of course, again, Touring 3, they're going to race tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central Time. That's 5 o'clock Eastern. And don't want to miss that race. It's going to be a great time. Let's move over now and make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Formula Atlantic and Prototypes, please head to the grid. Your session is next. Formula Atlantic and Prototypes, please head to the grid. With that, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments. We'll be back in more minutes. We'll be back in a few minutes with more qualifying action here from the runoffs. Please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
Congratulations from Tire Rack to everyone in the Sports Car Cup of America for 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships and 62 years of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Without the dedicated members, volunteers, and region leaders, these events and the thousands of other events SCCA members host each year wouldn't be possible.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com or shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
Bravo trailers are well represented within SCCA paddocks as they are the trailer supplier for both SCCA road racing and solo programs. Bravo has also been the choice of Mazda Motorsports, Honda Performance, as well as many professional race teams and SCCA racers alike. If you are in need of a new race trailer, check out bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
It's the final day of qualifying at the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, where the fastest qualifier in each of our 23 championship classes wins the Tire Rack Pole Award, including a $500 gift certificate from Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA.
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging of SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Welcome back to Road America in the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. I'm Greg Ginsburg. He's Dan Bullis. And Dan, we're winding things down here for Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day, the second day of qualifying at the runoffs. We've got 2 more qualifying sessions remaining. Ooh. And next up, another one of our combined qualifying sessions. It's our Formula Atlantics and our prototype cars. Let's take a look at where we stand after one day of qualifying. First in Formula Atlantic, Hans Peter in his Mazda-powered Swift 016 is your provisional pole sitter. Qualifying time, 2:09.23. Tony Ave, where have we heard that name before? In the Ave Motorsports Hoosier Optech Swift 016. Again, Mazda-powered, a 2:02.149 the time. Dudley Fleck in another Mazda-powered 016 in the Hoosier Mazda Cahill machine, a time of 2:02.204. Then we've got James French in the 40-48 comp, James French Racing, Toyota-powered 014, a 2:02.652, and John McAleer in the Moto Nomadics Quantum Rev Mazda-powered Swift 016 rounds out your top 5 at a 2:03.382, the qualifying time. If we move over to the prototype class, we had 14 drivers set qualifying times, and your provisional pole sitter in the Hoosier Factory 48 Store WF1 is Lee Alexander out of Springfield, Tennessee, with a qualifying time of 2:08.180. Then we got Lawrence Loshak out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in his Elan DPO2, a 2:01.805. Jason Miller in the win first, the Kohler Millennium Hoosier win first, the Zero car, a 2:02.513. Bart Wolf, who was your P2 national champion last year, in an Elan DPO2 this year at a 2:02.698, and then Todd Vanacore in the Halifax Plantation Store rounds out the top 5 with a qualifying time of 2:02.716.
So the sun is beginning to come down a little further in the sky, which could play a part this afternoon. We'll see these racers out. This will be our last race of the day tomorrow. So 5 o'clock is the scheduled start time for this group, which once again will end up day 1 race action here at the 2025 National Championship Runoffs. The sun, once again, down further in the sky. That's going to make coming up the hill in turn 5 a bit of a struggle, possibly.
Definitely a struggle, and then probably coming out of turn 1 as well, as they point straight at that big orange orb in the sky. And we'll see. And yesterday it was kind of problematic for this group that they did have some challenges. We went to full course caution at a time, and it sounds like we've already got one driver might have had some issues going into turn 5.
We did have the 66 and the 4.8 went out on that first lap. Mr. Alexander made his way around to this 66 of Hans Peter, but gave that position promptly back. So once again, that was a pass under yellow as they were warming up the tires. Trying to get some heat in the brakes as well. That's always an issue. That first lap out, especially with these cars wanting to get some heat to make sure that they have enough to stop when they get to the end of these long straightaways here at Road America.
And we got a local caution over at turn 1, Dan.
And that is going to be for your pole sitter, Hans Peter, the car 66, sitting out in possibly the gravel.
All right, and it sounds like he's now gotten back underway. Yeah, it sounds like he again, he just went wide coming through turn 1, looped across the track, and gets that car back underway.
We talk about having enough brake heat going into one. Like it says, these guys tend to not use as much track, especially these cars so low to the ground. Going over those rumble strips, especially in one, can be hazardous to their health. So.
All right, again, if you want to see the timing here for these racers, you can go to scca.com/live. Jason Miller in his win first appears to be on a flyer, the 6-cylinder 2-stroke Kohler motor. It's got overall best time, again, fairly early in the session here in Sector 1. Top trap speed by a considerable margin, almost 6 miles an hour over the rest of the field, and we'll see what happens when he comes through the kink And onto the rundown, the Canada corner, where he resets and goes overall best there in Sector 2, completes a lap, turns in a 2:02.559, and we'll see here where that puts him.
Right now, of course, looks like they finally pulled up the they are on a service flag in turn 1 for the gravel that Hans Peter brought back up, and it sounds like he had a quick stop again and has continued. So Hans Peter having a really rough session here.
Yeah.
On day 2 of qualifying. We'll see if he makes a quick call to grid. I expect to see him on pit lane here in a moment.
All right, Bart Wolf, again, our 2024 P2 national champion, class that doesn't exist. We've combined P1 and P2 for this season, and Bart Wolf bests his previous best lap time from yesterday, turns in a 2:02.562. That is only good for 7th fastest in the class. Or actually, let me reset that because I'm sorting things right now overall. Let me go and sort this by class. I think we'll be in much better shape here, Dan.
There we go. That's better.
I got too much technology here. I don't know what to do with it. So that does put him, I believe, a little bit further back in the field in the prototypes. Puts him up to 4th in prototype.
Turn 3 now on a service flag as well. Sounds like maybe the car 9 leaking fluid out there on course. We'll look to see who that is.
Yeah, apparently, and that is Greg Case in his store WF1. And apparently engine smoking pretty badly, probably because he lost all the fluids that he needed earlier on the lap. I'm sure we'll see him coming up the Road America straight onto the pit lane. And so we are going to a black flag condition, bringing all of our drivers onto the pit lane. We've got debris flags or surface flags almost all the way around the course now. And turns out that number 9 car that we were just talking about, he is still circulating around the track. He has missed the black flag, and he is now heading down into turn number 1. That is Greg Case in his store. But we are under black flag conditions. All of our drivers are to head to the pit lane. And this I fear, Dan, could be lengthy.
Yeah, if they confirm that it is oil all around the track, that could be a major issue. And unfortunately, the one car they believe that is leaking the fluid was the car that missed a black flag and continued on. So,
exactly. All right, so let's take a look at what we have here, because we do have a number of drivers in Formula Atlantic that have set faster lap times today. But it appears that still right up at the front, the first 2 rows are unchanged from how we finished qualifying yesterday, with Hans Peter at a 2:02.923. His fastest lap time set yesterday. Tony Ave, 34 hundredths of a second back from there in second. Dudley Fleck, only 55 one-thousandths of a second off of Tony Ave's times. In third, and James French just another 9 hundredths back from there. That is your top 4. Then we have Shane Kennett, who set his best lap time today. Shane turns in a 2:03.291, and he came into the day 6th in Formula Atlantic. He leapfrogs John McAleer. And so Kennett currently 5th, McAleer then in 6th, Riley Harris 7th, J.R. Smart 8th, Jeremy Hill, and then John Norton rounding out your top 10. If we move over to the prototypes, The top, we've got still Lee Alexander with a qualifying time of 2:01.18. That's over 0.6 up on Lawrence Loshak, who is second fastest. Then we have Jason Miller, currently third fastest at a 2:02.513, about 0.3 back from Loshak. Then Bart Wolf, only 49 1,000ths back. Then Todd Vanacore, 64 1,000ths back. Then Perry Richardson, 3 1,000ths back. So really, really tight from third through seventh position. And it's not until you get to Tyler Thielman, who is over a second off of Perry Richardson's times. So looking at Jason Miller, Bart Wolf, Todd Vanacore, Perry Richmond, all separated by about a tenth, and so really close running there. Then John Gaden, Mike Rupert, Todd Parks, your top 10 in prototype.
So all cars have made it off the track. Our runner did make it off as well. He exited over there at turn 5. So now we are checking the track to see exactly how bad the fluid is. Like I said, we do know we have a string from turn 3 pretty much all around the track. So we'll have to see exactly if we can identify exactly which fluid it was. If it's, well, let's hope it's not oil, because that could mean a long cleanup. Only one group left for qualifying this afternoon, and that's going to be STL.
Well, and why don't I do this? Why don't we make a first call to the grid for the STL drivers, because we are, at this point, well, we're past halfway, only about 7 minutes remaining on the clock for this session, so we'll push that button right there. STL drivers, this is your first call to the grid. STL Super Touring Light, please head to the grid for your qualifying session.
So as the sweeper trucks are beginning to head out there on course, so that is definitely not a good sign, as everybody finding their way to pit road. And yes, definitely all the sweepers plus the tractor. So when the tractor goes out, you know we have a cleanup going.
Yeah, we can do that.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
All right, so there you go. Of course, you want to join us tomorrow for Haggerty Race Days, as they say, same bat time, same bat channel. At least same bat channel.
8:15 a.m.
That's right. So, but of course, all the broadcast will start 7 o'clock Central Time. What time is that Pacific, Dan? 5 a.m.
Real early.
Yes, real early.
We don't even say that. We just say
with Brian
real
Polanski and the Inside the SCCA podcast, giving you a rundown of all the action that you're going to see tomorrow, and it will be right here on the SCCA official YouTube channel. That's just for you, Tucker. I see you in the chat. So join us starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Cars on course at 8:15.
And you don't want to sleep, because it's going to be B-Spec starting us off, and that is going to be a heck of a race tomorrow morning. I'm going to look over the list, because we have a couple of fuel jugs to hand out, I think.
Yeah,
yesterday.
Let's take a look.
Yesterday, of course, being Sunoco 260, the closest drivers with 260 in their qualifying times. And in prototype, I'm going to say it's going to be Neymar Jr. with a 2 flat.
Wrong, sir. New England Region's Todd
294.
Parks with a .239 in his qualifying time is your Sunoco 260 Thursday winner. He will win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel for his race car. Sunoco is the official fuel of the SCCA. Now, if we take a look at our other class, that is Formula Atlantic, are you going to
I'm going to redeem myself, and I'm going to go Dudley Fleck.
That is correct.
Okay.
Dudley Fleck from the Iowa region with a .204 in his qualifying time from yesterday is your Sunoco 260 winner. Congratulations, Dudley. You win 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel provided by Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA and title sponsor of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. All right, we've gotten word from the Road America Emergency Services teams that, yes, it is the more slickery stuff.
The three-letter word, we'll just say.
Yes, exactly, and that those three letters are not WATER. So, and so Sydney Burkett is asking, is the race over? And this is qualifying, Sydney, and we do have cars on the pit lane, as we've explained to you, and it is currently what is known as a black flag situation, where our drivers are on the pit lane because we've got emergency services teams out to clean up the fluids that may have been put down on the racetrack.
Shift in the chat was asking, it is about qualifying, and it is the best from either day. So combined qualifying times from day 1 and day 2. So whichever time is faster this afternoon with the heat kicking up. It was 87 degrees. I doubt we've gone up, but Greg will hit the button here in a second.
I will.
So we can double check.
All right, let's hit the weather button. There we go. And it is currently still
has not changed off 87. I'm beginning
but the
to think
wind,
it's broken.
No, because the wind speeds have dropped on here down to 9 miles an hour. And there we go, gusts up to 11 miles an hour. So that has absolutely changed. But what we're going to do, I think, Dan, is, hate to do this to everybody, we're going to play some commercials. And we're going to take a little break. We are still waiting to get some information. Well, actually, let's do this. Before we go to break, we are getting word now that this qualifying session for Formula Atlantic and prototypes has now concluded as the checkered flag is being waved. So let's do some business, Dan. And that business is not playing commercials. That business is announcing who our Tire Rack Poll Award winners are for Formula Atlantic and prototype. And in Formula Atlantic, it is going to be Hans Peter out of Olathe, Kansas, in his Hoosier Swift 016, the Mazda-powered machine, with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, .923. Starting on the outside of the front row in Formula Atlantic will be Tone Ave, also in a Mazda-powered Swift 016, the Ave Motorsports Hoosier machine, with Dudley Flex starting third. He was only 55 one-thousandths of a second back from making it to the front row in another Mazda-powered Swift. That's the Hoosier Mazda machine. James French will start on the outside of row number 2 in fourth, with Shane Kennett fifth. John McAleer will start sixth, with Riley Harris seventh. J.R. Smart will start 8th, Jeremy Hill and John Norton will make up row number 5 and start 9th and 10th. Now, if we move over to the prototypes, your Tire Rack Poll Award winner in the P class in prototypes, Lee Alexander from Springfield, Tennessee, and his store WF1 turned in a time of 201.180 yesterday. That was 62 hundredths of a second faster than Lawrence Loshak, who will join him on the front row in the Milwaukee, Wisconsin Drivers Elan DPO2. Row number 2 in prototype will be Jason Miller in his Kohler Millennium Windfirst West machine. He starts third, with Bart Wolf starting in fourth, only 49 one-thousandths back from Jason Miller. Todd Vanacore, another 64 thousandths of a second back, will start fifth, with Perry Richardson just another 3 thousandths off of Vanacore's time, starting on the outside of row number 3 and 6. Tyler Thielman will start seventh alongside John Gaydon in eighth. Mike Rupert and Todd Parks will round out the top 10 in prototype. So those are your starting orders for Formula Atlantic and prototypes. And Dan, when did we say that they were going to be racing?
Prototypes are going to be 5 o'clock tomorrow. So the first day, they will be the last race on course, which may work out because between yesterday and today, we've had a lot of yellow and black flag incidents here in the qualifying system for these drivers. So that may be the best thing that can happen, is to put them out last tomorrow, just in case we need a little extra time.
That's right. All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. Before we do that, we're going to make a final call to the grid for our Super Touring Light drivers. Ding, ding, dong. Super Touring Light drivers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session, the very last qualifying session of the 2024 National Championship Runoffs, is next. STL drivers, please head to the grid. And with that, Dan and I going to take a quick break. As soon as we get an update as to when we're going to have that last qualifying session ready to go, we will let you know both over the PA and here on YouTube. So please stay with us.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Haggerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Haggerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
SCCA welcomes Sunoco as the presenting sponsor of the 2025 SCCA Runoffs. Sunoco is the largest producer of race fuels in the world and the official fuel of SCCA, as well as an SCCA partner since 2001. Sunoco, take the lead.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire X Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
Friday is Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Drivers who make the biggest improvement in their qualifying position from yesterday to today in each of the 23 classes wins a free set of Hawk brake pads for their race car, tow rig, or street car. But Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA, isn't stopping there. Hawk is also providing food and drink for all Runoffs volunteers and event staff during today's lunch break.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Hoosier Race and Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required details to be eligible for contingency payouts.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Oil Down Central here at Road America. It's the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. And we are in the middle, bit of a delay here as our emergency services teams, great team from Road America, doing quite a bit of oil cleanup. And we're getting word from them that it is going to be about 15 minutes before we're ready to start our final qualifying session of the day, Super Touring Light. So, Dan, I'm horrible with simple math. 15 minutes from now, that would put us at about, like 5:37, 5:40, let's say around 5:40, thereabouts.
3:40, that is.
Wrong time zone. Don't say that. But about 5:40 p.m. It's going to be about 15 minutes, and we'll hopefully have people and cars on the racetrack. As soon as we get a more definitive idea of how long it's going to be, we'll jump back on. We'll put some notes in the chat, and we will let you know. Thanks so much. Welcome back to Road America and the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. You know, there's a volume control there.
Good
Dan.
God, Greg.
I'm the guy who still has my hearing. He's the deaf guy. That means we're Dan and Greg. And welcome back to our final qualifying session of the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. It is Super Touring Light. And Dan, let's take a look at where we finished things up yesterday after day one of qualifying. Your provisional pole sitter from Cumming, Georgia, representing the Atlantic region in the E3 storage just track at AMP EFI MCS Acura Integra with a qualifying time of 2:32.245. Mike Taylor. Nick Leveroni from Flat Out Racing in his Mazda Miata was our second fastest driver at a 2:33. Let's try that again. 2:33.003. David Paulfinier in his Emergent Cold Mazda MX-5 at 2:34.425. Chuck Hines in his big and Dan, we might want to check this out. Can you look to see if Chuck Hines is listed as being in fourth, or did he? Okay. I thought he might have had his times tossed out yesterday. Guess not. Chuck Hines in the Big Boy Racing Auto Business I Love Mom Mazda MX-5. Qualifying time at 2:35.447. Craig McAfee, who had a mechanical issue yesterday. Hopefully he got that car repaired and can make it out for qualifying. He's out of Norwell, Massachusetts in the Flat Out Racing Mazda MX-5. He had a 2:35.624. Then we had Amy Mills, who I'm afraid probably will not make it for qualifying this afternoon. Start sixth fastest for Flat Out Racing. Deacon Greenfield in the OG Racing Fire Labs Angry Sheep Motorsports Mazda MX-5, although we may see him start at the rear with a Honda CRX. We'll see how that plays out. Seventh fastest, John Sewell in an Acura Integra. Eighth fastest, I've got some information on John Sewell from yesterday. Bill Collins and Max Kittleson in his Ford Focus rounding out the top 10.
Well, let's get dusty, Greg. There has been enough oil dry down. We may be out here at the track. We'll have to double check to see if they have any left. But we have laid oil dry down around the entire track, except for turn 5.
That's right. There is one corner out of 14. There is about 700 feet over the course of 4 miles that did not have oil laid down, and that is over at turn number 5, which is just showing the local caution right now.
Let's give a big shout out to the workers, because that was a heck of a cleanup. And the fact that we were only down for 20 minutes, 25?
25 minutes, exactly.
And having to clean up the entire track.
It takes me longer to clean my bathroom than it took the emergency teams here to clean up 4 miles worth of track. So want to thank them. As our STL racers heading out now on their out lap. And with all the oil dry down now, it won't take long, I think, Dan, for these drivers to grind that oil dry more into the pavement. Might affect the first couple laps for them, but probably won't be that much of an issue. And good to see Craig McAfee getting the number 68 Mazda. He is indeed on track. But while our drivers are on their first flying laps, why don't we do a little business, Dan? Let's talk about our Sunoco 260 Thursday winner in STL.
And you know what? I think it's the guy starting on the pole right now.
That's it, our provisional pole sitter. You got it. Mike Taylor, congratulations. Driver of the Just Track It Acura Integra is your 260 Thursday winner. He wins 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel from Sunoco, the official fuel partner of the SCCA.
I'll tell you what, another advantage that he has is qualifying here on day 2. They line up according to day 1 qualifying, which means he will have a clean windscreen, and he's going to hope it's going to stay that way. So no oil dry in his windshield.
All right, so a couple notes to check here. It looks like Deacon Greenfield, he did bring his Honda CRX out for qualifying. He's been swapping back and forth between a Mazda MX-5 and the Honda CRX this week. And he has decided, I think, to race the Honda CRX again. He qualified in 5th position. Or let's try that again. He qualified, take that back, in 7th position. Also, note here, John Sewell, who we noted was a little bit off the pace yesterday, or at least what I had expected to be his pace in the blue Acura Integra. He's out of Tallahassee, Florida. He spent a bunch of time on the pit lane yesterday. His crew basically said, never want to fix what isn't broken before you go out for qualifying or for the race for that matter. John decided to swap out all 4 spark plugs in the car, and they think that they weren't gapped correctly. And
that can be an issue.
That could definitely be an issue. So we'll see if he can improve upon his qualifying time from yesterday. He was 8th fastest at a 2:38.468, almost 6 seconds off of the provisional pole time. And again, didn't expect to see that yesterday.
So with especially with the delay, that sun has sunk even further in the sky, which we mentioned it may be an issue coming out of 1 and coming out of 5. It definitely is an issue now, especially once you make the turn through 5 and go to head up the hill. The only thing saving them is they get into that shade from the bridge. So hopefully, but once you come under the bridge, that sun's going to pop back out real quick. So
so we'll see here as our drivers now starting flying lap number 2, fastest so far in this session. Nick Leveroni at a 2:40. So, still 8 seconds off the provisional pole time. But again, just a single lap. And, these drivers really doing some reconnaissance, trying to see with all that oil dry out where there's grip, where there isn't grip, at least early on in the session until it gets ground into the pavement.
Well, and more importantly, he's able to sneak around Mike Taylor. So that gives him the clean view going forward, and that puts Mike Taylor back where he's going to have to deal with at least a little bit of dust getting kicked up in the windshield. So
I should note Amy Mills, and I said when we were running down the order from yesterday that we didn't think Amy Mills would be out for qualifying. She is attending to her husband. Whitfield Gregg had an incident earlier today. I'm sure we'll see her back for the race when these STL drivers take to the track. 5 p.m. on Sunday, our very last race of the 2025 SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco. And so that is 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, and I think it's 4 a.m. Pacific time. No, that's not right. It's 3 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Mountain.
Hawaiian time, would that put it at noon?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It might be noon. I'm not sure.
I believe it is. So the Hawaiian folks need to get up at
dark 30.
2 a.m. to start watching.
Right. Guarantee you it starts after the Formula One race on Sunday. It might not. From Singapore. I'm not sure if it will or not.
Well, how about Jose Osiris Pena? Not there yesterday. He is all the way up to P3 with a 2:34.1. So the CRX that we expected to see yesterday, we knew he was having issues. He has made it out here and looking quick right off the bat, about 1.9 seconds off the lead, but we are only 2 laps in, and he has already jumped up to the 3rd starting position.
That's right. And so Jose Osiris Pena, he is your defending national champion in STL, did not take the Honda CRX out for qualifying yesterday. A bit of a surprise because he had that car out for testing all week long, and we got word that there were some mechanical issues that the team had to attend to for that car. They had an extra 24 hours to work on it, and already in a great position as he is currently online to start on the inside of row number 2 behind Mike Taylor. Again, last year, Pena taking the win, Joe Moser finishing 2nd, Mike Taylor taking the bronze. And, we'll see how things play out here, but already Pena making a huge jump.
Yeah, and one thing we're seeing down the front stretch is most drivers are pulling the Spec Miata Spec B line and hugging up against the inside wall. Yep. Only a few drivers that are not, and that is probably one to avoid the oil dry that is still being kicked up a little bit coming down the front stretch from our last group.
Well, we're starting to see some more drivers move over drivers left now, like Chuck Hines coming down the pit lane is the number 21 machine. That is John Elder. Yep. And we saw his son Justin a little while ago in another class, but John coming down the pit lane, qualified 11th fastest yesterday, currently 12th fastest in this session with Jose Osiris Pena bumping everybody else back.
Yeah, Chuck Hines, once again, the mover so far. But it is going to be probably Osiris Pena now who jumps to P2, only a 10.5 off the lead of Taylor. So a 2:32.3 for Pena, and that is 2 laps in the book, and that is 2 laps and positions picked up on each. So Pena with the bit between his teeth here in qualifying, I think he's already secured the Hawk Big Mover Award.
Breakthrough
Performer, if we want to get technical. I'm going to call it
I'll bet you Hawk does want to get
yeah.
Bet you Lee Grimes back in marketing wants to get technical as well. There you go. And he is on another flyer. He's already reset overall best in sector 1, and as he makes his way now going overall best in sector 2, setting the highest trap speed, and so he is now working his way when he comes through the kink and to turn 11A. We'll see where he is on the next sector. Nick Leveroni also looks like he's got a flyer. Yeah, he's got personal best across the board.
But that is only on the 30-60 that he had in the books. Does not look like he's going to be quick enough to maybe get to that 2:33 that he's actually standing on right now in qualifying.
No, as a matter of fact, he gets to a 2:34.6, so not quite as fast. So Pena now in the number 1 machine. He's got the 1 on the door. He's your defending national champion. Let's pick him up here
through the carousel.
Yeah, he's coming through the carousel now. So we'll have his next sector time in just a moment.
If it stays purple.
And Chuck Hines improves again on his times from yesterday, turns in a 2:36.17. Pena now a little bit off the pace coming through the carousel. Only, in a matter of fact, almost 2.5 tenths off of his previous best in that second to last sector. And as he comes now out of Thunder Valley and across the line, does he improve on a 2:32.397?
Yes, he does. A 2:32.086, and that is the new target time for STL. That will put him about a 10.5 clear of Mike Taylor and on to the pole position. Once again, only a few drivers picking up time here, and right now that time looks awfully strong here in STL for your defending champion here for Jose Osiris Pena. We are past halfway with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, we have a local caution for the time being over at the final corner at turn 14. The number 23 machine spun coming out of 14. That's Carl Young in the Honda Prelude out of Salinas, California. He gets that car back underway. We are back to clean and green
and
around the course.
He goes immediately to pit lane, so we'll see him there. He is appearing in front of us now, so he's going to do a quick check-in, or that may be, you know what, I think we're good for today. I got all the information I need. Let's put it away until Sunday afternoon.
Exactly. So should note Mike Taylor now appears to be on a flyer, a little bit off the pace in the first sector. Personal best in sector 2, personal best in sector 3. He is now coming out of Thunder Valley, comes across the line, and moves to second fastest in the session, a 2:33.588, almost a second and a half off of Pena's times today. So Mike Taylor still provisionally second, still has to find 1,500ths, almost 1,600ths of a second.
Yeah, those top, or I should say second, third, and fourth right now for Mike, Nick, and David, none of them really getting close to where they were yesterday.
No.
So it's just Jose and Chuck that have found good times. Joe Sewell able to find some time here on day 2, be it only a scant 40,000ths of a second, but finding time is still going in the right direction.
Yeah, and again, they thought that it was an issue with spark plugs. It may be something maybe a little bit more severe if he's not finding any more time. He qualified, I believe, 4th fastest at the runoffs last year. And again, with that car, I think there's more time to be found.
Pace, yeah. There's definitely maybe something more going on. We'll take a look at Chuck Hines. Once again, he was able to pick up fast time, actually a couple fast laps here this afternoon. So his first and second lap both being put in here on day number 2. Pena, let's see where he's at on track. He just came across the start-finish and did not look like he was able to find more time. A 2:32.397. Let's see where his last lap was. Either way, not an improvement that time by.
Attention the paddock. We've just received word that tonight's Tire Rack Pole Awards ceremony scheduled to take place 30 minutes after the final checkered flag. Again, Tire Rack Pole Awards over at Victory Circle. Everybody is here. Come cheer on your favorite drivers and our 23 pole sitters. The Tire Rack Pole Awards will be presented 30 minutes after the STL checkered flag flies.
And guess who's going to be handing out those awards?
It might be you, Mr. Dan Bullis.
Yeah, my day gets a little longer, but I am looking forward to celebrating some very quick drivers this afternoon. Right now, we are at 5 minutes to go in the session, and if you add the half hour on, that's going to put the pole awards at roughly about 6:30 p.m. That may put you a minute or two early, but definitely head that way for 6:30 over at Victory Circle.
All right, is Mike Taylor. Now he's got personal best in Sector 1 and Sector 2. Strings together a personal best in Sector 3, but does not improve on this lap. So again, his fastest this session, a 2:33.588, still not an improvement on the 2:32.245 that he set in qualifying yesterday. So Osiris Pena still has 0.16 of a second on the rest of the STL field, including yesterday's provisional pole sitter, Mike Taylor.
Couple drivers now beginning to sneak up on their times from yesterday. Craig McAfee puts in a 2:37.5. That puts him, still actually 2 seconds off about where he was yesterday. Bill Collins closing in on his time from yesterday, about 0.6 off. Other than that, all we're seeing is Q1 times across the board for just about everybody else. The temperature has dropped. Where are we at temperature-wise?
Here we go. I love pushing this button. There we go.
87 degrees.
Bring it up.
Has the track
It's like
cooled
24 degrees. No.
It has cooled quite a bit. 87 degrees is what we've been at all day long, down to 82. So the track temps and shade definitely coming into play here.
And this is not a good sign for John Sewell in the number 48 Acura as he now pulls onto the pit lane. Crew only looking at tire pressures for the moment. I don't see them looking to put the hood up like they did yesterday. So maybe make a couple quick adjustments, drop the tire pressures, send them back out with a chance of making a few fast laps. Chuck Hines, our fourth fastest driver in this session, comes down the pit lane and now drops into the pit box, and team's taking a look at tire pressures there. And we're getting word now that the checkered flag is being displayed. And John, I think that, or John, hey, at least I didn't call you Brian.
Hey.
Dan, I think that the issue may be we might have hit the golden hour at 6 o'clock p.m., and so the checkered flag being displayed about 2 minutes early.
And it is getting dark actually rather quick. The sun now setting behind the trees in front of us, so not the sun bothering our eyes. The front stretch actually has gotten quite a bit darker just from the beginning of the session. So it could be kind of a combination of multiple things, but checkered flag out here on STL. Jose
Osiris Pena
is just coming through turn 5, heading up towards the Corvette Bridge. So we'll see if he can bump that gap up. Looks like actually he has as a 2:32.065. So the gap up now to
about
1.180.
Yes, 0.18 of a second. So he extends his advantage over Mike Taylor by another 0.02 of a second. We'll see if Mike Taylor is still out on track and how he's doing. Taylor, personal best in Sector 2, overall best in Sector 3, but off the pace in the final sector. He does not improve upon his times from yesterday. He does improve today. He turns a 2:33 flat. He is now on the pit lane. And again, he has seen the checkered flag. And he may start this race, likely will start this race from the outside of row number 1.
It looks like the 32 having issues down the backstretch. He is slow, and we're seeing a service flag as well. Not sure if he spun or not. Pena just coming through now through Canada Corner. Jose had purple sectors up to sector 2. Will he find more time as he takes the checkered flag? And does not look like he will. So he'll stand on that 2:32.065.
All right, so Deacon Greenfield, who has had some trouble with that CRX chassis all weekend long, I guess they've got a big choice to make. He can start tomorrow's race in 8th position in the CRX, or he can go back to his Mazda and start dead last, start in 14th position. All right, so with all of our drivers taking the checkered flag, let's take a look at where things will play out for the STL race, our last race of the runoffs, scheduled to start 5 p.m. Central Time on Sunday. Your Tire Rack Pole Award winner. He's going to meet Mr. Dan Bullis in just about a half hour. It's Jose Osiris Pena, your defending national champion in the class. The Tire Rack Pole Award time, 2 minutes, 32 seconds, .065. Mike Taylor, 1800ths of a second back. Qualifying time, 2:32.245 in the E3 storage. Just track it. Acura Integra. Nick Leveroni will start third, and he is about 3/4 of a second off of the drivers in the front row. David Palfinier will start alongside him in 4th. Chuck Hines 5th with Craig McCaffrey 6th. Amy Mills will start 7th with Deacon Greenfield, if he stays in that CRX, starting in 8th. John Sewell does not improve. He will start 9th, and Bill Collins in his interest truck drivers at Honda Civic will start 10th. I knew I had to use that one last. All right, that is your top 10 in STL, and as we wrap up this final qualifying session of the National Championship Runoffs, Dan, I want to thank you for joining me here. It has been a wonderful experience and a great opening to Runoffs weekend.
I appreciate it, Greg. It has been an absolute pleasure to join you up here. Like I said, I'm just tickled to be able to bring some action to the country here on the microphone. Like I said, my work is not done as I get to hand out trophies for the next 2 days to hopefully a lot of happy winners. But once again, big thanks to all the entire crew that helps put on this event, the corner workers, everybody up in, like I says, everybody in the white shirts, all the volunteers, and of course the staff from SCCA. It's so good to work with Eric and his entire team, so big thanks to them. Like I says, this was just the start. 2 great days of qualifying. We have 2 amazing days of racing to come at us here on Saturday and Sunday.
That's right. All right. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the great folks with the Sports Car Club of America Marketing Department, led by Kristen Poole, for all the assistance that they have provided us both before, during, and after these broadcasts. So thank you so much to everybody at the SCCA. I will be joining my volunteer brethren on grid tomorrow for the first of our 2 Hagerty race days. You know, this is a volunteer organization. We can't do what we do. We can't race without the volunteers, and I'm heading down. I'm going to be one of them, and I'm looking forward to it.
And probably the last thank you is going to be to the entire staff here at Road America. It's a fantastic facility, and we are so happy to be here. Lucky to have such an amazing facility to call home for the week. So big thanks to all their hard work today.
All right, so thank you all for joining us, and stay tuned tomorrow morning starting at 7 a.m. for Hagerty Race Days. Thanks so much for joining us.
That wraps up the final day of qualifying, Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day here at the 2025 Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs, presented by Sunoco, live from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Hawk Breakthrough Performer Day has been brought to you by Hawk Performance, the official brake partner of the SCCA. The 62nd running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs are brought to you by Tire Rack, the official tire retailer of the SCCA, Sunoco, the official fuel of the SCCA, Hagerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA, and IMSA, a proud partner of the SCCA. If you're here with us at Road America, make sure to join us in just a few minutes for the Tire Rack Pole Award celebrations at Victory Circle and help us congratulate each of the 23 SCCA Runoffs pole winners for 2025. Make sure to join us starting tomorrow morning for Haggerty Race Days, where 23 new Sports Car Club of America national champions will be crowned. The action starts at 7 a.m. Central on Saturday and Sunday with Inside the SCCA presented by Goodyear Racing Tires, and then racing gets underway each day at 8. For Dan and Greg, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow for Haggerty Race Days.
The 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco at Road America is only possible thanks to the hard work and dedication of hundreds of SCCA volunteers as well as valued partners including
It's the best seat in the house, no question. SCCA flaggers are just feet from the racing, helping keep drivers safe and events running smoothly. It's an adrenaline-filled way to be a part of the action, and it all starts with the SCCA Academy, where you can begin your path to getting licensed. And thanks to our partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events can lead to opportunities at pro races across the country. Learn more at scca.com/trackside.
Imagine this. You're on a yacht in Monaco, champagne in one hand, F1 cars screaming past the harbor. Sounds unreal, right? Well, it could be you. The SCCA Foundation Sweepstakes is back, and a small donation puts you in the running for the 2026 Monaco Grand Prix with a front row seat on the water. Support the future of motorsports. Take your shot at the trip of a lifetime. Enter now at sccafoundation.org.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Hawk Performance, official brake products of SCCA.
Congratulations to everyone in the Sports Car Club of America for another incredible season of motorsports. With more than 80 years of grassroots competition, including 52 years of the Tire Rack SCCA Solo National Championships, 62 years of the National Championship Runoffs, and 8 years of Time Trials Nationals, this club is plenty to celebrate. None of it would be possible without the dedication of our members, volunteers, and region leaders. Add in the thousands of other events hosted and enjoyed across the country, and it's clear this club runs because of you. We're glad you're a part of it.
Hoosier Racing Tire congratulates the SCCA on the 62nd running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Hoosier's mission has always been to deliver the safest, most reliable, high-quality racing tires designed to put you in the winner's circle, both here at home and around the world. Whether you're on the track or in the paddock, our team is here to support you. See one of our trackside experts, visit your local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer, or learn more at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tire, designed for champions.
Garage space is tight and budgets are tighter, but fun, that's wide open. SCCA Club Spec is all about getting the most out of one car, daily driver, autocross warrior, track day tool, and time trials machine. Whether it's a torquey S197 Mustang or a razor-sharp NC Miata, there's a build that fits your style. And who knows, your perfect platform might be next. Find your fit at scca.com/clubspec.
Want to try racing without all the pressure? That's what SCCA Race Experience is all about. Whether you go solo in a short sprint or team up with friends for an endurance race, it's real wheel-to-wheel action with a focus on fun and learning. All you need is a driver's license, some safety gear, and a properly equipped car, and we'll take care of the rest. Get the details at scca.com/racex and take your first lap towards racing the easy way.
The International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, sanctions the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and is a proud partner of the SCCA. IMSA also sanctions the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, the IMSA VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Ferrari Challenge North America, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and more. IMSA and SCCA have partnered with race worker training and licensing programs. Want to work trackside at some of the best professional and amateur races in North America? Begin your journey for volunteering with IMSA and SCCA today by going to scca.com/trackside for more information.
Having fun out here today? Why not make it official and join the Sports Car Club of America? Whether you want to race, volunteer, wrench, wave a flag, or just hang out with people who love cars, there's a spot for you in the SCCA. We've got over 65,000 members nationwide, and there's always room for more. Ask someone trackside how to jump in, or head to scca.com and start your motorsport story today.
Maza Wines is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo, and SCCA Rally Cross Nationals. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Wines and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
It's runoff seasons in Wisconsin. The air is crisp, the racing's fierce, and the brats are sizzling. Make it count with official Runoffs apparel and SCCA swag from SCCA Gear. Just steps from Victory Circle and Vendor Row. From hoodies to hats, it's the perfect way to celebrate the racing, remember the moments, and take home a piece of this championship weekend.
Looking for more speed? SCCA Time Trials is where drivers go full send chasing their fastest laps. It's just you and your car against the clock, dialing in your setup, sharpening your line, and leveling up every session. Whether you're after a new personal best or aiming for the top of the leaderboard, Time Trials delivers both the competition and the camaraderie. Find your next event at timetrials.scca.com.
If you're looking to connect with other women in motorsports, you're not alone, and SCCA Women on Track is here to help. From mentorship and networking to visibility and support, Women on Track is growing a powerful community across all programs and regions. Learn more about how to get involved, nominate someone for recognition, or find your crew at scca.com/WOT.
SCCA is proudly sponsored by Haggerty, the official insurance partner of the SCCA and the ultimate partner for motorsports enthusiasts. Haggerty provides off-the-track insurance for motorsports vehicles, including trailers and tools, while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. With Haggerty's Track Day Insurance, you can relax and know that you're covered during your high-performance driving education events, track days, and time trials.
Being a part of the SCCA has its perks, both on and off the track. Members score travel discounts on hotels and rental cars, and get access to partner deals on everything from paddock essentials and garage gear to safety solutions and go-fast parts. From the paddock to the parts counter, and even your next road trip, it pays to be a member. See all the perks at scca.com/benefits.
For over 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track. Sunoco is the largest race fuel producer in the world, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing series, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, SVRA, and is the official fuel of NASCAR. To find race fuel near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Sunoco, take the lead.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with racers in mind. Check out Bravo's many trailer lines and options, including the new for 2025 Scout Performance models. Visit bravotrailers.com or head to the driver information trailer near the Sunoco fuel pumps to see the Bravo quality for yourself.
If you're enjoying the racing this weekend, imagine what it's like to be out there yourself. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, can make that happen. No racing license needed. With more than 150 events at over 30 tracks nationwide, it's the easiest way to get your street car on track. SCCA members save $20 on every entry, and anyone can join the fun. Head to tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and take your first lap towards something exciting.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As the official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Attack National Tour, and Time Trials Nationals, Targa, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they have fun with cars.
The SCCA Foundation is a 501c3 charity that supports SCCA and motorsports initiatives through programs and projects like the SCCA Academy, Women on Track, Tire Rack Street Survival, Vet Motorsports, Formula SAE, and preservation of the SCCA archives. Head to sccafoundation.org to learn more and support the next generation of grassroots motorsports.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 57th anniversary as the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
These events don't happen without volunteers, and we mean a lot of them. Thank you to every SCCA member working grid, FLED, tech, registration, timing, and more. You keep things running. Want to get more involved in the action? Volunteering is one of the best ways to connect with people, learn the ropes, and be part of the magic. Not sure where to start? The SCCA Academy is your gateway to training, licensing, and opportunities across the club. Head to scca.com/trackside to learn more.
Remember to join us Saturday and Sunday starting at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern Time for Haggerty Race Days at the 2025 SCCA Runoffs presented by Sunoco. Watch live on SCCA.com and live in person here at Road America.